Good morning, everyone. Well, March Madness is in full swing with the start of the first round. Yesterday, one seeds Auburn and Houston advance. Two seeds Tennessee and St. John's move on. The Johnnies to the second round for a first time in 25 years. Three seeds Wisconsin and Texas Tech advance. Four seeds Purdue and Texas A&M each battle their way through to the second round. 12 seed McNeese State upsets Clemson 69-67. 5 seed Michigan hangs on to beat 12 seed UC San Diego 68-65. 11 seed Drake is 31-3 after a 67-57 upset of 6 seed Missouri. VCU falls to 6 seed BYU 80-71. Coach Cal, a winner. 10 seed Arkansas beats 7 seed Kansas 79-72. UCLA blows out 10 seed Utah State 72-47. And in a few 8-9 games, Creighton upends Louisville 89-75, and Gonzaga defeats Georgia 89-68. Basketball starts today at 12:15. Listen to the madness on the Team 980. Locally, 16 seed Mount St. Mary's plays 1 seed Duke at 2:50, and 4 seed Maryland takes on 13 seed Grand Canyon at 4:35 on the Team 980. And Alex Ovechkin scores his 888th career goal in a 3-2 Caps win over the Flyers. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Ladies act like gents. That's a good line to start with. What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. And let's act like gentlemen, please. Good morning, Brian.
Who are you talking about?
If you're watching on the stream's up. White Brian's got it, or it'll be up soon, whatever. I'm wearing a Terps quarter zip. Bang. Look at it on the stream. Yeah. Underneath that, I have a Maryland polo shirt. I'm Maryland out today, B.
Yeah. Why you having a Maryland hat?
I don't have a Maryland hat.
Borrow Jeff's.
Jeff looks good. Jeff, get over here and show your world to the stream. Jeff looks great today. We have Maryland pride. That's what they want us all to promote. Maryland pride. Bang. Look at Jeff Walker showing off his vendor badge. Can we please just have a functional athletic department? Is that asking too much? Is that asking too much, Brian?
Hey,
you played college athletics in the highest level.
Athletic department.
No, don't turn me down. Turn me up. Dog, what are we doing? This is the best basketball team this university has had in a long time. I don't want to get into like who, what, when, where, right? Because I don't know. The 2020 team was good. COVID robbed them. There's this whole sliding doors thing of what happened if COVID doesn't hit. Turge gets to go on that tournament run. But it hit. That's the universe, dude. Yeah. We don't control the damn universe.
It's the past.
This is the best basketball team the University of Maryland has had in some time.
Yep.
They're the 4 seed. They play today. And instead, all we get is palace intrigue, drama, BS. I'm going to try real hard not to curse, but I want to curse a lot.
Don't curse.
I'm going to try.
The FCC takes care of that.
The FCC won't let me be. Seriously, I just am so over this stuff, dude. And here's what I know. The athletic directors in my time, since I was a student to now, Debbie Yao, Kevin Anderson, and now Damon Evans, just make it harder for the coaches to succeed. Please find me an athletic director that's focus is on the school and the kids and not their own personal gain. Mm-hmm. Is that asking too much?
No.
This man shook my hand Sunday night. I was there Sunday night. I was in the Xfinity Center. I talked to Coach Freeze. I talked to Coach Willard. I wish them well. I'm a proud alum. I want the basketball teams to do good. They're both 4 seeds. Maryland, the men play today. The women host the game tomorrow. This man shook my hand Sunday night, and now he's out the door for SMU. I don't care. Go get rich. You know what they got in SMU? Oil money. Get all of it.
Yeah.
Wait a week. Wait a week. Let the kids play today. Wait a week.
I don't know. I don't know if I listen. Everybody
I may not
moves.
have all the facts.
Yeah, but everybody moves, and everybody is going to move when they want to move. And SMU probably said, "We want you now," whatever. But it could be something that Willard uses to galvanize his team. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be nothing that destroys a team. The team doesn't care about the athletic director anyway. The actual guys on that team need to be focused on the basketball, and if they go out there and handle their business, they'll be okay. But if they are someone worrying about the AD, you got a problem. And I would believe the coach has their mind completely away from the AD.
Dog, I just, there's so many things I can say that I know that I'm not going to because I don't want any of this to be personal. And as much as it's hard for me to rationalize that people listen. I know people listen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But what I know is I have seen up close and covered up close dysfunctional athletic organizations. And anytime you have palace intrigue, it undercuts what the operation is trying to do. There are a ton of good people working in athletics in College Park.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's this constant feeling of I could get knifed in the back at any moment, if it feels like Caesar's on the steps on March 15th, every damn day you walk in, it ain't going to work. And dude, you and I saw it in Ashburn for 25 years.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it doesn't function. And I just hope we can get to a space where things function there without the Ides of March and the sword of Damocles hanging over everybody's head at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try to just move forward. I just want to talk about the basketball game.
We have a great basketball game coming up today.
Dog, what are we doing here? Let's talk about yesterday. We were here. I got two funny stories to start the day. I'm going to try to keep my wits about me. So we had a blast here yesterday.
We may have to switch it to Ask JP today.
I don't know.
I
don't know, man.
Laffy, what you think about that?
I don't know, man.
JP's on fire. We have to ask JP today, not be Mitch, right?
I'm all in.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Anybody from Maryland, call and ask JP.
I don't think it's
we can do this at 10:30.
I don't think it's a good idea for anybody. CJ's on TV. Goodness gracious. So we had a great day here yesterday. And then I was meeting you at the hockey game.
Uh-huh.
I got to moderate a panel, Brian.
Uh-huh.
I don't moderate many panels. Mayor Bowser's office asked me to moderate.
They should have somebody moderating you.
Yo, you imagine if the people that asked me yesterday to moderate their panel listen to the first 10 minutes of radio today.
They're like, who is this guy? That wasn't him last night.
So it was cool though, and the only reason they wanted me was because it was about the value of sports teams to the city, and I think there's a ton of value.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of feel like of our station, of the Junks, you and I, and then Grant and Danny, you and I were the only ones when Monumental announced they were going to Virginia. Everybody's like, cool, new stadium. You and I were like, nah, man, you're going to gut the city. Yeah. Business is business, and I understand it. But I was really happy.
I also told you the people in Virginia wasn't going to let it happen.
That's a good point. What's my lady's name down in Norfolk?
I forgot
that lady.
Allen Iverson's aunt. No, D'Angelo Hall's aunt.
She's about her business down there. But I was really, really happy that the city and Monumental were able to reach a deal, and they're going to redo Chinatown and that arena, and it's going to be dope. And I'm excited about that. Nats Park has brought life to Navy Yard in a way that was Louise Lucas.
Yeah.
Nats Park has brought life and business and money to Navy Yard in a way that was unimaginable 20, 30 years ago. And I think a revamped RFK can do that too. And I think there is a way to walk and chew gum, people. You can build RFK and have this dope stadium and provide low-income housing.
Low-income housing, you can make a lot of money. You can bring different events to the city that you can't get right now.
The Final Four, pro wrestling, whatever
Olympics.
You want. Yeah, dude. And
World Cup.
And dude, maybe
Super
they
Bowl.
don't build the housing right there, but you know what more money does? Allowed you to build housing somewhere, elsewhere, wherever it might be.
There you go.
There's a way for all these things to happen. And so it was cool for me to moderate this panel. There's Monumental was represented. The Nats were represented. The Washington Spirit was represented, which is just an awesome organization that I've gone to games. I have bought tickets to go to games I had. And then my man Gus, who you met, who was there from JLL as kind of the developer side, kind of telling you what needs to happen from a dollar perspective, right? And I think it's important to have like an understanding of what the deal looks like when you have these conversations. So it was a cool conversation. But a really nice woman introduced the panel, right? And she works in the mayor's office in various departments. There were a lot of, one thing you learn about politics, man, especially local politics, there's a lot of people that got to get their 5 minutes of talking.
Oh, hell yeah.
And they got to thank a bunch of people. It was a great event, but I learned a lot about the local political scene. And this woman, I'm not going to name names, but she was lovely. She was very kind. But she said, I'm not the biggest sports person. And she introduced me. Very kind. Guess my introduction.
Did you call you a different name?
Good old JP Finlay.
Finlay. Hey, see,
and I knew it was coming. I was sitting there. I was like,
just how it's spelled, dog.
Well, B,
Finlay.
you know me. I got to make stuff complicated, man. I know how it's spelled. You know why it's spelled that way? So my grandparents, both my father's parents, were Northern Irish Catholic, and people may or may not be familiar, but there was some trouble over there for the Catholics. And so my dad jokes that they couldn't afford the expensive boat to America, so they got on the cheap boat to Scotland. And during that immigration process, L-E-Y became L-A-Y. Like some dude wrote it down different and bang, JP Finlay exists, right?
So your name really is Finlay with the E-Y.
Right.
You're going to start spelling it like that.
There's B-Mitch on TV with a big old glass of red. Pinot? That looks dark for Pinot. That looks like a cab.
No, it's Pinot.
Okay. There's Tana Man. So we had a really cool event, and I really enjoyed it. Then we went to the Caps game. We both got to be there for Ovi. I was with you when I might have been upstairs at that point. Yeah. But Landfill, I think I'm just gonna be a roller coaster all day. We might just have that's way too low, Joe. We might just have to deal with me. But the Caps are a wagon, they clinched the playoffs.
Ovi scored.
Ovi's 7 away, dude.
8-8-8.
This is a record nobody thought would ever be broken. And here we are. We're on the doorstep.
Yes.
And when he didn't score Tuesday against the Wings, I said he's got to score against Philly. Guess what he did? Philly.
I'm looking for a hat trick coming up here real soon.
They have a game Saturday against the Panthers.
Get real interesting.
But you know what was dope is shout out to Bees. He had on the glass tickets that we went down there for the second period and got to watch as the Caps put 2 in. Yo, they're a wagon. They are loaded.
They're good. They're all over. And I keep going back to watching them a few years back where, and this is when we were President Trophies and all that stuff. And Ovi would be doing this thing, and I watch a lot of guys just sit back. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Sit back and watch him. They don't sit back and watch Ovi anymore. They have guys on this team, man, that I can get it done. And when you have that many people that can score and people playing that fast and with that much intention, I think you're going to be a problem for anybody this season.
Totally, dude. You're so right because especially before they won the cup when it was just all Ovi all the time and everything kind of ran through him. And if he wasn't going, nothing was going.
Yeah.
That's not the situation now, man. They got dudes everywhere.
Yeah.
And it is so fun, so exciting to watch. And as we get closer and closer to the playoffs, I mean, I've said it before. I think the fact that they're all focused on, the focus right now is on Ovi getting the record. And I think it takes so much pressure off trying the talk of being the President's Trophy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But you know what? I think the focus of Ovi breaking the record is us in the media.
Us.
When they're on that ice, they're trying to win games.
Totally.
And their thing is, look, Ovi's going to get his, but he's going to need some help. We want to keep winning. And you watch, there are all kinds of guys flying around. And I think that it's like they are focused on the main thing, winning a team thing. And that individual accolade is going to happen. along the way. I think we put the focus on Ovi breaking the record so much. I don't think the players think like that at all.
I agree. And, dude, I think these guys are so much younger than it. Like, the first batch of Mike Green and Carl Alsner and Ovi and Carly, like, they all came up together. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But not to compare the two as players, but, like, you know how Tiger obviously isn't able to play like he once did, but Tiger now plays with JT and Rory and Ricky, and he's boys with all them.
Yeah.
But, like, they also look at him differently because they're like, man, I grew up worshiping that dude.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these young guys now play with Ovi and they're all friends, but they also recognize, like, oh, holy moly, that's Alex Ovechkin.
This dude is the stuff.
And it's just an entirely different vibe, man. Caps game was awesome. Obviously, we got a ton of college hoops to talk about. Ton of games yesterday. Heavy Metal Chris is going through the brackets right now. We're going to have a bracket update on the private invitational.
13 points in one damn half. That's idiotic.
That's not good. Is that good?
That's awful. I think me, you, Jeff, Heavy Metal, and Landfill go out there and score 13 in one half.
You think White Brian gets buckets?
Yeah, he probably can shoot some threes.
Who do you think 10 free throws, unguarded, who's making more? White Brian or Landfill? You think Landfill's got a stroke?
I'm gonna go with Landfill gonna do it the Grandy style. And he's gonna make all 10. Landfill, what's the stroke like, dog?
I'd 100% go Granny style, dude.
White Brian, can you shoot it all?
Maybe 10 years ago.
Wait. Bro, how old are you?
Yeah, you're like 27 or
27.
So you old already. You can't shoot no more.
Dog, if you're
the last time I
prime,
played organized basketball was high school.
Okay, but you used to be able to shoot then?
You didn't play like intramurals in college? You haven't played pickup?
Yeah, but I mean, we kind of just didn't try in that.
Okay, dude. Who do you think? Me, you, Jeff, White Brian, Landfill, 10 free throws. Who's making the most?
Me.
Jeff's going to say Jeff. You're
Me.
going to say you. When's the last time you shot a basketball?
Maybe a month or two ago.
You never really played hoops, though.
I played hoops. I played basketball.
Better than baseball? You didn't get ejected?
I got ejected a lot in basketball.
I bet you were a physical player.
They would foul me or foul my buddy, and I always got them back. That's why I would say, I see your football season. I get you back.
My last frat league game at the University of Maryland, I also got ejected.
But see, I stopped playing basketball because people want to try to always make their name on you.
Sure.
Like, man,
Is this in Lafayette? Or would you play
no,
like
this is even right when I got to the league and I started playing, like we would play like against we'll go play for charity things against the school teachers and guys in former high schools and all. And everyone wants to go so hard. And I told this guy, we were at Hilton High School in over there in Virginia. And I said, yo, bro, keep setting those hard picks. I said, they pay me to run through people. You know that, right? What that's supposed to mean. When he bounced his ass off that floor, I bet he didn't pick me anymore. He was trying to set these hard picks. Just like, I said, okay, when I come through here again, do that. I ran right through him. So I just gave up basketball. I said, I'm not doing it anymore. But you're not going to make a name off of me. I promise you. Right. I will give you something to go with it. You might have a knot or something from it, but you're not going to make your name off of me. So I'd rather just support people and do it. We played against the Cowboys one time over there. I think it was American University. We did the basketball thing. Trying the same stuff. I had to run through them like I did them on the football field.
You'll like this story. When I was in high school and like trying to actually play hoops, my buddy David Mintzberg, his parents were in the military, so they could get us on the Navy base, and we'd go play basketball at the Navy base. And you're playing against Navy, like dudes in the military that, you know, I'm 16 and a $140 soaking wet. You know what I mean? And I remember we're playing hoops, and I set a screen, and this dude gets over it, and he says to me as we're running back up the other way, he's like, "You said that pick again, I'm coming through you." And I'm just like, I don't even register it. And then, we're playing pickup, full court, whatever. And then again, I set another screen and dude just trucks me. And I was like, all right,
See,
not doing that again.
I subscribe for where that dude subscribes from.
I thought you would like that.
I'm serious. But it's like they're trying their best to make a name. They can hurt you. I think, dude, I'm out here to help y'all raise some money for your school, and you're trying to be big time on me. I say, I'm not gonna let you hurt me, and I'll get you back.
All right, so we're gonna get into the program. We're gonna run through all the results from yesterday. John Walton's gonna join us. Naki's gonna join us from Seattle. And I'm gonna do Chris a favor now. We're gonna talk to Chris about the basketball game. Period.
Chris probably heard the first part say he about to call Landfill and say, "Yo, tell JP
I'm unavailable." Yeah. Real quick though, just an uplifting note about radio. So I got a ride. I Ubered today because I plan on watching the Terps game here and perhaps enjoying my afternoon. And so, what's my man's name? Where'd you go? I took an Uber this morning with my man. You want the Cheetos, B?
Yeah, man.
I took an Uber this morning with my man Suresh. And he went to straight no radio. There was no noise in the car. And I knew the Junks were having Ehrman on at 9, whenever they had him on, 9:30 or whatever. And I asked my man to turn the radio on. And he looked at me sideways.
Like, I don't listen to radio, dog.
No, Brian, I think he was unaware that radio exists.
Really?
Dog, it wasn't the most uplifting Uber ride for the radio industry. I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, you mind turning the radio on? He's like, huh? I was like, the radio. And he's like, okay. And he legit didn't know how to access it. And so he finally finds it. I'm like, FM. And so he hits FM and I'm like 106.7. And he's like, huh? 106.7. And we're on the Beltway, so maybe I shouldn't have been messing with him. But he's kind of scrolling with it. And we get to 106.1. He's like, here you go. And turns the volume up a little. And it's just static. And I'm like, Doug, 106.7. He's like, oh. Now maybe this is a dude in a vacuum. Or maybe this is our future. But this dude, in his young 20s, I'm guessing, no idea that the radio exists. So congratulations. We host a radio show.
He might be listening to us now.
Yo, I hope you are, Suresh.
What up, Suresh?
Yo, he might be. Maybe he just left it on. Maybe he was into it.
Believe me, if he didn't have it on at first, whatever he did to it is still there. Believe me.
We are live, MGM National Harbor Tap Sports Bar. Doors open at 11. Going to be a very, very fun day. Terps are on this afternoon. Plenty of college hoops action. Going to go through the brackets from yesterday, see who's winning, who's losing. Nobody go anywhere. I'm going to try not to get us fired.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Alex Ovechkin scores his 888th goal, now just 7 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's goal-scoring record in a 3-2 Caps win over the Flyers. Today, day 2 of the NCAA tournament, it tips at 12:15 from Raleigh, North Carolina. Maryland will play Grand Canyon at 4:35. Listen on the team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Oh,
B, I gotta be honest, man. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
yeah.
I'm not sure I need the Scotties or the Red Bull today.
All you need is Red Bull. 'Cause you got enough Scotties.
We're drinking Diet Coke.
It's still on you
stream.
today, brother.
Nah, dog. I didn't have a drink until like damn near 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was
by
mingling
8
with
o'clock, you're caught up.
politicians.
I'm not gonna lie, Jay. One thing about you, you normally look drunk all the time. To be honest with you, I'm serious. That's just your look. But once you have a couple drinks, you can't hide it.
Imagine the boss is like, yeah, let's send those two to the casino for the first couple days of March Madness.
I ain't gonna lie. One day we were somewhere. It was like one morning, and one of the workers we did it. And like I don't know what we were doing one of these like remotes.
Yeah.
And the guy said, "Yo, man, Jay was drinking already." I say, "He just looked like that." Because I think he had a rough night.
It
carried over to the
bothers
morning.
my wife because my eyes always give it away.
Bruh,
I should wear
I have
sunglasses.
listen,
I should
bro.
go Ray Charles. Just wear
I've been
sunglasses
around
all
you.
the time.
Like, people tell me, man, B. Mitch, well, Logan Paul would say, bruh, I don't know how you do it. I said, what are you talking about? He said, last night, I watch you. You couldn't walk a straight line for just 2 feet. He said, you're the first person up smiling. I said, I drink water before I go to sleep, bro. Flush my system, dog.
What a world. Shout out to Logan Paul. All right. If you're watching on stream, we have a number of brackets. We are 16 games in, right? 16 games yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, Heavy Metal Chris kindly scored these, but didn't give me a number, so we're going to have to count live on air, but that's fine. We will start with the only Super Bowl champion amongst us. This is Brian Mitchell's bracket. Oddly, did not write in cursive. This is throwing me off. I'm not used to seeing you write in script.
I know how to do everything, dog.
I believe you. All right, we start in the South bracket, top left as you're looking. B. Mitch picked Auburn. Auburn won, did not cover, cost me $100. Thanks a lot, White Brian. I think you owe me $50. Creighton won and covered, made the 100 back. We'll call it square, White Brian. B. Mitch 2 for 2 so far. Michigan played UC San Diego. You called for an upset, B.
Yeah.
You called for the Tritons.
Didn't happen.
Did not happen.
Yeah.
Wolverines persevered. B is now 2 of 3. You correct. A lot of people liked Yale. I thought it got to be too buzzy, and I think A&M just has athletes that Yale's not going to have.
Mm-hmm.
Texas A&M won. Yale went down. All right, in the South region, B. Mitch went 3 of 4.
Yeah.
You keep track of the numbers, okay? More importantly, B, your only loss, you didn't have them advancing, so that one doesn't really hurt you.
Yeah.
We go down to the West region, the bottom left of your bracket. B had Mizzou beating Drake. Mizzou lost.
Yeah.
B had Texas Tech taking down UNC Wilmington. Shout out to Wright.
Remember I told you I did that 2 days ago? I did bet on Drake, though.
Attaboy.
I filled it out and said, here we go. I don't care.
Not a lot of bets on Drake getting paid this year, so good for you. So Texas Tech wins. Bang. B had that. You had Kansas over Arkansas. Arkansas won. Lost that one. Then you had the Johnnies in the nightcap.
That game was close to the end, Kansas, Arkansas.
It was.
Yeah.
So you went 2 of 4 there, 3 of 4 there. That is 5 of 8. 5 of 8.
Yeah,
5
so
and
5
3.
and 3, yeah.
However you want to keep track. All right. Now we go to the East region. Only 2 games in the East region, right? Which is kind of odd. But
VCU let me down.
How much money you pay to VCU over the years?
Over $100,000 now.
Don't you think the least they could do is win a damn basketball game for you?
Yeah.
Can I make a quick aside? What worries me from that VCU result is, you know what VCU had? Now, BYU is just a good team.
Yeah, I didn't have them going forward neither.
Right, but BYU might have beat them no matter what. But you know what VCU had to deal with this week?
What?
Coach distractions. BS distractions. Because the coach is going to UVA and everybody knows it.
To the bracket.
I'm just saying, dog, I'm worried.
But I need
got
I need
concerns.
you to stick to the bracket.
All right, so you lost VCU, so you're now 5 and 4. You had Scotty, you are 6 and 4. Now we're in the Midwest. There were a lot of Midwest games last night.
Clemson.
You had Houston covered. Shout out to the Cougars. Shout out to Kelvin Sampson.
There we go.
Gonzaga covered. Shout out to the Bulldogs. Shout out to Mark Few. You had both of those 2 of 2. Clemson Tigers.
And they got me going forward 2 weeks.
Yeah, you had them going to the Sweet 16. So B loses his first Sweet 16 team.
No, I had them going to the.
That's the Sweet 16.
Sweet 16.
Yeah. You had Purdue beating High Point. That was a trendy upset. You were on the right side of that. You had Utah State taking out the Bruins. Doc Walker somewhere shaking his head at you.
Hey, man.
As is Logan Paulson and Adam Peters, I might add.
Hey.
And damn, you rarely talk about a random college basketball team, and you have talked about Wofford more than I've ever heard you talk about any other.
I didn't take them.
You didn't take them.
I was smart.
You were smart. All right. So I've completely lost track of how you've done.
Okay, so
you were 5 and 3 here.
1, 2, 3,
6
4.
and 4, 7, 8, and 5, 9 and 5. We working 9 to 5, 9 and 6, 10 and 6.
10 and 6.
All right. B Mitch in the gate with 10 points. Now we have my bracket. See a lot more red on my bracket, B. Damn. Okay. Here we go. I picked Auburn. Shout out to the War Eagle. 1-0. I picked Louisville, even though I later bet on Creighton, but I picked Louisville.
Yeah, 9 and 7.
I am 1 and 1. I picked Michigan. Shout out to me. I picked Yale. 2 and 2 in the South bracket. Then we go down south, or west rather. I picked Drake. I'm now 3 and 2. I picked UNCW into the Sweet 16. Oops. UNCW lost. I picked Arkansas and St. John's. So that's what? 5 and 3? 5 and 3 on the left side of the bracket. We go to the right side of the bracket. I had BYU and I had Montana. So I am 6 and 4. I believe you were 6 and 4 when we got to
the but
Midwest
I
region.
beat you by 1. You're 9 and 7. I'm 10 and 6.
You did a lot better. I have Houston. Then I had Georgia, even though I bet the other way. Then I had Clemson into the Sweet 16. Then I had High Point. Great. So that went poorly. And then I had UCLA and Tennessee. Now, I've only lost 2 Sweet 16 teams. You had only lost 1. If UCLA beats Tennessee, I'm gonna be in business though. That's gonna be a banger right there. If I get it. It's a lot of ifs.
Yeah.
I think I believe
2 of your teams gone. You got 2 teams going.
You have 1 gone.
Yeah.
A lot of football left.
I'm beating you.
I believe his name is Mick Cronin, head coach of the UCLA Bruins. I believe I have that correct. He's a really good tournament coach. So I believe in the Bruins. I believe in Doc Walker. I believe in Logan Paulson. I believe in Tyus Edney. I believe in Adam Peters, and you don't.
You kissing up to all those guys. I care less.
You think Tyus Edney's listening to the program?
Hey, he might be.
Cameron Dollar?
Everybody listen.
All right, so I got 9 points. B has 10. Who do we have now? Professor Landini? It's so
Landfill rolling, boy.
All right, Landfill.
12 and 4. Woo!
Landfill got the first 4 right. Auburn, Creighton, Michigan, A&M. Damn. He had Drake, Texas Tech. He did pick Kansas to beat Arkansas. That's his first loss. Landfill started 6-0. And then St. John's. So he is 7 and 1 on the left side of your bracket. Had BYU and Wisconsin. Then he had Houston, but he had Georgia and Clemson, Purdue, whatever you prefer. Had Utah State. A lot of Bruin disrespect around here.
12-4.
That's good, Landini. Landini, what was your
Good
strategy?
shot there, Landfill.
Yeah, my strategy was I didn't like VCU, so I picked BYU. And I picked Kansas because Arkansas is a stupid name, but unfortunately that was a loser for me.
Why do you not like VCU? Because it's full of hipsters?
I think they get too much run. And I also picked Grand Canyon
Are you a Mason
today.
guy? Is that why you hate VCU?
No, I couldn't care any less about George Mason. I also picked Grand Canyon today to troll you personally, so I'm really hoping that one comes off. The program is in turmoil. I don't think the kids are going to be able to concentrate.
I'm fully aware of why you picked Grand Canyon.
You probably shouldn't have started the show off like that because he's going to eat you up now.
I want to be
You got
clear.
some more Nickelback to play today?
No more Nickelback.
Ooh.
If Maryland loses, I'm taking Monday off. Just letting the world know that. If they lose the second round, I might be able to persevere. If they lose today, y'all won't see me till Tuesday. Let the cluster buster know. When we come back, Jeff 2 Funnies bracket. See some red on here. Jeff also has very nice handwriting. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Pittman. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 the fam. John Walton's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Walton called the action last night. Big old Caps win, clinched a playoff spot.
Yeah.
They're going to be the 1 seed in the East.
They're the first team to clinch, right?
I believe. Is Winnipeg not clinched?
I thought they were the first team.
Okay. I believe you. We can ask Walton for clarification.
Yeah.
Winnipeg.
Well, I didn't say I think. I read it on TV when they were doing something this morning.
All right. Winnipeg has 100 points, and the Caps have 100 points. I think if the playoffs started today, they would play the Rangers in the first round. Maybe not. Maybe it would be the Canadiens. You ever been to Montreal?
No.
I've been once on I rode a bus.
Toronto.
I rode a bus to Montreal.
From where?
Here.
That's a long way. Isn't it?
Yeah, it was long. It was like we did these like college.
Toronto was fun though.
We did these college trips to Montreal to go skiing. All right, more brackets, baby. We have Jeff Two Funny's bracket. Jeff, would you like to get on a microphone just in case we insult you? Give you a chance to fire back. Jeff called the Auburn Tigers. Congratulations. Jeff had the Louisville Cardinals beating the Creighton Blue Jays. B, that was a battle of the birds.
Yeah.
Blue Jays proved more powerful. Blue Jays are mean-ass birds.
Yeah,
Dude. You ever seen them in your yard? They beef.
They go after birds.
Yeah.
All kind of birds. They'll chase big hawks and all that stuff.
They're
Till
kind
that hawk get tired of them.
gangster-ass birds. So Jeff is 1-1. Then he had the Michigan Wolverines and the Texas A&M Aggies. Jeff's 3 of 4. 3 of 1, yeah. We're in the West, down south, at the bottom.
Jeff 11-5.
Jeff called Drake. B, if you keep saying everything, we're going to have to come up with other segments. So let me go through them slow.
You're going to talk it anyway.
Drake.
You can't add up that quick.
I certainly can't. Drake, Texas Tech. Good job there, Jeffrey. Jeff had Kansas. Jeff, what was your process to pick Kansas over Arkansas?
I just thought Kansas would make it. They're blue blood school.
Profound. St. John's. VCU. VCU let you down, man.
Yeah. Local, I wanted, home teams.
B, can I ask you a question about Jeff?
Yep.
Jeff is a musician, right?
Yep.
He also is a producer?
Yep.
He should be well-versed in the audio arts, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he know to put the microphone next to his mouth?
It's right in front of my mouth.
Nah, it's like...
And I have a strong voice.
JP.
I got a pretty
That
strong
sounds much
voice.
better right there.
Yeah.
But it's like touching my lip. I gotta
Oh,
go
pause,
wash
dog.
I gotta go wash my face now.
I don't let it touch your lip.
Remind me
Have it
not to
close.
use that mic, dude. That mic,
Let me see if I can get that marking on it. I know it.
that mic is gross. Jeff had Houston and Gonzaga. He missed this whole sub-regional here. Clemson and High Point loses Clemson into the Sweet 16. Illinois and Kentucky haven't played yet. UCLA and Tennessee. All right, so Jeff is what, B?
11-5.
And he lost one Sweet 16 team. So far, I'm the leader in the clubhouse and lost Sweet 16 teams, so that's great. Now we have White Brian, who writes like a legit fifth grader. And
And what name did he put?
Yo, he wrote White Brian on his sheet, which is just tremendous. Just really, White Brian, I appreciate people that lean into who they are, and you're doing it, pal. White Brian started hot. Auburn, Creighton, Michigan, A&M, 4-4. Then he had Mizzou because he believes in the SEC, and Mizzou lost. Texas Tech to beat the UNC Wilmington Seahawks, won that one. Kansas, and then the Johnnies. So he is 6 of 8, no Sweet 16 teams lost yet. He had BYU. He had the Mormons over the hipsters in BYU versus VCU, but he had the Montana Grizzlies. White Brian, you are our college basketball insider, and I believe you said you loved Montana in that game. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Money Williams let me down.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
didn't,
money wasn't money yesterday, dog.
they didn't even cover. They were
No,
getting
they
16
did
and a
not.
half and lost
But
by
they were
19.
in it for a while, and then the
Yeah,
wheels fell off at the end.
You know what in it gets you? Nothing. Houston, Gonzaga. You had Clemson and High Point, like many of us. You had Clemson in the Sweet 16. You lost all those. More UCLA disrespect. You had Utah State, the Fighting Bobby Wagners. Utah State lost, but you had Tennessee. So White Brian finishes what, B? 1, 2,
He's 10-6.
10-6. So Is Jeff the leader right now?
No, Landfill is.
Landfill's got 12.
Landfill
Jeff's got
12
11.
and 4, Jeff 11 and 5. Brian and I 10 and 6.
I'm the
You are
loser.
9 and 7.
Perfect. That's
Yeah.
my boy Rudy, who I love, and runs this big old pool, right? And he's like, "Yo, you're not getting in my pool." I said, "No, I'm terrible at these, and I'm going to stop doing them, except for this one. This is the one I'm doing."
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Heavy Metal Chris. No surprise, because he actually wrote Metal Chris on his thing, and his handwriting is very metally.
He got
yeah.
look like somebody from Kiss wrote his name.
I don't know, but I think we might have a new loser, or at least tied with me.
Nah.
Chris had Auburn, and then he lost all of the rest of the South bracket. He had Louisville, San Diego, and Yale. Chris putting Yale into the Sweet 16. Chris, you don't strike me as an Ivy Leaguer, bro.
No, you're not.
Another audio guy that is unable to speak into a microphone. What a world we live in. All right, we're going to keep going because I got a break. Yeah, Missouri. He did not call Drake to beat Missouri. He got Texas Tech, Arkansas, St. John's. Of course, Chris had the hipsters in VCU. They lost. He had Scotty correctly. Houston, then he lost Georgia. Good call on McNeese State, Chris. And then he had Purdue, UCLA, and Tennessee. Chris only lost one Sweet 16 team, and it was Yale.
Yeah.
How about that?
And he's 10 and 6 as well.
The real reason is
So am I indefinite last? Great. When we come back, John Walton joins the show.
Good morning, everyone. The Great Eight with number 888.
And then Rienstein gets the shot through, rebound, he scores! Alex Ovechkin on the rebound! Airship went down! It's 888 for the Great Eight!
John Walton of the Cole heard here on the Fan as Ovechkin is 7 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky, and the Capitals were 3-2 victors over the Flyers. With the win, the Caps officially punched their ticket to the NHL playoffs for what is a 34th time in the last 42 seasons. Today, the NCAA tournament continues on the men's side. Yesterday, 12-seed McNeese State upset 5-seed Clemson 69-67. 11-seed Drake's dream season moves to 31-3 with a 67-57 win over 6-seed Missouri. Today, the action starts at 12:15 from Raleigh. Now locally 16-seed Mount St. Mary's. In their winningest season in more than 3 decades of Division I basketball, they take on vaunted top seed Duke at 2:50. Cooper Flagg, injured in the ACC tournament, will play for the Blue Devils. 4-seed Maryland gets their dance going against Grand Canyon at 4:35. You can listen on the Team 980. And today the women's tournament gets going. Both Maryland and George Mason will play tomorrow. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shot.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. I heard you were talking to people that know Scotty the other night.
Yeah, trying to get it in Virginia.
I think Dudley's has it.
I need Scotty. I gotta call Scotty. I gotta get Scotty connected with my man. He wants it over at his Italian restaurant.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do they have Scotty's here? I'm looking.
I don't know.
Scotty, you in MGM?
I thought he was trying to talk to him over here at one point.
He should. So I just checked my MGM.
Scotty, I'm gonna be giving you a call today, brother.
All right. Landville, Walton's ready. He says he is ready. So call him again. We're going to get John Walton here in just a moment. We have more brackets to grade here. I'm trying to convince Jeff to go get us a pizza. He's not listening. Unfortunately, my MGM card only has 63 cents
You
on
can't let's get a piece of pepperoni with that.
one single piece of shredded mozzarella cheese, please. All right, John Walton joins us now, the voice of the Washington Capitals. You can follow him at John Walton PXP on the Rude Guest Hotline. John, another game, another big win for the Washington Capitals, and they have clinched the playoffs. How are you, sir?
Doing well, and clinching playoffs and being the first team to do so after last year being the last team to do so on the very last game of the year, and about 3 minutes left in the third period. So much different this time. The Capitals are the first team since 1980 to be the last team to clinch the year before and the first the following year. So a lot of improvement. Win over Philadelphia, 46 on the year, and still got a chunk of games left here. So got 13 to go. So very, very optimistic that this will truly be one of the best teams in terms of standings points the Capitals have had in 50 years of hockey here.
You look at this team right now, John, a lot more guys on the team that are more effective, which I think makes it harder for other teams to defend them. Do you see the same where you have multiple guys being able to score at any time?
Yeah, I mean, B-Mitch, that's really the hallmark of this team is, Alex Ovechkin's been able to keep scoring, but Alexei Protas is a goal away from 30 and a breakout season for him. Connor McMichael has a shot of getting toward 30. You've got Tom Wilson for the first time in his career at 30 goals. Yeah. So they've got a lot of guys that are scoring a lot of different ways and a lot of different places. They've gotten a lot of offense from the blue line, too. And Jacob Chikrin's got 18 goals. I mean, as a defenseman, if you get to 20, that's a big number. So they've scored more goals than any team in the league. They're the best third-period goal-scoring team in the league. That'll win you a lot of games. So they're doing it a lot of different ways. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. I got to keep drinking the hot tea and have the throat lozenges because they certainly may give me a little bit of a workout, but I'll take it. It's been a lot of fun.
I love that. One stat that I've made a point of kind of keeping an eye on this year because the hockey hipsters last year were such jerks about the Caps getting in with a negative goal differential. And listen, last year's Caps team wasn't great. They just had absurd goaltending the second half of the season, and they snuck in as an 8 seed, right? The current 8 seed projection would be Montreal. They have a minus 17 goal differential. So everybody that gave them a hard time last year, just shut up. That's what the 8 seed is generally. But this year, the Caps are plus 73. John, you've called these games for a long time. You've seen this hockey team during all of its eras in the OV time. Does this hockey's a crazy sport? I'm not talking about the playoffs. You never know what the hell is going to happen. But does this seem like maybe the best team of all these teams?
It's tough to compare. I mean, I think in terms of just raw firepower, I mean, if you look at the President's Trophy winners in 2016, 2017, I mean, the crazy thing is, and this is how crazy hockey is really, if we really get down to it, the Caps' best team in that era wasn't 2018. It really wasn't. Like, they were a better team in 2016. I think they were a better team in 2015. And they were kind of getting to the end of the arc there. It's like, they're down 2-0 to Columbus. I mean, at the beginning of that 2018 playoff, it felt like they might be done rebuild and, start over maybe. And they end up winning the whole thing. So some of it is bounces and some of it is just raw offense. I mean, when TJ Oshie was getting 30 goals and Alex was getting 50 and Nick Backstrom was getting 100 points, that's a very, very good hockey team. And Barry Trotz's time here, that seemed to be a regular thing. Spencer Carberry has this team in the truest sense of the word. This is a wonderful team to be around. There isn't a Connor McDavid or a Leon Draisaitl or that really, really top-end guy. I mean, Alex was that guy, but, at 39, he's not that guy anymore. But he is contributing to the cause, and so is everybody else. And forwards 1 through 12 and defensemen 1 through 6 and both goalies, they're ready to go to war. Spencer Carberry used almost those exact words yesterday before the game. We're ready for it, and that's how they win games because it's a different person every night. So in terms of best team in the team sense, yeah, they might be. In terms of like offense, it's maybe a little bit more of a gray area, but they're fun. They really care for each other. I've never seen a tighter group of guys, and I've been here 14 years. I've never seen anything quite like it. They play for each other. They pull for each other, both goalies, regardless who's playing. The other guy's their biggest cheerleader sitting on the bench. I mean, it's just a lot of fun. And if team has anything to do with it, and B-Mitch, you know that. I mean, you got a close group of guys. You can accomplish a lot. That's what I think we're hoping for here.
Yeah. We're talking with our friend John Walton, Caps play-by-play. You can hear his call of the games right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can follow John at John Walton PXP. John joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Well, and John, one thing that I'm really interested. Listen, they're playing good hockey in Raleigh right now. The Canes have won 8 in a row. The Panthers look really good. You got the Leafs and the Lightning. Like that other side of the bracket's going to be good. The next 2 games are serious bangers. You got Florida, defending Cup champs, coming to town tomorrow at 5:00. We're all going to be locked in on college hoops all weekend, but you got to watch that game tomorrow at 5.
Oh, yeah.
And then you go to Winnipeg Tuesday night. Panthers are leading in the Atlantic Division. Winnipeg is tied with Washington in this President's Trophy chase. Each have 100 points. What do you want to see these next 2 games?
I think a lot of structure. I mean, at the end of the game last night against the Flyers, Spencer Carberry wasn't very happy with the way it went. They got away from some of their details, and the Flyers looked like they were going to just roll over and be finished, and they weren't. They came out firing in the third, and they're a proud team, and the Caps weren't as ready for that as they probably needed to be, and they end up out shooting them 17-2 and kind of had them on the ropes there at the end. So I think that when you look at that, you want to have everybody playing their best hockey down the stretch, and you really want to do it against the best teams. But I think when you're playing Florida, and certainly on Tuesday in Winnipeg, that is arguably the biggest regular season game, not just for Washington, but in the NHL schedule as a whole. That's best on best. They're the two best teams in the league. It's not particularly close. It's going to be in Winnipeg. The Jets got them here in D.C., like a little bit of payback and get a win on their rink. That's going to be a fantastic game. So I think just being able to continue to produce offense, to continue to play good defensive hockey, goaltending. I think Logan Thompson's going to get a little bit more here down the stretch. I think he could very well get these next two. Charlie's from Minnesota, and the Wild are up next on Thursday. I would think Charlie's going to get that one, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if Logan got the next two. These games are big, and he's got 30 wins, and in a lot of ways he's been the hot hand to take nothing away from Charlie. But Logan is the guy who's 30-4, and these are games that you really want to lock down, and you want him playing his best hockey as we come down the stretch here too. So a lot to look for, I think, but you're right. Big game against the Panthers, the defending champs in town, and the Caps have handled them pretty well so far this year. They've beaten them twice. Hopefully they can do it again, and then we'll head to Winnipeg.
John, this thing is getting down to the wire. Alex scored again. It's at 7 now for breaking the record. Are you thinking this thing can happen?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think that when you look at the
7 with 13 to play,
yeah. I mean, it's right on the edge. I mean, if you're handicapping, like, when does it happen? Like, this is not going to happen in the month of March. It's probably not happening at the beginning of April either. This is getting down to those last couple of games, which incredibly, game 82 for this team. When if you took the math, you say, okay, 0.5, 0.55 per game, whatever it is, you're getting down to really that last game of the year. Fellas, the last game of the year is in Pittsburgh. Can you imagine a world where he gets 895? He does it in Pittsburgh with Sidney Crosby sitting there on the other side. I mean, it's at least a possibility when you get down to the end. I really want to see it happen at home. I know everybody wants to see it at home, but if you extrapolate it out, you look at those last three games, like, okay, well, you got a home game or two in there, but they're the last game. Let's try and get it before game 82. That would be good for everybody, I think.
Yeah, dude, I still think I'm clinging to the last home game against Columbus, and I know that leaves him too short, but it would be his first ever goal is against Columbus, and then he breaks the record against Columbus, and it would be at home. I don't know why, but I just feel some level of synchronicity with that. And then I wonder if he does get it early, do you think they let him sit a little going? How do hockey teams handle, like in our world in football, you want to keep everybody fresh, but if you've clinched everything, by the time you get to the end, maybe you give guys a little bit of a break. How does hockey handle that?
It's different, but that particular, like at the end, the only real version of load management would be, and Alex has done this in years past. I remember it's probably 8 or 9, could be even 10 years ago now. We were in St. Louis, and we had a game. It was the year of the big snowstorm. We had like 20 inches of snow, and a couple of games got wiped out. And one of those games got pushed to the end of the year. And poor Anaheim had to fly here from Orange County for one game on the last day of the year, which was not great for them. But we were in St. Louis, and the Caps were coming home, and it was a back-to-back, and Ovi was sitting on 47 goals. And they say, he likes sitting out that last one if he's got, numbers are squared away. But he's like, he needs 3 for 50. I think he's probably going to be playing in these last 2. And he goes out in St. Louis and gets a hat trick in about 25 minutes and took game 82 off. I was like,
I love that.
There's nothing more Ovi than that. So he ends up with 50. You could look at the end of the year, and for anybody with bumps and bruises, not just Alex, but anybody where you've got everything wrapped up, if you're got any nagging injuries or anything, you need a little bit of extra healing time, you'll see some guys sit. And I think that's going to happen. I mean, the Caps, they've already clinched. So the only thing left is really division title, home ice through second round, third round, hopefully all the way through. I fear not the President's Trophy. I know a lot of fans do. I said, listen, I would rather them have home ice for 4 rounds and being able to have that extra home game if they need it. So, and be playing the right way. But having said all that, I think you will see some guys get rested just because it's a long year, and you may see a little bit of that down the stretch, but mainly just if guys are injured, not so much for just load management, just to have a night off.
All right.
Well, load management is an NBA thing, and it's junk. And hockey guys are the opposite. Neil Greenberg, a friend of the program.
If anybody needs it, hockey guys need it.
Yeah, they actually need it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you know Greenberg, John. Neil Greenberg's friend of the program. He just tweeted out, Ovechkin watch is at 888. I have the most likely games for him to break the record. April 6th at the Islanders, April 12th at Columbus, April 10th at home against the Hurricanes, April 13th at home against the Blue Jackets, April 2nd at the Hurricanes. And Greenberg's model allows 15% chance it doesn't happen this year. Do you feel like it happened? I had been steadfast that I thought it was happening, and then when he didn't get one against Detroit the other night was the first time I had a little bit of pause.
It is, I mean, listen, it's a hard thing for anybody to do at any point, even for the NHL's top players to put those kind of numbers together in a stretch. And he's trying to do it at 39 years of age. Yeah, there's a chance it doesn't happen. But everything that he has been throughout his career has been about rising to the occasion. And I thought last night, you know, Flyers are a team that he's always played well against. So he ends up getting that first period goal. He finds a way. He's got 52 goals against Philadelphia in his career. That's just insane.
Wow.
But second most in any single team that he's faced. But when you look at the teams that are coming up, there are a couple back-to-backs. The Columbus home and home. You got a game at Boston, at Carolina. You got to keep plugging away. I think when you look at it big picture, go, wow, not sure, we'll see. But when you look at it game by game, say, you know what? Big man just needs a goal tonight. And if he gets it, then the pressure's off. He's feeling better about things. I think you could see that last night where it's, you know, been a couple games and the meter's running and you're coming down to the end of the season, but you could see the relief, I thought, as much as the jubilation is like, hey, all right, got one, 888, let's go. And I think that's, you know, the way it's going to be the rest of the way. You know, whatever game it ends up being, wherever you are in that night, that's all you can control in one night. If you can get any night you can get a goal, you're one closer, and it also affords you the opportunity of having a game where you don't get one, and it's okay. And I think we just play that game from now until mid-April.
John, we will be listening for this Panthers game and then definitely that Winnipeg game. I can't wait for that. I've told my wife that we're going to watch Caps play Winnipeg, and boy, is she excited. Real quick, though, I have two non-hockey things to ask you about, Walton. One, how's your bracket looking? Now, we used to have a Caps player on every week. I'm aware there's a fantasy football league in that dressing room. I am guessing there's a bracket in that dressing room. Of course, no cash ever exchanges hands. But how's the brackets looking? How excited are the boys for this time of year with hoops?
The guys, I think, are pretty excited. You know, one of the rights of hockeydom come springtime are NCAA brackets, and Masters pools are pretty popular as well. So those things are happening. I'm ashamed to say that I did not do a bracket this year. I know absolutely nothing because I never get a chance to really sit down and watch. I did happen to notice we've got Katie Florio, our studio host, is a Clemson grad. I do know that the Tigers did not fare well. I do know that.
They scored 13 points and won the whole half, John.
Yeah, I saw the Clemson Tiger mascot shaking his head sideways, and so we did have a little fun at Katie's expense on that. But other than that, I know nothing. I know less than nothing, and I depend on people like you guys to tell me what's up.
Well, guess what, John? We don't know anything either.
Yeah, I watch a lot, John. I watch a lot, and I'm last in our pool right now. So
that's the way.
Nobody knows.
I used to do it a lot. Like I used to run the pool when I was in Hershey. I used to run the bracket there, and I never came close to winning. So I don't know. Maybe knowledge isn't powerful anyway, but
it might not be. All right, this is the last thing, and I'm gonna confess something. Left hand up. I am an idea guy. I am very rarely an execution guy. So I talk about stuff and get excited and then just completely forget and go a different direction. I'm like a child in a field that sees a butterfly. I just run the other way, right? However, I actually followed through on something, and it's related to John Walton.
And what's that?
John, do you remember?
I'm terrified.
Don't be terrified. I think you'll be excited.
Okay.
I believe it was last week when you were kind enough to give us a few minutes for NBC4, and we did that interview. And you mentioned fly fishing. That, you know, you grew up in Minnesota, right? Growing up, you like to go fly fishing. some of the boys on the team like to go fly fishing, and
Yes.
nobody knows where to go fly fishing in the DC area.
Okay.
Well-
You've discovered a place to go fly fishing.
Not exactly. No, what I told you was I have a buddy. Shout out to my friend Steve Lynn, who goes fly fishing all the time. I see it on his Instagram page.
Uh-huh.
And I actually followed up with Lenny. I said, yo, can you shoot me an email about the fly fishing stuff so I can send it to the Caps guys? And I mean, sometimes the universe knows what it's doing. He literally emailed me this morning at 11 as you were joining the program. So otherwise, I would have completely forgotten, never forwarded the email. But I now have this email to forward to you. Would you like to tell me your email address over the air to probably thousands of people listening, or would you prefer to text it to me?
I think texting would probably be good there. I get enough junk email as it is, but yeah, let's do that. And I'm happy to share with my outdoor enthusiast Charlie Lindgren on that. He is.
I think it's a
Mr.
place
Flyfish.
out towards Front Royal.
So here's what
Greg. I think Greg does it.
Here's what I can tell you. There's a book, Washington D.C. area. Now, John, I'm gonna confess something. I know nothing about. This is trout fishing. Is that what you're looking for?
I mean, it can be.
Okay.
I think the fly fishing part. I don't know that I'll have to get whatever. I mean, where we come from, where Charlie and I come from, it's walleye. But there's
I don't think we got walleye here,
at Front Royal. So
yeah. You're looking for the Rose River or Susie Q Escataba Farms. I'm going to send you the email. Thank you for your time, Walton. Appreciate it, brother.
You're truly a details man, JP. I appreciate that.
That's the great John Walton. Give him a follow at John Walton PXP. When we come back, we got brackets, baby. Yeah. Vandal.
Good morning, everyone. Well, do you have your dancing shoes on? Today, the men's and women's tournaments will be ongoing simultaneously. On the men's side, it gets rolling in Raleigh, where Mississippi State and Baylor will meet in an 8-9 matchup at 12:15. 2-seed Alabama meets up with Robert Morris at 12:40. 3-seed Iowa State battles Lipscomb at 1:30. And 5-seed Memphis is an underdog against 12-seed Colorado State at 2. Now locally, 16th seed Mount St. Mary's hopes to be Cinderella against 1-seed Duke. Blue Devil star Cooper Flagg will play. And 4-seed Maryland gets their tournament going against 13-seed Grand Canyon with a 4:35 tip. You can listen on the team 980. And on the women's side, locally, both Maryland and George Mason will play tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
It's on by.
Damn fly. Let's have a conversation, Brian.
Let's do it.
I know Jimmy Kempski. Jimmy's a good dude. Jimmy writes for the Philadelphia Voice. And Jimmy's a big guy. I wonder if he played on some level, high school, college, something. But Jimmy and I both share a first name. We're both named James. And we may have an ability to needle the other team's fan base. I got Eagles people love being in my mentions. I know that. Here's Jimmy Kempski's look at the Washington Commanders free agency. Philadelphia Voice, if you'd like to read it. The Commanders certainly made some choices with all that cap space they had to spend. Now that we're more than a week into NFL free agency and the action around the league has stalled out a bit, let's grade each of the NFC East teams' free agency periods. Players gained. Debo. The Commanders traded a 5th-round pick to the 49ers for Samuel and were roundly praised for that move. Why? First, let's examine Samuel's career receiving production. Everybody's familiar with the stats. I'm going to keep reading here. Samuel was a legitimate star player in 2021. He had 77 catches for 1,400 yards, a lofty 18.2 YPC, and 6 touchdowns as a receiver. He added 365 yards and 8 touchdowns on 59 carries, averaged 6.2 yards per carry. He was named first-team All-Pro, and he was asked to be traded the following offseason, but instead signed a contract extension to stay in San Fran. Debo spoke yesterday, said Washington was one of the 5 teams. I'm adding parenthetically here. He said Washington was one of the 5 teams he told the Niners he'd be traded to. Mentioned it's a little closer to home. He's from South Carolina. It's a little closer to home than the West Coast. I'm going to skip ahead. He does mention that Debo choked out the Niners kicker when he missed 3 field goals. What was your take on that, B?
Normally you don't touch people, but I would say that kicker had to say something. He probably said something to him, which a lot of times I would never say nothing to the kicker because that's not an easy job. But if he said something to him and the kicker came back with something smart, that probably agitated it.
Pardon me. He yelled at the kicker, and then the long snapper stood up for the kicker, and Debo kind of
choked out the
like punch, smush, choke out move. What I've learned is I have covered a team that had a sideline fist fight between 2 dudes that were close. Sometimes just tempers flaring.
Things happen in football.
Moments. Yeah.
And this dude writes in Philly, he's shut the hell up.
Kempski's a good dude.
But he got enough stuff. His team goes at each other. What do you say about that?
He does. He'll call it straight.
Yeah.
But this is a tough look right here. And so the low point for Samuel this season was a Week 15 matchup against the Rams. At that point, I think the Niners were still clinging to hope of making the playoffs. And Debo that week had complained about getting more targets. Purdy hits him on a slant. Ball's where it needs to be, and he just dropped it. Okay, things happen. Samuel has to be traded. All right, I'm reading again. As noted above, the cost for the Commanders was a mere 5th-round pick. And surely, if you look at folks grading this trade, the Commanders are going to get high marks. I mean, Debo Samuel for a 5th-round pick? Sure, do it. Except the 5th-round pick matters much less than the $17 million the Commanders are going to pay Samuel this season. If Samuel were a free agent, the Commanders signed him to a 1-year deal worth $17 million. Many of the same people praising the trade would probably call that an overpay. I'm not sure I agree with it in a world where De'Ami Brown gets 10.
Yeah.
But I'm reading. Is Samuel better than the 2024 Commanders receivers like De'Ami Brown and Olamide Zaccheaus? Sure, I guess. The Commanders entered the 2025 offseason loaded up with cap space, but it was unwise for an ascending team to use a healthy chunk of their spending money on a whiny, declining 29-year-old receiver who had one great season 4 years ago. What do you say, B?
I say this dude, I don't know why he would be so concerned about what's happening here in D.C. when he has the whiniest of all receivers in his own team. And I think that this is a 1-year deal. They signed the deal, and if he goes out and he plays what he does, what he's capable of at his highest, they can do whatever they want after that. If they doesn't, then they keep moving forward. But they didn't have to go break the bank this year for a receiver. He wasn't brought here to be an answer. He was brought here to be an addition. And I think a lot of the guys that he replaced, yes, he's better than them. He does more than they do. You know, overall, I think it was a positive move for Washington. I don't think it was nothing negative at all. But receivers are whiny.
Yeah, dude.
All over the damn league. So, but his receiver whines about every damn thing all the time.
I don't even care about the Philly aspect of this. There are things with the Debo move you can question, right? I texted with somebody, the salary cap maneuvering, the guaranteeing of the cash actually helps Washington, and Debo feels more appreciated. That's a win-win.
That's all it is.
If you want to say Debo's had one great season. 2 years ago, he was quite good on a team that went to the Super Bowl, I would add.
Mm-hmm.
There are flaws. There are things you can point to that
you can point to things with every player in the league.
What I don't point to, dude, is a receiver going in the media. Like, I think because of I think the best two receivers in Washington since 2000 are Santana Moss and Terry McLaurin. I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying that.
No.
I think Washington has been, I don't use this word frequently. I think people use it far too frequently and it just becomes insincere, but I'm going to say it seriously here. Washington has been blessed to have Santana and then Terry as their two best receivers over the last 20 years. Why? Because they're mature adults.
True. Totally.
Generally at that position, that's not what you get.
By no stretch of the imagination.
Receivers tend to be kind of nuts.
They are nuts. They're out there. But
they want the ball all the time.
Though, Jay. What's the little saying about if you don't throw rocks and you live in a glass house?
Yeah.
If his team didn't have whiny ass brats, you have a right to say what you want to say. But he has a bunch of whiny brats too. You know what I mean?
Who do you think the best receiver in football is? Jamar Chase?
Yeah.
He likes talking.
Oh, he talks a lot.
You think Tyreek Hill has his head like is that dude locked in? Does he strike you as
not completely
the type that's going to church every Sunday? Like,
no.
Receivers are different, man. Receivers and DBs are different. And
yes.
They're both exceptionally cocky. Receivers have the advantage of every rule going their way. I don't worry about receivers being receivers. The Debo thing, I think it's a win for the organization.
Yes.
Now, Jimmy also writes about Laramie Tunsil. Commanders got Tunsil and a 4th rounder this year. The Texans got a 3rd and a 7th this year and a 2nd and a 4th next year. So I'm reading now from Kemsky. If you cancel out the 4th round picks, the Commanders basically gave up a 2, 3, and a 7 for Tunsil, who will also count for $21 million on the Commanders cap each of the next 2 years. Is Tunsil better than guys like Brandon Coleman and Cornelius Lucas, who both started games at left tackle for Washington last season? Sure. But he will also turn 31 before week 1, and he led the NFL in penalties last season. Also, isn't it at least a little bit of a red flag that the Texans were willing to deal Tunsil when they have a 3rd-year franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud, who had a down year in 2024, partly because he did not get good protection from his offensive line? Brian Mitchell answers that exact question when we return.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day profit boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. And what's the team that big Mitch sister say, JP, today? Bryant is going to be that underdog for you today. Take him. Take him on the money, on the straight money line and see what you can get. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required as well. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Party rock, baby. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. We're live. MGM National Harbor Tap Sports Bar. Just got some chicken wings. Those chicken wings are banging. That hot honey, man.
Yeah.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to be giving away Nats opening day tickets, baby. If you're looking to go to opening day, it's next Thursday. Looks like nice clear weather, a little brisk, but brisk is all right.
We'll be at Tap 99, right?
Apparently, we will be at Tap 99.
Yeah.
They have Kicking It with B. Mitch on tap.
They do.
At Tap 99.
And we right next door to Kilman's. They got those little chocolate macadamia.
You're killing me with those, man. B. Mitch is not a sweets guy, and all of a sudden he's just swimming in
I love
macadamia
caramel.
nuts.
I love macadamia nuts. So go with it.
I believe you. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Toby Altizer has arrived, and he just professed, I have no information, and yet he's going to be our update guy. Now, we're gonna react to Toby's bracket here in a bit. We got more brackets to come.
Yeah.
College Hoop's about to start a little less, about 20 minutes from now. But I wanted to finish this thing out from Kemsky. Kemsky's a good writer. He knows what he's doing. Philadelphia Voice, if you want to read the piece. I will ask the question one more time, B.
Mm-hmm.
This is about Laramie Tunsil. Isn't it at least a little bit of a red flag that the Texans were willing to deal Tunsil when they have a third-year franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud, who had a down year in 24, partly because he did not get good protection from his offensive line? So you say what, Brian?
I say that the offensive line sucked, not the left side.
The guard that ironically Philly just traded for was awful.
That's what I'm saying. They traded for the guard who was awful.
Kenyon Green, I believe.
And he's trying to knock the guy that Washington got.
If I had to come up with a red flag about the trade, I think it's kind of weird for a guy to get traded twice. A guy that's a stud to get traded twice.
Not necessarily the news. I don't follow it.
I'm just saying that to me is more of a question.
Well, the thing about it is, like a lot of times people want to pay people at certain times. When you're 31 years old, you're still playing, they may not want to pay him the money that he probably could command. And I think I look at the way he's played in Houston. I don't see no reason to get rid of him. You watch the way he's been over the time he's been there. He's been a damn good player. So when you trade me, like I don't read into why things happen because I've seen so much BS go on in football. I've seen so many things happen, and the outside world will think this is the reason because we basically have a conspiracy about everything. But when you really get into it, sometimes people just make moves. They just make them. But the whole thing about it is Washington had to get bigger and better on offensive line and defensive line. I think they've done that. Is he better than Coleman and Leno? What Leno? What's that to do? Lucas. Yes, he's better. And you have to make that move. So, but I'm serious. I know this is a guy you know, but I have issues with people in other towns trying to poo-poo on what other people do that they see who's coming. When they just made moves that are very similar, but he's not addressing that. Is he talking about how horrible that guard is?
I don't know. Maybe. I love the Debo move. I've been real clear on that one. And I think you get your cornerstone left tackle for a second and a fourth that you know can play the position.
Mm-hmm.
You're banking on health. He's largely been very durable.
Yeah.
O-lineman, I think where you have to worry about declining with age is generally as it relates to speed.
These games already started?
No.
Oh, that's women.
That's women.
Okay. I'm like, what the hell? I'm looking at points on the board up here,
no.
But I don't see the game on TV. Okay, I'm good. No.
I think when you're talking about your concern with aging players, I think that generally reflects more on speed. O-lineman can play till – I mean, how old is Trent?
Oh, wait, Trent about what, 35, 36 now?
He was drafted in 10.
Big Ray played that he was 40, 42.
Right, like O-linemen typically have
they
serious
play
longevity.
Yeah, they play years, man. And listen,
Trent turns 37 in July.
There are people that have not gotten past that 30-year-old threshold. And that 30-year threshold has always been for skill positions for the most part. When you start looking at the bigger guys, they play forever, dog. Yeah. And, so there are guys on the Eagles team right now that they play. But it's amazing. See,
I mean, how old is Lane Johnson?
Lane Johnson has been playing forever. But I'm gonna take it back. So here we go, Jay. You didn't
Lane
see
Johnson turns 35 in May.
none of these articles came out last year about Washington, year before last about Washington, because Washington was not a problem. They wasn't a threat to anyone. All of a sudden, when they become a threat, now people want to find ways to begin to bash them. And that is where I don't give people credence. They may be great writers, great at
Now,
their job.
he does an NFC East review on this specifically, but I do think you're right in the conversation around. Dude, I saw Keyshawn Johnson a couple days ago, and I wish I remember. I think Nate tweeted this out. Keyshawn said on the Fox Sports 1 show, like the whatever one of their yell shows is in the morning. I think it was whatever show it is. If the Commanders don't get to a Super Bowl this year, it's a failure because they were in the NFC title game last year. That's just so patently incorrect. You know what I'm saying?
You got to realize who you're dealing with. Keyshawn has always said outlandish BS.
Right.
Getting there and to get to where you got last year, a lot of great things have to work for you. It don't automatically mean it's going to happen the next. And that's what real people who talk real football and sports understand. You get there one year, it doesn't automatically mean you're going the next year. You got to get better. You can't have a lot of injuries, and you know how I am about the injury thing, but that scares the hell out of me sometimes. When a team go through a year, they don't have many, I'm worried about the next one. Because 9 times out of 10 in this league, you don't have complete health for year after year after year. It doesn't go like that. So.
Right. Yeah, dude. Every year is its own entity. Every week is its own entity.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? Like in the NBA, you can pencil the Nuggets in for they're a title contender because they have Jokic, right? Because it's 5 players on the court. You got 53 dudes. You got 45 guys. You got legitimately 35 dudes playing at least half of your snaps every week.
Yeah.
And damn near every week, you have probably a season-ending injury, if not a dude's out for a month. Like, it's just a constant evolution. Constant. So to surmise any one thing, like to me, I got asked this on All Ears the other night, B. What should be reasonable expectations for Washington this year? My belief is when you land a quarterback, when the Saints had Drew Brees, when the Chargers had Phillip Rivers, right? When you land a quarterback, and I don't care about the rankings, right? Like, I'm not saying he's top 5. I'm not saying he's top 8. Wherever he lands, Washington has a quarterback now. And generally, when you have a quarterback, you should be thinking about the divisional round of the playoffs.
There you go.
Once you get there, who the hell knows what happens?
There you go.
But that should be your expectation.
Yeah. But, like, man, listen, bro. I've listened to some of Keyshawn's shows. Him and Paul Pierce. Both of those dudes are trying to say the craziest thing they can say. I sit back, I look at it, and then I realize, okay, Keyshawn came to this league with a lot of expectations, right? Did he live up to them?
No.
Hell no.
Those
So I
tequila
don't wanna hear
shots.
that crap.
Those tequila shots at Beverly Hills with Paul Pierce did you in, though. I remember that. When we come back, we're giving away Nats tickets.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. CoachWooden.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. We are just about 15 minutes away from the opening tip-off of what is day 2 of the first round of the NCAA tournament. It all gets going in Raleigh today, where it'll be Baylor, the 9 seed, against 8 seed Mississippi State at 12:15. At 12:40, 2 seed Alabama takes on Robert Morris. At 1:33, seed Iowa State takes on Lipscomb. 5 seed Memphis is an underdog against Colorado State at 2 o'clock. Mount St. Mary's a 16 seed locally. They'll take on Duke in Raleigh at 2:50. Maryland plays Grand Canyon. The Terps a 4 seed in the tournament, a 4:35 tip. You can listen on the team 980. The women's tournament gets underway as well today, but both Maryland and George Mason will not play until tomorrow. Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. They instill love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to rising high school stars and experience the legacy of the Wooden Basketball Camps. Purchase online at CoachWooden.com. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Gone.
Memories all high noon in the District of Columbia. Game's about to tip off. We're about 10 minutes away. Or is that's women's? Okay.
That's women.
Yeah, that got me
Woo,
too, baby.
she's shooting up there.
They be getting us.
No, but it was getting me up here because I kept seeing scores.
Chris Nockey, Maryland basketball, going to join us in just a moment, but we're going to start giving away some Nats tickets. Opening day, less than a week out. Caller number 9 right now, 800-636-1067. You win opening day tickets to the Nats Thursday, March 27th against Philly. The first 20,000 fans get an opening day T-shirt. For the complete Nats schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Also, listen to Grant and Danny today at 4 o'clock for another shot to win. You can win Nats opening day tickets on the Junks at 8, us at noon, G&D at 4. Right now, we're going to the Rude Guest Hotline, and we're going to talk to our friend Chris Nockey. Chris, what's up, man? How's Seattle treating you?
Well, it's not raining. So
Okay.
that in and of itself is positive. It's been 2 days of dreary weather, but it's game day today, man. Let's go.
Well, here's
Fired up, Chris?
yeah. Are you fired up?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting on this game for a while, and there have been some distractions, and you got to, ultimately, they throw the ball up, you play 40 minutes, and see who's best.
So I made a promise to B Mitch. I don't know that you listened to our show, Nockey. I may have started the show screaming about some things.
He's a little upset.
But I promised B that I'm not going to talk to you about that because it's
Yeah.
game day and we're locked in, damn it.
And as you start looking forward towards the game, Chris, you mentioned there's some distractions. As a coach, how do you keep your guys focused on the main thing?
I think that job started months ago when you started practice, and you preach things like this on focusing on the next game, the next play, and you can't let the clutter and the noise ever get to you. And further, Brian, these guys, and this isn't particular to Maryland, these guys are all rentals now. It's a little bit different when you got guys, 3 or 4 years who are in the fabric of your university and your program. For better or for worse, these guys, not just in College Park, they're rentals, and they're playing for contracts. They're playing for money for next year, and I hope that these guys stick around. You hope that's the case. But I honestly, I think that you get used to tuning out the noise, whether it's social media stuff or what have you. And in this day and age, you just have to be able to do that.
That's such a good point, Nockey, because at some point we almost need to adjust how we even describe it. Like, These dudes are getting paid to play a sport. Like they're kind of already professional athletes.
Yeah.
And the assumptions of what professional athletes, you got to be able to block out the noise.
Yeah.
So these college kids, hey man, this is the world you wanted. You're getting paid.
Yeah, but they
Block it out.
They still are a little mentally not there, like some of these professional dudes are.
Yeah.
So that's where the coach
these
comes in
guys-
a little bit extra.
Yeah, maybe so. But these guys there's a lot on the line for them in a lot of ways. They've had a really good year. I think they really want to keep it going. There's a nice chemistry. And, you hope they're able to block out the noise. I guess we're going to find out here in a couple of short hours.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think Maryland tends to come out firing, and I think that's what we see. Naki, I feel like there's almost an elephant in the room with we talk about, oh man, all their losses are so close. Like it's unbelievable the bad luck. Do you think there's a little inability to close out games? Because all the losses are really close and they don't lose much, but when they do, it's at the buzzer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but one of the things that people don't talk about too are the wins they've been able to grind out, which effectively sort of counter that argument, JP, where they're, whether it's winning at home against a Wisconsin team where you're down 5 with 10 minutes to play, or closing out Rutgers when it's a 3-point game with 4 minutes to play. So they've been able to grind out games. I mean, honestly, they were beaten by 3 prayers this year. And it happens sometimes, but I think that they, particularly on the road, they were pretty steely-eyed, and they were able to close out games, even, the really close games on the road. I'm really not concerned about that part of it.
All right. I like to hear that. We're talking with our friend Chris Naki. You can give him a follow on X at XCoachNaki, Knoche. Of course, you can listen to him today. All Terps Hoops are on Team 980. It'll be Naki and Johnny Holiday out in Seattle for this call. This is maybe just a personal thing, Naki. I am really happy that they are the early game in Seattle. They're probably the first game of the day out there, right? Rather than having to wait around.
Surprisingly, would have thought that too, JP. I'm going to the Colorado State Memphis game as soon as I hang up with you. So
they're playing at 9 a.m.?
They played at 10:30 here.
10:30.
So 1:30 your time. But yeah, it starts early, and I don't need to tell you guys this. TV just dictates everything, man. And
sure.
I you got to give these Colorado State guys and Memphis guys credit because, they've come a long way to play a 10:30 a.m. game.
Wow.
Damn.
All right. So Maryland's the second game, even though it's a 1:30 local tip or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's start with what's always most important. How healthy are the Terps? Seems like everybody's good, right? Ready to rock?
Yeah, I mean, knock on wood, they did get, one of the small silver linings of the Big Ten tournament is one of their, I think, more important subs. Tafara Gapare looks to be completely healthy after dealing with illness and injury for about a month during the course of the season. He's going to help them on the front line, provide a little depth on that front line. So, yeah, everybody's healthy. They seem to be in a good place. I haven't spent a lot of time with them since we landed here, but I've visited with a few in the lobby. And, yeah, I mean, I think they're all excited about tipping off and excited about the draw. And I don't think anybody was excited about flying 6 hours to play, but it's first world problems, man. You're gonna have travel problems wherever you go. Just got to go play.
Yeah, that flight sucks though, man. I flew out there, I don't know, last year or something. So we got a healthy bunch. All the talk of Derek Queen. He's so young that we kind of forget that. How ready do you think he is for this stage?
Well, I mean, I think all you have to do is look at what he did in the Big Ten tournament. In the game against Michigan, the last game that the Terps lost at the buzzer, he single-handedly turned that game around. He had 31 points, and they're down 15 in the second half and on complete life support. And he was the guy, and he'll be the guy. One of the things, and I'm going to knock on wood here too, because one of the real improvements in his game is that he's been able to stay in the game. Foul trouble has not been an issue. He's learned to navigate his way around the hoop on both ends without fouling. And if he's able to play 28 or 30 minutes, this team they're hard to beat because the the complements they have on the outside. The perimeter guys have been very, very good this year.
Is the depth of this team good enough to make a run?
Well, that's kind of the $1 million question. But, I think one of the things you have to take into consideration of the length of these games be where, the CBS timeouts, the NCAA tournament timeouts are 3 minutes. In addition, you have these incredibly long replay reviews where the refs go and do that BS where they look at something for 6 minutes in 12 different ways. And so you got all these stoppages in the game. I think the starters are more than capable of playing 32, 34 minutes. They do need some guys to step up and play well, not necessarily score, just play well off the bench. And that would go a long way to ensuring a run here for sure.
For sure. What do we know about Grand Canyon?
People always ask me, isn't that a commuter school or a religious school? And
We've determined it's a fake college, if that helps.
Well, you know what? I know they have a huge online presence. It's a large university. They have, a lot of kids go to school down there in Arizona, and they've had a very good basketball program. The last 5 or 6 years, they've been legit. Bryce Drew, who's kind of a name brand for March Madness fans, is their coach, and they've got a bunch of guys who won a game in the tournament last year. They're going to be good. They'll come out and be completely unafraid. They got something to prove. So I expect that they're going to give the Terps their best shot. Now where they really live and die is they create a lot of turnovers and turn those into points. And Maryland's been pretty stingy with the basketball. Turnovers really have not been an issue over the course of the last couple of months for them. So that's kind of the interesting part of this game to watch, I think, is can Grand Canyon turn Maryland over?
Do they pressure? Because I think that game against Michigan State, I was concerned about that before the game. They were putting pressure on them. They got some turnovers on Maryland in that game. If Grand Canyon is the type of team that presses a lot,
I think both teams are going to pressure some. I think that Maryland really has had a good year playing full court, and I think you're going to see it on both ends. Now, some of that may be for tempo purposes, not necessarily to steal the ball, but I think that you're going to see, see a 94-foot game here for sure.
Gotcha.
How are we feeling today, Naki? I want to feel good, but I'm a Terp fan, man. I'm nervous to feel good.
Yeah, I think a lot of Maryland fans feel that way, JP. But I got to tell you, but this is my 26th year doing this. This team is just different, and I just felt different walking into like Penn State, where we just haven't won in forever. Walking in there, you felt like this is a different team, different makeup, different guys. Same thing about the Big Ten. I know we didn't win the Big Ten tournament. But we played our asses off up there for the most part. And there were a lot of really positive things to take out of that. And I feel the same way coming here to Seattle and with this group. I think there's a lot of confidence, some swagger, and a little humility as well. That's a good combination.
There you go.
Having good guards in the tournament is it is what matters most, perhaps. And I think
it's everything. It's everything, for sure.
And I love their guards. I love Gillespie.
Oh, yeah, he's had a great year. I was surprised he was only third team, all Big Ten. But then again, we're off the beaten path in the Big Ten. We're not going to get the love that a Purdue guard gets or a Michigan or Michigan State guard gets. So third team is actually pretty good for Kobe. He had a really great year, and he's a critical part of this game and a possible run, I think, as well. It is a guards game.
It is definitely a guards game. So you're going to go watch Memphis, Colorado State, dude.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's a mutual friend for all of us. Steve Sands, Colorado State Rams. I watched them in whatever conference they're in, conference championship. They can shoot. They can play, man. That's a dangerous 12 seed.
Well, they're very good. Their coach has 1 foot out the door. He's expected to take the Minnesota job the minute.
Well, let's
Colorado
hope he's
State.
the only one today that has 1 foot out the door.
Well, you know what? I mean, but that's across the board. I think that within the next 2 weeks,
I promise I wasn't going to bring it up. Naki brought it up.
I think there'll be a lot of guys moving over the course of the next 2 weeks. I just hope it isn't somebody in College Park.
Yeah, you and I both. You know what? We will persevere regardless.
Yeah. What'd you say, B?
How's your bracket? Is it holding up?
No, not really, but I didn't expect it would. I guessed right on Drake. I did not have McNeese, although I knew Clemson was very vulnerable. I wish I'd just gone against every ACC school except Duke. Predictably, it was an awful year for that league, and I expect Carolina will go down, and Duke will be the only one remaining there too.
Hey, Chris, because it became such a national story, what do you think of the Heels getting in?
It's kind of reeked of old boys being old boys,
100%.
and I also don't buy the crap about the chairman of the committee was outside the room when they discussed it.
I'm with you, Chris.
Just don't blow smoke up. That just it's crazy. It's crazy.
Chris, I said this. He's the chairman. Just because he leaves out the room, you don't think he has influence over the other people? I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my phone right here. I'm gonna listen to what you MFers say when I walk out this room.
Yeah, y'all better look. Make sure I'm happy when I come back in here.
Exactly. And you guys will all get that baby blue quarter zip in the mail.
Right. Talking with our friend Chris Naki here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Chris at xcoach Naki Knoche. You can listen to Chris and Johnny Holiday on the call this afternoon. It's going to be a fun day. I'm really excited. I'm going to try to control myself. I don't know that I'll really be able to, frankly. How do you feel about B and I had this conversation last week before the Big Ten tournament. And the question was, would you rather a Big Ten tournament title or a Sweet 16 appearance? And my answer was a Sweet 16, because if the Maryland program can get to next week, and perhaps some of the drama will be gone by then. Once one dude moves to Dallas, good luck. Keep the oil prices high, whatever. But next week, we then get a full week of Maryland being one of 16 teams that the entire country's talking about. And I just think that has such great value. But then as Maryland got close to the Big Ten title, I was kind of thinking otherwise. How do you feel about Maryland getting the next weekend?
So, yeah, I feel positive about it. I like this team, like I said. But to answer your question, there's not really a right answer, I guess, JP. I suppose you're right about the exposure and about the notoriety that you get, by being one of 16 teams remaining. And you get all those 3-4 days of hype. But I will tell you this regarding a Big Ten championship. A championship of any kind is worth something intrinsically that you just can't put a price on. I mean, I remember being the ACC tournament champions in 2004. And
yeah,
I mean, that was just such an incredible accomplishment, the 3 games in 3 days. And I'm sure I would have felt similarly had we done it in Indianapolis. Didn't happen. So it becomes kind of a moot point, but there's something about winning a championship, no matter where it is or how you did it. It's really, really special.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Hearing you say that, and then thinking about how I felt watching that 04 run, I wonder if and this just shows my age and whatever else it shows. If that question was ACC title or Sweet 16, I would have said ACC title in a second. Now I just need to recalibrate my brain. And
I told him to win the championship is winning the championship.
Yeah, it's legit. And by the way, on that point, when you watch the selection show, when you look at the teams that have at-large bids, like, Maryland, for instance, and they know they're going to get into the tournament, the selection show it's not ho-hum, but it's just sort of a matter of where are we going, Then look at the teams that had to play their way in and had to win 3 games in 3 days or 4 games in 4 days. That hits different. When you balled out and you accomplished that to get yourself into the tournament, that's when you get that feeling like, man, we just did it. And I just think it hits different when you qualify like that. But that's just me. I mean, I just think there's something about a championship that's really, really special.
Man, people our age think the same way, Chris.
Well, Naki, how about this? There's still a championship that could be won. Let's go get it.
Go get it.
Let's go.
Naki, enjoy Seattle. I hope it stays dry. Thank you for making time for us, bro.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Anytime, fellas. Talk soon.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
Chris Naki.
He about to go watch a game.
I know. Chris, I can't believe that. 9:30 in the morning. Chris Naki, Maryland radio broadcast. You can listen to those guys. Terps are on. Is it 4 or 4:30? Does anybody know? Maryland's
I don't
on this
remember.
afternoon, and you can listen to 4:35. Okay. You can listen to it on the Team 980. Johnny and Chris, they do a great job. It's a great broadcast. Been a great broadcast for years. I love those dudes. I appreciate Chris making time for us. It is March Madness, folks. This is the time of year. We got our first game. Baylor and Mississippi State have tipped off. Bulldogs versus Bears. Whoever it is you're looking for, whoever you think is cutting down the nets this March, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Whatever you're looking for today. You like Robert Morris getting a lot of points against Bama? What about Lipscomb, baby? Lipscomb's getting 14.5. Iowa State Cyclones might be without their best player. I kind of like Colorado State. They are favored over Memphis. And then if you want to bet on my Turtles, man, it's a big number, 10.5. It makes me nervous to lay that many points, but they're really good. You got a 1 seed playing today, Norfolk State, kind of local, plus 28.5. That's a big number. I'm kind of tempted by that. Whatever it is you're looking for, whatever the action, UConn, Oklahoma's a good game. Whatever it is, you can get it on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Mitch Tischler swears that Bryant University is going to win tonight. If you want Bryant on the money line, you're getting plus $1,000, depending where you're shot. I mean, that is crazy, man. Maybe you throw $20 on Bryant, see what happens. Whatever it is, if you bet $20 on the team you think wins it all, and they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Plus, you receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Make sure you check out all the Virginia and Maryland rules. You must be 21 plus. Odds are subject to change. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. First game of the second day of the NCAA tournament underway. About 14 minutes ago in the first half, 8-seed Mississippi State leading 9-seed Baylor 12-10 early action there. 2-seed Alabama going to take on 15-seed Robert Morris. They'll tip off in about 10 minutes. The Terps in action today at 4:30. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 as they kick off their tournament against Grand Canyon. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Flyers 3-2. Alex Ovechkin with the goal. The Capitals also the first team to 100 points this season and the first to clinch a playoff spot tonight in the NBA. Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Big Boss in the building. Better tighten up this ship, boys. It's one thing when the cluster buster rolls in, but when the big boss shows up, hell, I'm sitting up straight. Brackets games are off. We're off and running. Baylor's down 3 to Mississippi State. What's coming on bottom left, Toby?
We should be getting Alabama tipping off here soon against 15-seed Robert
Tide. All right. Toby is here. Who is leading the B. Mitchell Finley private bracket
right now?
Not me. I know that.
Not true, Toby.
Landville is leading with 12 points.
You may still be around, Toby.
We now have Toby's bracket, if everybody's ready.
I think you'll be tied.
I mean, there's an X already in the Final Four, so that's not good.
Hey.
All right. Toby had Auburn correct. He had Louisville, loser. Michigan and A&M, winners. He got all 4 out of the West last night correct. Drake, Texas Tech, Arkansas, and the Johnny, St. John's. He was on the Richmond Hipsters of VCU. Had them in the Sweet 16, B.
Tough.
He did have Scotty correct. Then in the Midwest region, he had Houston, Gonzaga, Clemson, Purdue. 3 of 4 correct. Then Toby is just so aggressive, so egregious, so cocky, I would say.
Sure.
Toby thought he was so good, he didn't even make a pick for UCLA, Utah State.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez, the confidence in this man.
But he's tied for first.
And then he had Tennessee. Now, Toby did have Clemson going all the way to the Final Four.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, that's going to catch you later on. But Toby is 12-4 right now.
Is he? Okay. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
What the hell happened with UCLA, Utah State?
Yeah, I completely forgot. I picked.
How do you just go over it?
I swear I double-checked it.
And he would have picked Utah State.
Yeah, so I would have
He
been
would've
wrong.
lost anyway.
We're
For
good.
fighting Chris Coolidge.
Yeah, I was going to be wrong regardless. So either way, my buddy's a UCLA fan. I was going to pick against him. But, yeah, I don't know how. I double-checked everything and still somehow missed it. But losing Clemson on day one to McNeese, I should have known better. I covered the ACC all year, B. Mitch, and
they scored 13 points.
They weren't good. I don't know what I picked them.
Was god awful.
I know. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what I was
doing. They
doing.
scored 13 points in a whole half.
That's
not good.
Embarrassing, frankly. It's just crazy to see how bad the ACC was this season. JP, they didn't have a single ranked versus ranked game until the ACC tournament.
But they're going to be bailed out because I think Carolina gets to the Sweet 16.
I think so, too.
And then I think the Dukies could win it all. So, congratulations, Toby. You are currently tied for first place with Landfill. However, you're the only dude here who has lost a Final Four team.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good.
The legendary, incredibly cocky Toby Altizer. Bobby Agee, the celebrity, has joined us. Biaggi, we're going through brackets, though. All right. Biaggi,
it's a good time for me to show up, I guess.
Biaggi in the South region, 3 of 4.
3 of 4.
Only got Louisville wrong. Nailed all 4 in the West. Drake, Texas Tech, Arkansas, St. John's. He had both BYU and Scotty.
9-1.
Now we go to the Midwest, where Biaggi had Houston correct, Gonzaga correct. He also fell into the Clemson trap.
12-2.
You and Chris Molitor and Clemson. He also had Clemson in the Sweet 16, but he went. Biaggi only got 2 incorrect. He had Purdue. He, unlike Toby,
14-2.
Unlike Toby, Biaggi was smart enough to make a pick in UCLA, Utah State. Biaggi, you're the new leader in the clubhouse, bro.
14-2, B.
Well, what an honor. What an honor.
It pays nothing. You got to get to the finish line in this race.
I understand that. A lot of studying.
You sure the hell studied.
That is a hell of a bracket, Bob.
That is a hell of a lucky
Landfill, he
bracket,
knocked
JP.
you off, man.
Landfill, what do you think of that? You are now in second place.
Bummer.
Um,
Come on, Landfill.
now, Biaggi's final 4 is Sparty, Gators, Duke, Gonzaga. He's got the Gators winning it all. So very much alive for Bob Biaggi.
All right.
Let's get Heavy Metal Chris. Put some cans on here, buddy. We already did yours, didn't we?
We did, Chris.
Okay, we did Chris's. Somebody text Matt Valdez. See if he's here. Tischler, get some cans on. We'll do yours. All right. I got Mitch here. Here, put those on. Mitch's bracket. Here we go. I see a lot of red, B. Mitch
I see a
had
lot of green, too.
Mitch had Auburn and Creighton. You start 2-0, big man. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
Then you had UCSD and Yale.
2-2.
Neither of which won. You had
Correct.
UCSD into the Sweet 16.
Well, when you miss both of them, it doesn't matter who you have in the Sweet 16 because neither of them get in there.
Good point. It's a good point. You had Mizzou beating Drake. That's a loser. Then you had Texas Tech, Arkansas, and St. John's. Now, I got to be honest, B, I'm a little surprised you tolerated this handwriting.
It's atrocious.
I mean, what is that?
First of all, I didn't have to look at the handwriting.
That's true.
You just give me a bracket if it's filled. I don't care.
You let Toby's in, not filled.
Yeah.
And you let Biaggi put in a printed out one.
Landville also printed his out.
Yeah, they were a little neat.
What word are you looking for?
I assume you wrote ARC.
Yeah, ARC.
To me, doesn't that look like ANU? A-N-U?
I don't know what the hell that looks
Yeah,
like.
I'll put it on the screen.
like B.
It says ARC. Ish.
Arcish.
All right, so on the left side of the bracket, big man is 2,
3 and 4, bro.
5 and 3.
3 and 5. 5 and 3. Yeah, 5 and 3.
For once, I was right.
Yeah.
About damn time.
All right. Now we go to the right side of the bracket. In the East region, big man got them both.
He's still
BYU
doing
and
good.
Wisconsin. And then in the Midwest, Houston, the only loss is Georgia. You had McNeese, you had Perdon't, you had UCLA, and you had Tennessee. Unlike the incredibly cocky Toby Altizer, you decided to make a pick in the UCLA.
You tied with Landfill 12 and 4.
All right. I feel
so
good about
you are
that.
now, you, Toby, and Landfill are all tied in second place.
That's great company. Love those guys.
You have only lost one Sweet 16 team. Your Final Four completely alive.
You know the big one today.
Bryant.
It's either the last game or second to last game of the night.
How much money do you currently have on Bryant?
That's
three figures or 4?
Not 4. Come on.
How much money will you have by the time that game tips off?
Let's see how today goes. there could be a lot of things go as well as I hope.
I've also learned this, and obviously there's a lot of sub factors. I think me and Mitch have the exact same Final Four and winner. So if I'm trailing you now, I don't know that I could possibly catch you.
You got all the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 to catch up. Do you have Auburn Houston in the final?
Yeah. Auburn also looks like junk, White Brian, for the record. Are you worried about your boys?
Listen, there's never been a number 1 overall seed that lost 3 of the last 4 games going into the tournament.
Ooh, those are fighting words to White Brian. What say you, sir?
War Eagle.
Oh, War Eagle.
War Eagle.
I'm just spitting facts. I'm not taking any shots at Auburn. It just is what it is.
All right. Forget the last 4. They didn't look very good yesterday, White Brian.
They didn't look good for the first half.
All right. They did look better in the second half, though.
I didn't have it. I didn't even recognize it as the game was going, but they hit that shot with 3 seconds left in the first half to cover the first half spread. People were going nuts.
I want to figure out who's in last place. No, I can't. I think I might have found it just based on the red.
You got Roosters in there?
Roosters supposed to show up.
Yeah, but I imagine if he was, he'd be in last.
I don't know that this is last place, but I think it might be. Matt Valdez, Sports Junkies.
He's better than you.
Is he?
Yeah, it's 10 and 6. He's better than you.
What was I, 9?
9 and 7.
Damn. Are you in last, JP?
I might
be.
Has there been to steal a word from you? Woof. Oh, what did Bees do on his giant
We
board?
were going to let Bees reveal it himself when he arrives.
Gotcha.
Yell at it when he comes.
So Valdez, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 6.
6 wrong?
5. Yeah, 6.
That's 9 and 6. No,
10 and 6.
All right.
The math isn't math in this morning.
I'm still in last place currently.
Yes, you are.
Anybody?
Bees is better than you too.
Who's this?
I would hope so.
Mike Thomas from the Cannon Club.
You know what?
10-6.
Yeah, but he's lost a couple Sweet 16 teams there. Probably
Yeah,
more
he
than
has.
everyone else. So.
He has 3 Sweet 16 teams lost. I only
Yeah,
lost
you lost
one.
2.
I lost 1. Maybe
Thought
2.
you had lost 2.
I thought I only lost 1. Greg Height.
Oh,
You lost 2, dog.
Is there any chance that Bama isn't his national champion?
Greg is 12-4.
Yo, shout out to Greg. He's got the Terps in the final game, losing to the damn Dukies.
He's 12-4.
Wait, he didn't take Bama?
He doesn't even have Bama he has Bama in the Elite 8, losing to the Dukies. Tom Weingartner,
12-4.
12-4. A lot of these guys had a much better day than I did.
10-6.
All right, we already saw his.
Listen, one bad day, JP, just means
12-4.
you're due to be that much hotter today.
B.
It all evens out.
What are you going to do if you have to pay wild card Scotty?
I'll shoot myself.
That's kind of intense, but also very, very fun.
What does he have? He's
He's 12-4.
12-4.
All right, we got games tipping off. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. 1 o'clock, time for Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can be even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Liberty is a team out there, and we're going to see they're playing right now, playing against Kentucky. Let's see if that underdog can go out there and make something happen. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 hours required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet. Profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're live. MGM National Harbor, Tap Sports Bar. If you're looking for a place to watch games, come through. We're going to be hanging. Then Grant and Danny start after us.
Yeah.
Toby's already here. I've not seen Danny yet, but I imagine he'll get here soon.
Yep.
Got hoops on. Bama and Robert Morris is tipped off. Bama's got a 5-2 lead. I assume that's Bama in white, right, B? I know that
gotta
part.
be.
But it's weird when the other team's wearing red and it's Bama.
Yeah.
One of the dumbest questions I've heard was Mitch Tischler ordered one of those gigantic towers of beer.
Yeah.
And Jeff was like, man, do you think you could drink all that?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
He put one little hand on it. It looks like it's a small.
I ordered chicken nuggets, and I'm okay with that.
How many ounces is that?
Looks like 100 ounces.
100 ounces. Yeah, I've seen Mitch drink that much.
100 ounces is
Quickly.
what, 8 beers? Right?
Yeah,
Right?
basically.
Roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. Also pretty disappointed that you ordered boneless wings, man.
I ordered chicken nuggets. You can keep calling them boneless wings.
How do you feel about that?
Weird. Y'all friends, you do weird stuff.
We're friends.
Yeah. What?
Damn. B just
Yeah,
said,
that
"See you
was
later."
some shade right there.
I'm saying you get chicken nuggets and he gets small burgers.
Dog, a
I don't
cheeseburger is different.
I don't split my steak with people when we go out to nice restaurants.
I
How about that?
love splitting a good steak.
And I
You
like
wanna
a
split
good-
a steak tonight, B?
No, you just cut that hamburger in half trying to get somebody having
No, that's for me. I prefer to eat my burgers cut in half. It's
You also
too
cut the
big
crust
to
off your
bite.
PB&Js?
I don't mind it. I don't do it. I do it for my daughter.
Of course.
Weirdo.
All right, we're off and running with this NCAA tournament. In about 10 minutes, we're going to open these phone lines up, 800-636-1067. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything. If you want to ask me something, I know people were saying that earlier, you can ask me something too. What's the first NCAA tournament you remember, B?
Oh, Lord.
Like a player or like... For me, the first one I really remember...
I can't remember, bro. That's so long.
The first one I really remember was, God, I'm blanking on his name. White kid at Duke that's from here. Danny Ferry.
All right.
Was, I think Duke lost to Kansas. Was that the 89 Kansas team was Danny Manning? Right? I think that's the first
I
one
think that
I
is that
remember.
team.
And which is tough because I was, especially as a young boy, I lived in D.C. and then I lived in North Carolina. And that's when those Georgetown and Carolina teams were great. And MJ and Ewing. I just don't remember any of that.
Mm-hmm.
But the first one I remember, I think, is Duke, Kansas, Danny Manning, and Danny Ferry. You don't remember your first one?
Nah, bro.
Like,
It's been so long ago, JP.
is there one March Madness moment you remember most? Not maybe the first, but like a buzzer beater that stuck with you or
That
any
Christian
of that.
Laettner shot, but I know you wouldn't like that one.
Nah,
That sticks with me the whole time.
dude, the pass
To
on that
throw
play.
that whole that length of the court, then him to turn around and just drop that thing. That was spectacular.
That was spectacular.
That was kind of like Jaden scrambling around and hitting Noah Brown.
Landfill wants to know, did they even have the NCAA tournament when you were a kid?
I knew he was going to say something crazy. Landfill, yes, they had it.
I remember one.
The NCAA has been around for 100 years or so, or even more.
Now, they used to only have like 8 teams in it, though.
It wasn't a lot of teams at first when I first started watching.
I mean, I knew they had colleges around when you were a kid. I just didn't know that they had college basketball.
One college they did not have until the mid-2000s was Baylor.
Left Aldo was like laughing at your joke, but that's funny as hell, dog. He said, I know they had colleges. Oh, man.
Dr. James Naismith Mitchell.
Yeah, we went to school together.
I remember this one very well. So this was 2016, I think, when Carolina hit what seemed like a buzzer beater to win. And then the Villanova kid, Chris Jenkins, who I think went to Gonzaga, hit it at the very end.
I remember that one.
Bro, I remember because Shelby.
And he didn't look like a basketball player.
Nah.
He looked like he kind of looked like an out of shape football player.
He kind of looked like Jeff, honestly.
But dude, he can shoot though now.
But dude, so Shelby, this was April of 16. She was born August of 15. So she's what, 9 months old? And I remember she was always a really good sleeper, but she couldn't sleep that night. So I was holding her in her room, trying to rock her to sleep. and I had headphones
You
in.
almost dropped the baby.
Dude, I'm rocking her, trying to get her to sleep. And when Carolina scored, I was like prepared for that. So I kind of kept my rocking motion going. But when that Villanova kid hit the shot, I was like, ah! And I'm like, I didn't drop her. She never left my arm. But it was like a
You woke her up?
Yeah, no,
She kept sleep?
she wasn't. She was like that half asleep anyway. So it didn't help, but it didn't slow us down. Landville, do you love college basketball so much? Is there a NCAA tournament moment that you remember most of all?
Unfortunately, it's the Terps winning.
Yeah, buddy.
You say unfortunately?
I remember that one very well. Why is that unfortunate?
Oh, it was
outside of just being a hater.
Yeah, I'm a hater. That's it.
That tracks. Honestly, that all adds up. White Brian, what is it for you? Because that Auburn loss to UVA must have really been difficult.
Yeah, I don't like to remember that one, but I was in the building for Dunk City's upset of Georgetown, so that was pretty cool.
That's cool. Where was that? Why were you in the building?
Wells Fargo Center.
Where's that?
In Philly.
Philly? Oh, okay. That was not cool for the Hoya fans that may be listening, but Dunk City was wagging, dude. That team was good. Chris, you got a favorite NCAA tournament memory or just a most memorable one?
Yeah, I remember the Leitner shot and the Weber timeout, but I think my favorite for overall was probably that year Carmelo took Syracuse to the finals.
Yeah, that was a year after Maryland.
That was just such an amazing run to watch. I think they were a fifth seed take over the tournament. Everyone knew Carmelo Anthony's name after that tournament. It was so cool.
Hakeem Warwick was on that team. That was a good team. Who didn't they have a white boy point guard? That wasn't Dusseldorf or whatever, was it? He was years later, I think.
At this point, I don't even remember most of the rest of it. I just remember Carmelo just taking over.
What's yours, Jeffrey?
Heavy metal we on the same page. That was the first time my uncle really sat me down, was like, yo, we're gonna watch this from start to finish, games, all that. Mello was hot,
Jerry McNamara was the white dude I was thinking of.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
It was just a crazy time, and that was like the real spark of March Madness for me.
So you didn't really remember the Terps run then, the year before? You're too young?
No, it's just when I was younger.
What year were you born?
94.
So you would have been 8? Yeah.
And my focus primarily when I was younger was on football,
pro wrestling.
Wrestling kind of got ruined for me, and that it hurt my heart around that time. So
wrestling did?
Yes.
Why?
When it went from WWF to WWE, that's when I found out that it was fake, and that was at the peak, and it really crushed me. So I just diverted all my attention.
You never thought you hit a dude in the head, he don't really bleed, and he show up the next day and he had no bump on his head, that wasn't fake?
Coming of age story for Jeff Walker. how wrestling broke his heart. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You get to ask us questions. Maybe tell us your most memorable NCAA tournament.
Yeah, that would be good.
All right. Phone lines are open.
I'll give it up to ask B-Mitch anything tell us your best moment today.
B-Mitch says he's giving it up. Next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Day 2 of March Madness underway. 2 games currently in action. 8 seed Mississippi State leads 9 seed Baylor 30-29. About 3.5 to go in the first half of that one. 2 seed Alabama leading 15 seed Robert Morris 19-13. Just under 11 minutes to go in the first half of that one. Tipping off at 1:30. 3 seed Iowa State going to take on 14 seed Lipscomb, and 5 seed Memphis going to take on 12 seed Colorado State coming up at 2 o'clock today. The Maryland Terrapins in action today. They're the 4th seed taking on 13 seed Grand Canyon. They're going to tip off at 4:35. You knew that game over on the Team 980. In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers is visiting the Steelers today. He's at their facility, although Tom Pelissero saying that no deal is done or is imminent, but he was spending time with the coaches today in Pittsburgh. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic tonight at Capital One Arena. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. You knew that game right here on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Flyers last night 3-2. Alex Ovechkin with another goal, getting closer and closer to Wayne Gretzky's record. The Capitals also the first team to 100 points this season and the first team to clinch a playoff spot. Also, Tarek El-Bashir reporting that Nicholas Backstrom said that he's going to start traveling with the team as Ovi gets closer because he wants to be in the building when Ovi breaks that record. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That was very cool. I had not heard that Backstrom thing until Toby just said it in the update.
That's good, brother.
I love Backy's going to travel with Obi.
Hell yeah.
There's one dude that deserves
He
to be
scored
there.
a lot of those.
Yeah, man. Yo, B, what is that? What are you getting randomly shown a picture of a dude for?
Nah, it was somebody that I told my song.
All right. Phone lines are lit up. Coming up in about 30 minutes.
Everything goes on there with JP.
B is going to join the program. I do need to update everyone that Jeff is trying to teach Toby how to slide into girls' DMs on Instagram. We're going to do that at 1:45 because right now the phone lines are lit up. Folks want to talk about their most memorable NCAA tournament moment. Let's start with Scott in Silver Spring. What up, Scotty?
Hey, fellas, what's happening?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm good. It's 2 actually, but it's both because I felt so bad for the guys. The first was Freddie Brown from Georgetown, and I think it was 82 or 83 when he passed the ball right to James Worthy.
We were just talking about that.
Okay, and I'm sorry. And
that was in the break, though.
No, it was in the break. I'm just saying that memory there, yeah.
And then Weber, when he called timeout, man, I felt bad because, tough, man. Tough when you play sports and something like that happens. And
yeah, totally.
Yeah, man.
Understand.
Good call, man.
You get to that moment and you want to be remembered, but not for making the wrong play.
Well, dude, that whole Fab Five, the 2 years of that Fab Five, because Weber went pro after his sophomore season. That was electric, man. Back then, there wasn't social media. There wasn't a ton of – there was Sports Center, so you got to see the highlights. But, like, when that Michigan team was on,
them long shorts.
Dude, they had the long shorts.
Way down past their knees.
Played so fast and up-tempo.
Yes.
They've done the 30 for 30 on it, which is really good. They changed – there are, like, rare inception points in life that change the world.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
Definitely.
Dude, I put on, so my undershirt here is the Under Armour, like, dry fit stuff, right? And now everybody's got dry fit.
Yeah.
But when Under Armour first came out with these shirts, they changed the world.
Oh, yeah.
Because when's the last time you put on just a straight old-fashioned cotton polo?
Don't.
Never. Nobody does.
Nah.
Cotton people might be mad. I'm sure cotton's getting sold in some other capacity. Jason is in Bethesda. Jay.
What up, Jay?
What do you remember most?
Yeah, what's up, guys? So definitely for me, my favorite March Madness memory, I was lucky enough to be in the building in 2006 when George Mason beat UConn to go to the Final Four. Just a great game, a highly played game by both teams. Even though it's a huge upset, UConn actually played pretty well. George Mason just shot from 3 incredible. I think, in my opinion, that's the greatest sporting event in the history of the Capital One Arena, which is almost 30 years old now.
Hold on,
I
dog.
think that's the best memory. No, I'm saying in the
Caps
arena.
won it. Oh, because they won it in
No,
Vegas.
but in the arena. Although I was on the road, I'm saying in the arena. And I was going to say, if Ovechkin passes Gretzky at home, then I think you could put that above George Mason, UConn. But if you just look at the history of the arena, I mean, what home game involving the Wizards or Georgetown or even the Caps is as good as George Mason, UConn for the Final Four?
It's a good question, and I'll confess to not knowing this. Where did the Mystics win their title?
I don't know.
That would be an interesting one. I mean, the Caps was on the road. The All-Star game that was at Capital One Arena when it was then called, I think, Verizon Center.
Yeah.
It might have been called MCI Center back then. That was an
All-Star
awesome
game.
But that was an awesome game. You remember that when Vince Carter and Allen Iverson brought him back? They were down like 25.
Yeah.
You might be right, dude. That's a very
that's a good one.
That's a good one. If somebody could think of a better,
I don't know what year it was. I mentioned this in the break too. Anybody remember when Georgetown was in the NCAA's and they opened up the game and every shot, I think it was against University of Houston, Pat Ewing was blocking everything that somebody put up, and they called goaltending several times on him. I can't remember the game though, or what year it was. I mean, I don't know. I think it's Houston. I don't know if it's for sure, but if anybody didn't know it, when you call in, let us know.
we need a Georgetown guy because they exist. Like, I need somebody that's a Georgetown guy because in Ewing's 3 years, they went to three, or maybe Ewing was there 4 years. I think they went to 3 Final Fours and 2 natties that they lost. So who did they beat? Because they lost to Villanova, right? When nobody thought Nova should be there. And then they definitely lost to Carolina when the one kid threw the pass to the wrong guy and MJ knocked down the shot. So you must be thinking of the one title game they won, which I think was against Houston, but I don't know.
That must be it then.
I think UVA was really good back then. Like Ralph Sampson was 7'5". There's a lot going on.
He's still that.
Yeah, that's true. Mike is in D.C. What's up, Mike? What's the memory for you?
Oh, for me, I grew up in Southern Ohio, which is in the shadows of University of Kentucky.
Okay.
I'm an old guy. I remember when Adolph Rupp would not have any black ball players, and they wore all white uniforms. And they lost to an all-black team, Texas. I believe it was called Texas El Paso at the time. That, for me, was the greatest memory.
That's pretty cool. That game was at Cole Fieldhouse, I believe, in Maryland. I mean, you talk about inception point. Thank you for the call, sir. You talk about inception points and life changing.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I bet old Adolph Rupp started adjusting his recruiting policies.
Yeah. Just like old Bear Bryant did in Alabama.
Yo, I don't want to call it a trend, but dudes named Adolph, little suspect, man. I can't imagine there's many kids with getting that name anymore.
I know one brother named Adolph. I'm like, dude, what's with your
Wait, you know a black dude named Adolph? Wow.
Yes. One of Kelvin Bryant's buddies.
Deb from the chat. All right, Deb always watches on the YouTube.
That was
stream.
1984.
When Georgetown won it?
Yeah.
Who'd they beat? Houston? Phi Slamma Jamma?
They're not opening up.
All right, let's get Deb from the chat on. Hello, Deb. What's the one you remember most?
Guys.
How are you?
I'm good. This is going to date me a little bit, but my most memorable moment was watching Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. I asked my parents if I could stay up past my bedtime because I was in middle school. My mom said, I don't think so. And my dad said, absolutely you can.
That's great.
And I've been hooked on the NCAA tournament ever since.
That was 79, right?
I think that's what it was.
I believe it was. Well, thanks for calling, Deb. Great to hear from you.
All right, good.
You weren't born, huh, Jay?
I was not born. My sister was, although she was born in April. So
I was 11.
Dog, think about what a gangster Larry Bird is. You know, Bobby Knight recruited him, and the way I understand it, maybe I'm inaccurate here, but I believe I'm not. So Larry Bird went to Indiana for like a week. Like he was going to Indiana, and Bobby Knight was Bobby Knight, and callous, I think is a fair way to term him. And I think Larry said, bleep you, dog, and went to Indiana State, which was like a little nothing burger, and took him to the finals. Imagine what nowadays, I heard a buddy of mine, like a kid I know, 7th grade kid, was gonna change his basketball team because he needed more pieces around him. Dog, you're 13. Be the piece. But
not even 13. Hell.
I hate LeBron. And not that there weren't super teams before. I'm not trying to get into the debate, but when LeBron talked about needing pieces around him, I hate that mindset. Like, you know who didn't talk about that at all? Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
When he's throwing a Diami and OZ, right?
MJ.
And so think about what Larry Bird's pieces were at Indiana State, and they got to a final.
You know what the piece was? Him.
Larry
said, you know what? Hey, we're going to win this thing. Man, how? We don't have enough pieces. You got me, damn it. That's all that matters.
Let's go to Zach down in North Carolina,
What up,
listening
Zach?
on the Odyssey app. What's up, Zach?
What's up, guys? My favorite moment is I actually work for High Point University, and I work for the basketball team, and I got to be front hand on the bench yesterday, which was really cool.
That's cool,
good
man.
stuff,
Good
man.
for you. Congrats to High Point.
They had a good year, though, brother. They had a good year.
Was that their first ever
thank
tourney?
you. I appreciate it. It was our first ever tourney.
Very
Oh,
cool,
good
man.
stuff,
Very
man.
cool. Congratulations.
Good stuff. All right.
That college is
Yes,
gorgeous,
thank you.
by the way.
They got a lot of money in High Point, though.
I mean, that old furniture money, baby.
Furniture money, baby.
Dude, so yesterday I had the pleasure of meeting a woman, Rashana Hamilton. Rashana was on the panel with us, and she's a VP over with the Spirit. And she told us that she played basketball at George Mason.
Huh?
And I want to shout out the Patriots. The ladies team at George Mason has their first ever tournament this year. I think they play tomorrow.
Good stuff.
I love that kind of stuff.
Good stuff.
All right, let's keep these phones going. Crank, my guy.
Crank, what's up, bro?
Crank in DC, what's up?
Fellas, what's up, fellas? Hey, look, my number one moment gotta be when Randolph Till just hit my man Jeff McGinnis with a smooth crossover. Dropped him, waved to him, come in, hit the jump shot, and had
That was
Dean
vicious.
Smith on the sideline livid. I'm talking about Dean Smith was losing his mind, talking about he's taunting. Man, I will never forget that crossover.
Yeah,
He was a decent crossover too.
Yo,
That was truly gangster.
That was truly gangster. I believe Childress is a local guy. Yeah, he went to Flint Hill. He was born in the city.
That's gangster right there,
I do though. Crank, you still there? Or you gone? All right, Crank is gone. I don't want to burst Crank's bubble, and we'll have to go to the videotape to confirm this. I think that was an ACC tournament game and not an NCAA tournament game.
It's NCAA.
I think that's when Wake won an ACC title.
That was gangster, bro.
Somebody confirm or deny that. You can tweet me, or I'm sure White Brian will look it up. But that was vicious.
Yes.
Let's go to. I don't want to go to line 5. You got to call for line 5 because I can't call for that. I'm gonna have a very hard time with this call.
All right, let's go line 5. AP and Fort Meade.
Hey, what's going on, Big Man?
What up, man?
AP, I don't like this call. I want to be clear about
why
this.
Is that? Why is that, JP?
Go ahead.
What I do?
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm a diehard Maryland Terror fan. It broke my heart when.
So why would you call in with this joint?
Because the very next year we won
the
to the finals and we beat Indiana.
All right, tell everybody what happened in 01.
So yeah, we lost to Duke. We were up big, man. We were up big, and we let them come back and beat us. And I was in middle school then, and my stepdad at the time, he was just throwing it in my face, and I'm like, "Ain't you a Maryland fan?" Like, I'm a teenager. I never wanted to fight somebody so much in my life because that's how bad it hurt me to lose to Duke. Because who wants to lose to Duke, especially if you're a Maryland fan. But
they were up. They were up 20.
We were up big.
Yeah.
Yes. And just to lose in that fashion, it broke
Now let's
my
be
heart,
clear:
but-
we got completely hosed by the refs in that game. Carlos
most definitely.
Boozer, they called a
my
charge
God.
on Lonnie. They called a charge on Lonnie Baxter, who I love. Lonnie, he is a great dude. Go buy a car from him. Follow him on Instagram. Lonnie is one of the best dudes in the world. They called a charge that was so obviously a block, and I'm still pissed about it. And I did riot that night,
Dang.
just so everybody's aware. I was a sophomore in college.
Hey, and before I go, just looking back at that roster we had: Drew Nicholas, Juan Dixon, Steve Blake, Chris Wilcox, who I think prematurely went to the NBA. I thought he should have probably stuck around because maybe
Who's
we
my
could have
guy
at
that
least made
transferred to
another.
Notre Dame? He's I think he's a Long Island guy, the white dude. How am I blanking his name? I know him well.
Dude, Kaner Manley? Was it Kaner Manley?
Who was the white dude on the 01 team that transferred to Notre Dame? He was a McDonald's All-American. Danny.
I don't know.
All right, we'll find that out. Danny Miller, maybe Danny Miller. All right, AP.
Yeah, I think it was Miller. Yeah,
I think it was Danny Miller. So Danny transferred out, and then Mouton transferred in the next year. They win a ring.
Yeah, Mouton. He was key in that run.
AP, I'm a fan of yours. You've called before. I appreciate you. I do not appreciate this phone call. I just want you to know that.
Hey, I appreciate that.
He was telling you good. He's a Maryland fan. It was just how they worded it. They wanted to get you pissed off. They didn't want to piss you off.
Give Rouillet. You got a second? Danny Rouillet just walked in. We're going to give him a headset, and we're going to surprise him with this question. Danny Rouillet, of course, you can listen to him and Grant coming up at 2 o'clock. Danny Hoo-Hoo, your favorite NCAA tournament memory?
Favorite? I could go a million of these things. Princeton upsetting UCLA back in the day. We're just running 1,000 back doors. Everyone knew it was coming.
All nothing but back doors.
Tyus Edney going coast to coast.
That was wild.
To beat Missouri. Favorite is so hard to pick just because I've always loved this thing so much. It's always such a special part of my gig. It would probably be Georgetown winning it. So that's my first time I got hooked on it because I think I'm a year or two older than you.
See, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. I mean,
84.
Because they'd been so close.
But that was Houston, right?
Yeah,
So that,
I
I
was
was
Houston, yeah.
When they started the game, Pat Ewing was blocking everything.
Yeah, so even
goaltending like hell.
The message was sent.
And that was Olajuwon on that. That was Olajuwon and Drexler.
The superstars.
Slammer Jumper.
Because it had been, I was so young before that when they'd lost and to Georgetown with the Fred Brown play or whatever, and the
Carolina
bastards
one,
from Villanova.
Yeah.
Years later, in fact, Fred Brown coached at Episcopal. Seemed like a very nice man. A rival to St. Albans School for Boys, as you know.
Sure.
And so when during timeouts,
these are the fancy schools.
They're fancy.
The Catholics can't afford that stuff.
I know. During timeouts or downtimes, we would just occasionally chant. Sometimes, just out of nowhere, apropos of nothing. Were these open? Which was tough. We got a couple mean glares from Mr.
Big
Brown.
game, James.
Yeah, so I felt bad for Fred. But
when I was at Maryland, we chanted some stuff, but
there were some things said.
We can't say most of that on the radio.
Right.
You root for the Terps too, though, don't you?
I did.
Or your dad liked them, right?
I used to growing up, and I've got something in the chamber for today. I heard at the top of the show that you were talking about this morning.
I held back, by the way.
By the way, a lot of respect. I will not because I don't know anyone over there.
Yeah.
And like you might have to show your face. Both my parents went there. I grew up loving Maryland. When Maryland decided years ago, you know what? We don't like us. We're going to do something different. I said, okay, well, that's not for me. I like the thing that you were. I get wanting to evolve and wanting to chase football.
It's
Things
weird.
like it.
It's weird because the move to the Big Ten, in hindsight, was brilliant.
Well,
Now,
financially, sure.
They were just dumb luck, right place, right time.
Sure.
But yeah, dude, B and I were talking about this earlier. Last week we did a segment. Would you rather the Terps win the Big Ten title or get to the Sweet 16? And I said the Sweet 16. And then we talked about it today with Naki. And I asked myself, what if that same question, ACC tournament? I probably say ACC tournament.
Right.
Big Ten just doesn't resonate with me.
And it can't. Now, to some kid, it
To
might
young
who
guys,
doesn't
yeah,
know
right,
any difference.
right,
But like you grew up here, that ACC mattered so much, and it was always this cool thing where Maryland was the foil because it's a Carolina league.
Totally.
Whether it's Duke, Carolina, NC State, or everybody else, Wake Forest, W down there in the heart of it. But that sort of Tobacco Road corridor, and then Maryland was the turd in the punch bowl. Maryland was the spoiler, and that was kind of our thing, the identity, right? So you had this inherent conflict. I realize I'm just hijacking your segment.
I'm into it.
Well, when you have this inherent conflict going, we declare ourselves a football school, and the results don't match that, and you just keep bleeping that chicken, that viral meme from years ago, you're inevitably going to have these kind of conflicts where if you've got, say, I'm just making up a number, 10 million of NIL and 8's going to the football team and 2's going to basketball where you've had your success.
And that's clearly what Willard's upset about.
You're going to have a conflict. So I'll come back to Kevin Willard in a second, but you've got this sort of inherent problem and you're fighting a marketplace with a million things to do, a transient community.
Gary's always said.
Yeah, and an NFL team. An NFL team plays 7 minutes from the front door.
That sucks all the air out of the room.
Who are the great college programs, top of your head, competing for a national championship every year? You would instantly think of them.
Kentucky, Kansas.
I'm talking about football.
Oh, okay, sure.
Right away.
Bama,
Ohio
Georgia,
State,
Ohio
Bama,
State,
Penn State, Michigan. What do they all have in common? little college towns, tier 3 cities that have nothing else, where the local economy is geared around it.
Yeah.
You can't have that here, period, end of story. It will not happen. You can't make fetch happen. There's no amount of verbiage. The casual fan is not going, you know what I should do is go around the Beltway to a Maryland game. You might get one guy one time, but you don't have that base that constantly floods the thing, make you flush with
Yeah,
cash.
and I think one of the dumbest things they tried to do was they were like, well, we got to be like Penn State, where the whole state roots for them. Or
Well,
we got to be like
or at least
Tennessee.
the whole region in the state
Or
does, right?
Tennessee, all roots for the
Yeah.
balls, right?
Right.
And so they tried to make this Maryland pride and state to state, and the flag showed up everywhere. Keep the turtle, dude.
Right.
People love the script Terps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the good decisions they made over there is bringing back the script Terps.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. And so you're trying to make a thing that's not going to happen a thing, right? And you're determined to do it, and God bless you. Chase the money. I'm sure they're making more money now than they were in the ACC. That's fine and dandy. That's great. Well, you have this inherent conflict set up, right? So that's that first part. And you're always going to have the push and pull, the fight with the next AD. Kevin Willard, what are you doing, guy?
I think he wanted to force the issue and get Evans out. I'm not mad at Willard.
That's JP Finley. I'm Danny Rouillet. I am. You got a game, dude.
Yeah.
There's a game. Like,
Now,
every
I
bit
always
of
point
attention.
this out.
He lose this game, JP gonna want him out too.
If they, yo, Ivy's here.
He gonna just move his target.
If Ivy can hear me, I've already said it to CK. If they lose today, I'm not coming to work on Monday. Period. This is just how it's going down. That's just how that's going to happen.
I love that.
You're too grown for that.
Like,
They lost a damn basketball game. Bring your ass to work.
I am sick.
Can you imagine before your Washington 53 starts the game against Tampa Bay, the last press conference, Dan Quinn's going, we didn't really do a good job acquiring talent.
Now
we didn't do a good job with our general manager.
What I always say though is what people always dismiss in these conversations. He got asked about it repeatedly. He's asked, like when Olamide Zaccheaus talked about Caleb Williams and comparing him to Jaden Daniels, it's because he was asked about it. He's not bringing it up on his own volition.
Sure.
I do think now.
You answer the question without going crazy though.
I'd be amazing at this.
Forcing the issue.
My attention's on this game. We got a really tough opponent tomorrow, and we're here to play. I owe it to these kids to do that. You want to discuss rumors on your own time? That's just fine. Any questions about the game? That's fine and dandy.
That's a fine question.
Hire me for PR if you need it, K-Dubs. This is such a simple, low-hanging fruit. And he's like, you know what? They wouldn't support us on Christmas. I wanted to stay in a hotel in New York like Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. Maybe bump into a couple celebrities. You're bitching about that now?
It's a tough time for it.
There's a basketball game that's a pretty big import
today.
In less than 24 hours, dude. What on earth are you doing?
Danny Rouillet coming in hot.
Oh, I'm so pissed about it.
Oh, let's go.
It's so low. I'm sorry.
I imagine the top of the Grant and Danny program.
You guys have a
serious
show. I made it about myself. And
all we asked for was your favorite NCAA memory.
and we got here. I'm like, you know what else is on my mind? Wind me up.
Phone lines open the rest of the hour. Grant and Danny. Danny's ready to rock. That starts at 2.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. College hoops today, 2 games already underway, both games at halftime. 9-seed Baylor leads 8-seed Mississippi State 37-32, just getting underway in the second half there. 2-seed Alabama just going into the half, up 4 on 15-seed Robert Morris, 40-36, and 3-seed Iowa State just tipping off against 14-seed Lipscomb. They're just underway. 4-seed Maryland going to open up their tournament a little bit later today at 4:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980s. They take on 13-seed Grand Canyon. In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers visiting the Steelers today. No deal is imminent or going to be done soon, according to Tom Pelissero. And tonight, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, joined by Mike Beasley of MGM National Harbor fame.
Mike Beasley in his big-ass bracket.
So Bees to troll B. Mitch and his physical bracket rule.
This is his
brought
bracket.
in like a poster board size bracket. B. Mitch is showing it off on the stream if you're watching.
Big-ass bracket.
Let's grade Bees' bracket. The
All
X's look a lot bigger here.
So Bees
had Yale in the Sweet 16.
Yep.
And UNC Dub.
And UNC Dub.
I also had UNC Dub in the Sweet 16.
But that's all right.
They're not.
I think in a damn 10-6, right?
Yeah. So
That's
you tied for like third.
So am I still in dead last?
You in dead last, Jay.
Chris.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your Terps now?
I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to keep these phone lines open, 800-636-1067. I want to ask you this question we've been asking everybody, Bees. What's your favorite NCAA tournament memory?
So it's kind of a bad memory. It's but when Christian Leitner turned around and had the
shot against Kentucky.
Yeah, I thought it was UNLV they beat.
The turnaround, the famous jumper was Kentucky, but
that was it though. So that was
Duke did beat UNLV when UNLV was undefeated. I think.
Augman.
Stacey Augman.
But also
That
UNLV
dude played
beat
some
Duke
D.
by 30, I think, either the year before or
Yeah.
the year after, so something like that. So UNLV, growing up, and it's funny because I heard you guys talking about Maryland and why don't you have more Terps fans and stuff like that. It's almost the same dichotomy as when it comes to UNLV. There's so many transient people that come in and out of UNLV that they really don't have the love unless it's a local guy. And keep in mind, you go way back, our city was small, 250,000 back in 1980.
What is it now out in Vegas?
3 million.
Wow.
Yeah, and it ain't Vegas people. So,
Right.
it's
Yeah,
very
they from
odd to have
everywhere.
someone say, I grew up in Las Vegas,
Right.
especially at my tender age of 50. And
I'll take the over on that.
you know, I could play the understand.
So you're right. Vegas beat Duke 103-73 in the 1990 title game. That was Tark's only ring. And then they played him again in the finals the next year, and they lost 79-77. Perhaps there was a buzzer beater, and I don't remember it. If that's the case, I apologize.
No, that's right. So I was working the cruise ships, and I remember this almost not vividly, but I was sitting on top of a ship trying to get reception. I was based out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and we were actually traveling down to, let's say, Martinique or Barbados, and I was sitting on top of the ship trying to listen to this UNLV game. And so that's my memory of that. And growing up, I mean, UNLV was it. I mean, Jerry Tarkanian really built UNLV. He built Gorman High School, and he made the growth of Las Vegas, so much greater because it actually had some TV time. People really didn't know anything about Vegas except for its gambling.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it was really, in my opinion, someone that really stepped out and made Vegas grow. I mean, his kids were some of the first kids to really make the big transfer from all the local high schools. 11 local high schools, I want to say about 78, 79, something like that. And then Gorman came around. It's like, oh, they got a private school now. And it was a little.
So wait, Mr. Nevada Bowling 73 and 74 didn't change the face of Las Vegas?
78 and 79.
Oh, sorry.
And if I'm going to be 50, it's
Quite
got
a
to be
title.
88 and 89.
Quite a title, Mr. Nevada in bowling.
Yeah.
Bowling.
There is a rumor about that 91 game.
Okay.
That Tark threw it. I assume you've heard that.
To win some money?
I mean, it's Vegas, and they were massive favorites in that thing, and they scored 100 a game, and they scored 77. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
7, one more 7. You're in Vegas.
You know, but they could say that about it. And I hear it all the time about sports.
You have heard that about that game, right?
I have, and I've heard it about other, NFL games and stuff like that too. I just can't get in the mindset, especially nowadays. Maybe back then that could be possible. We're talking in the 90s, and things have changed drastically.
Was the mob still running Vegas in 91?
Nah, I don't think so at that point.
When did they kind of get pushed out? Like mid 80s?
I'm gonna say.
They're still there.
Late 70s.
Bees is choosing his comments very carefully all of a sudden.
Yeah. Right now, I have to be really careful.
Yo, usually when Bees comes on with us, the MGM PR person is always kind of lurking. He's on his own right now. I think they're nervous.
And it's funny because they said, "What are you going to say now this time, Beasley?" So I talk about all the good things we have. We got shows.
What all we got going on today at the casino? You got a blackjack tournament?
We got a
or something,
huge
right?
So the biggest blackjack tournament we have all year, and it's like some our highest end gamblers we have come through the property, which really equates to some of the same stuff that goes on in Vegas. The grand prize is it's only $750,000.
Only.
I'll take it. That's the biggest one we have. I mean, it's normal to have a $150K tournament.
That seems like a lot.
It is a lot.
How does a blackjack tournament work? I understand a poker tournament. Blackjack's a different game. You're not necessarily competing against the guy next to you. Typically, I mean, at a blackjack table, it's everybody kind of bands together against the dealer.
So this is a really kind of cool format. Simply, we have 36 players in it. That's how elite of group it is, and how tough to get into this kind of event. So you get $10,000 and phony chips.
Is this an invite-only tournament similar to the Beamish Finley private bracket?
Yeah, well, no, this one's actually an actual private bracket.
Ours is
you guys got guys that you don't even know. In your,
I know everybody in this bracket, but they don't talk about theirs on air.
That's true.
So you simply play against your the people at the table, and so you don't play it the same way, right? She might have a 6 showing, and you're chasing chips, and you got a 20. You're splitting your 10s.
Oh, interesting.
So it rotates on who goes first. And that way, someone doesn't always have third base and who bets first.
Yeah,
and so you don't
yeah.
have to, just see the chip format and stuff like that. You play 15 hands. Whoever has most chips after that goes on to the next round. This small an event, you win that table, you go to the final round.
Can I ask, how much are people gambling to get an invite to this tournament?
Let's
6
say
figures or 7?
6 plus.
6 plus. Woo, must be nice. Big.
So, yes, some elite customers.
A little bit of news, boys.
What you got?
Guess where in the world is Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, he's visiting Pittsburgh.
He's there right now.
Yeah, he's with the coaches and meeting with him now.
You think that gets done?
More than likely. I mean, they've waited this long, and Russ is now talking with damn Cleveland, so they may be stuck with him. And then they're going to see what they get.
Who would you rather have today, what they currently are, Rodgers or Russ? Because it's not like Russ doesn't bring his own stuff.
Russ brings his stuff, but Russ is a little less of a headache than Rodgers. Rodgers thinks
I think Rodgers is better. So I'm saying, who would
if
you
he
rather
gets
have?
back to playing like he used to play?
Dude, even last year, the numbers were still pretty good. I'll pull them up side by side. I think I would still take Rodgers because I think you got a better chance of winning. I think Russ.
You got a better chance of winning until he gets pissed off at somebody and separate the team once again.
But Russ is doing that same stuff. He just does it with a smile on his face.
I don't think Russ is anywhere as bad as Aaron.
Okay. Last year,
you just think he's a damn
he's an alien.
Alien. I don't think he's anywhere close.
I
to
bet
Aaron
Rodgers
Rodgers.
believes in aliens. All right.
He probably sees them all the time. As he is.
Rodgers last year, 63% completion, threw for 3,900 yards, 28 TDs, 11 picks, and he played all 17 games. Russ, we got to extrapolate a little here. Russ only played in 11 games, completed almost 64% of his passes, 63.7 for about 2,500 yards, 16 touchdowns, 5 picks. So I think you could argue Russ's numbers are a tick better.
Yeah. But, I mean,
yards per game, Russ was 225.
And you said in the
yards
NFL,
per game, Rodgers
in the NFL right
was
now, you should not be
230.
under 65%. That was reversed out of your mouth.
Yeah.
He's 63.
They both are.
6'3", 6'3",
Who you taking, Russ?
So I got to
or
take
Rodgers?
Rodgers, but I do think Russ is still a little bit more mobile. I mean, at least if he gets out of the pocket, he can run a little bit. I mean, Rodgers just is too old to do that. But I still like Rodgers, but I think if he gets in the right system and he really has a solid running attack, I mean, the defense is actually going to control the ball. It seems like they have done that for years.
I think
after
everything with
years.
him is off the field to me.
No, I understand.
He's going to bring some drama.
Why did White Brian just text the group thread in all caps, please sign the paper?
Because he don't want him to come to the Steelers.
Oh, to the
He don't want him
Giants.
to come to the Giants.
If I'm Rodgers, Pittsburgh is where I want to go. You got a chance at winning. You go to the Giants, although the Giants did sign a little Jordan Humphrey today. So they might be back in the playoff conversation. Right?
Do what?
Little Jordan Humphrey to the Giants?
Man, that don't mean that. Jordan Humphrey, what the hell are you going to do?
No, not Jordan Humphrey.
Lil Jordan.
Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah, okay, well.
I think that's his government name. Seriously.
His government name is Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Bro, I mean, that's how he's listed.
He should be pissed at his parents for naming him Lil Jordan.
I mean,
what the hell is that?
Dude, like on his official Pro Football Reference page is Lil Jordan Humphrey.
That don't make much sense to me.
Hey, man.
Where is he from?
Texas.
Where about in Texas?
He went to South Lake, which I think is Dallas area.
Dallas area, okay. Yeah. That's weird, bro.
I'm shocked Landfill hasn't yelled at us yet. We're quite late. We'll be right back. We got to make some bets. Harbor right now. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to stand. We have very few minutes left, and I'm going to ask a favor of all the B. Mitch and Finley-aholics out there. We just tried to call Chris Russell. For 2 days, Rooster said he was going to come to MGM, and he didn't. Now, he may still show up for Grant and Danny. Would that shock you, Brian?
It would shock me if he shows up at the MGM.
Well, Landfill just tried to call him, and he didn't answer. So I'd like everybody.
Is something wrong with him?
No, because he's tweeting.
He always tweets.
I would like everybody.
Is he being held hostage somewhere?
Perhaps. Who would hold Rooster hostage, and for what ransom? What are you getting for the Roost? Landfill, how much are you willing to contribute towards Chris Russell's hostage freedom campaign?
He'll be paying the people money to pay them to keep him.
What are we saving the Rooster from exactly?
Who is kidnapping the Rooster?
That's a great point.
You got to be a
all
depraved.
of the sexy ladies in Centerville.
Yo, I think it's somebody who just wants to know how to save money on ground beef. That's Chris Russell's specialty.
I want Rooster to know I have $100 towards your ransom.
I would give him at least 12
that's as far
to
as I
save
can
the
go.
Roost.
White Brian might even go to a full quarter.
I will say this about Chris Russell. We got a new ice maker here at the station, and he's the only one that knows how to work it. So if
Not how to work it.
That's a miracle.
Okay, then be Mitch, but you haven't showed up for the last 2 days. So
yeah, where are you?
So y'all have no ice?
We don't have
Open
any
up the
ice.
back part and pour the water down in there, fool.
Yeah, fool.
Only Chris Russell knows how to do that.
I'm disappointed. I want everybody to tweet at WrestleMania. Answer your phone. All right, that's it. Everybody out there, tweet Russell. Answer your phone.
Greg say he talked to him and he says he's very busy.
He ain't busy.
He must be wearing a burgundy shirt.
Yeah, if he's busy, I know what he's doing. Let's settle up the week and make some bets.
I won.
Nope. Yo. Quick update on MGM National Harbor. There's a couple that's been making out for 3 straight hours. So
No, it's been longer than that, though.
You're right. No, they got here at 11. Damn,
Yeah,
it's
they're
almost-
right at 11. Yeah, yeah.
That's 3.
I'm going to be closing the party down here pretty soon. Just so you
It
know.
is remarkable.
They need a room.
Yo, the level of
They ain't
making
getting a
out,
room.
the level of making out going on right there is significant.
Yeah.
Reminds me of when White Brian takes his wife to the movies. All right, White Brian, how'd we do this week?
For the first time in the history of B. Mitch and Finley, I won the week outright.
Suspect.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it.
I don't believe it at all either.
I mean, he's worked here for like 16 weeks, so I feel like if he was cheating, he would have done it earlier than 16
If
weeks.
he was
in.
cheating, he wouldn't be
Man,
1
Phil,
in 15.
knowing you probably told him to give us losses since we're not in studio.
I only do that to Jeff.
White Brian,
That's some hater stuff right there.
Jeff was giving Toby Altizer advice on how to slide into DMs. Do you have any advice for Toby on how to slide into DMs?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet. I was waiting to see how you were going to answer that question.
What about you, Mr. Beasley? Young Toby's trying to meet a girlfriend. Jeff's encouraging him to slide into everyone's DMs on Instagram. What's your advice?
Go talk to the guy at the bar.
Yo, whatever that dude's doing, you should do.
He's a nice kid. I can't. I got to go. I'm on his side.
All right. Let's make some bets. Anybody got a winner for me?
Yeah. Give me
Grand Canyon money line.
Yo, bleep you.
Give me
Landfill.
Xavier and Bryant tonight.
Mitch loves Bryant tonight.
Give me Xavier and Bryant.
I want to be clear, Landfill. If Maryland loses today, I'm not coming to work on Monday. So everybody knows.
Well, I mean,
So the weather's going to be kind of bad on Monday, but let's plan something. Let's go to.
Let's go for a walk. Let's get outside
You need to
for
go
about
a jog 'cause you're
4 and a
gonna
half
be so
hours.
frustrated. It'll be raining.
Let's get outside for about 4.5 hours. Light
You
exercise.
come to work, I will bring the Tito's for you.
Nah. Oh man.
I'm bringing them biscottis. I'm not bringing Tito's.
I like UConn today. Sorry.
That's right. I'm going to give 2 picks. I'm going to take the Lobos
Let's
and the
do it.
Ducks.
The Lobos and the Ducks.
Yep.
Oregon already played.
I think
I'm
that's
messing with you.
Because I just looked at those 6.5 point
You keep
favorites.
saying you're going to punch me. I don't want to get punched.
Jay, I don't
He
punch
ain't going to
you.
punch. He
I've been telling you to punch you for 15 years. I haven't punched you yet.
That's a good.
The time when I choked you out because you wouldn't let me go to sleep, you and Pete kept best. I didn't punch it in.
You did choke me out pretty good.
I tried to kill you, but I
Haley
didn't punch
might arrive today, by the way.
and he might get beat up.
Yeah, he should.
By the time y'all go, get that room.
I am going to be pulling for your turf just for you.
Thank you, buddy. I
So-
appreciate it. Shout out to Tay Dub. I don't know where he is right now, but he's here. Always appreciate Tay showing up. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everybody that listened today. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to everybody here at MGM
Tay and his
National
cousin
Harbor.
look just alike, don't they?
Hold on. Here's a quick update on the couple that was making out. They basically made out during our entire show and have now left. Maybe we were the energy they needed, B, and now they're going to finish the deal.
I hope he will because he put a lot of work in.
Maybe they hate Grant and Danny. Who knows? One of life's great mysteries. Thank you to John Walton for joining the program. Thank you to Chris Nockey for joining the program. Thank you to everybody that called. Enjoy the madness, folks. Go Terps. Turmoil in College Park? I know nothing about it. Grant and Danny are next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers visiting with the Jets today. He was at their facility. No deal is done or imminent, according to Tom Pelissero, but he was spending time with the coaches today. Madness day number 2 underway in the first round. 3-seed Iowa State leading 14-seed Lipscomb right now, 31-19, with just under 6 minutes to go in the first half. 2-seed Alabama taking on 15-seed Robert Morris. They lead by 7, 51-44, about 15 and a half to go in that one. 9-seed Baylor with an 8-point lead over 8-seed Mississippi State, 60-52, about 7 and a half to go in that one. 5-seed Memphis just tipping off against 12-seed Colorado State. A little bit later today at 4:30, 4-seed Maryland getting their tournament underway as they take on 13-seed Grand Canyon. That'll tip off again at 4:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Flyers last night 3-2. Alex Ovechkin getting a goal closer to Wayne Gretzky's record. The Capitals were the first team to clinch a playoff spot, also the first team to go over 100 points on the season. Also today, Nicholas Backstrom said that he's going to start traveling with the team as Ovi gets closer to the goals record. He wants to be in the building when Ovi breaks the record. The tournament is here in Surfside. Iced Tea and Vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Started yesterday's program, Tobes, with a little Road Dogg Jesse James. Keeping the wrestling theme going. I just am channeling a little Stone Cold Steve Austin. When I say to you, get a hell yeah. This is it, dude. I love it. Welcome. Grant Nanny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Bringing the Fan back from Florida, so I got Tobes hanging out with me. We were at Tapped Sports Bar. Yesterday, it was packed getting in here. Today, I had to drive around for a little bit to find myself a parking spot.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't park in one of those ideal spots. Usually you roll right in, get up close to the elevators because there's plenty of parking here at MGM National Harbor. I had to circle around a little bit to find myself something desirable. The place is going to be hopping. Tap Sports Bar is already buzzing. Maryland plays this afternoon. We'll get to that in a second. But this is the best. This is it. We are hanging out with you guys until 6:30. Me, Mitch, and Finley have done their shift, and we are here now sitting where they sat. I got a lot of hoops right in my eyeballs. I'm watching Baylor up by 8. Vijay Edgecombe, who might be a wizard,
stud,
is in that game. I like his game an awful lot. Maybe a name that folks need to know. If they don't win the lottery, which is a bad system, that should be changed immediately.
Yeah,
but
I think, they can watch their future wizard Cooper Flagg later today.
I hope
That's what we're all hoping, right?
It feels like the 5th pick, though. And everybody that's familiar with Washington knows that sometimes the envelopes are cold, sometimes they're hot, sometimes the ping pong balls don't bounce your way. Whatever the worst case is, that's what's happening. If you know, as the young people say. Plenty to do on the radio program today. Got a couple, I don't want to call them off-the-wall topics, but a couple things I couldn't believe and can't not talk about, if that makes any sense to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk some tournament stuff, obviously, go through some nostalgia. Favorite tournament upset of all time, we'll do that in the 3 o'clock hour. I got a rule by a Major League Baseball team. They've been in the news, of late. The Yankees with their facial hair policy got a little bit of run on the program. We got a new rule from Ron Washington that I actually think is outstanding, but I know a lot of young people might get pissed off about it. We'll talk about that. Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgersing. He's in the process of Rodgersing. I would say he's mid-Rodgers right now, Tobes. We'll talk about that 5 o'clock hour. And, of course, get your tourney updates throughout the day. But we got to start last night. The best. The great one. Not the great one. That's Alex Ovechkin. But the great 8 here in town who's walking down Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, yeah.
What else can you say, dude?
So crazy.
You run out of words, obviously. I say this every time we talk about it, and we talk about it a lot because he's so awesome. He's so prodigious. But it would be one thing if this was kind of like it's been the last couple of years for a team that's like kind of a playoff team, maybe not. If they were like the way the Islanders are this year, or Montreal, or one of these teams that are fighting for a playoff spot, old, beat up veterans, Oshie trying to go through 77 hours of therapy just so we can, skate a few shifts, and Backstrom not being himself, putting in the effort, mailing it in. Not saying this because they're mailing it in, but you know what I mean? Just doing whatever you can just to play, knowing you're not the same player you were before. And it was just a gimmick, right? They were just passing to Ovechkin every time down. He wasn't playing defense. And, they were just sort of going through the motions to get the guy the record. That's honestly how it looked like it was going. And you understand that because it's such an incredible record that was thought to be unbreakable. And you'd be forgiven for sort of putting off a rebuild or putting off a team development thing just to make sure that he gets it, right, with a few more veterans. So it'd be one thing if that's what was happening. Nothing but empty net goals and, cheap things on a power play for a team that's a second division club. They're in the postseason already, first team to clinch that, 100-point team. They're the best team in the Eastern Conference, chance at the President's Trophy, and here he is scoring, not in some blowout 5-1 loss, but the first goal of the game last night.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a lot of what happened last year where it was like, ooh, can they backdoor their way into the postseason? Can we get some meaningful hockey that really isn't that meaningful because they're not really a cup contender, but they're kind of just there? Can you at least make it so that it's going to be fun down the stretch where it's not just, like you said, kind of feeding Ovi on a terrible hockey team, and it kind of diminishes? It's not going to diminish the record. Like, let's be real.
The record's the record, right?
But it's like, it's not as fun, right? The fact that he's scoring goals last night, it's a 3-2 game. They needed his goal.
Yep.
It's not like they're winning 6-1 in random games. No, they are even losing games, and he's just scoring goals that are meaningless in the third period. He's scoring meaningful goals for the best team in hockey. It's insane, and he's going to break the record. Hopefully this season, it looks like it's still on pace to do so. He's going to break the record on, if not the best team in the hockey, the second best team in hockey. Just continuing to roll throughout his career. He's such a big part of it. This team is so much fun to watch. You've got guys up and down the roster that are playing above what you would have expected. Alexi Protas having a great year. Tom Wilson, first time getting to 30 goals. It's so fun to watch, and it just adds into how cool this record's going to be when it's broken. But even just having a season like this is so special, even if we didn't have the Ovi story. This is a team in itself that is so fun to watch and a team that is worth telling the story of. So when you combine the two, it's why we talk about it seemingly every single day. Maybe we don't spend enough time on it, honestly, with how good this team is and how good Ovi is. It's so much fun to watch this team.
So I remember talking to my dad years ago, and I've spoken to him since, just for the record. We've talked. But when I was in high school, and I grew up with Cal Ripken Jr., my favorite athlete of all time, right? My favorite then Washington Redskin was Art Monk. My favorite athlete ever was Cal Ripken Jr. And you could see a common theme there between those two guys.
Sure.
And obviously, this is pre-Utobes, but the whole point of them was dependable every day. They show up and play every day. The consistency is what mattered. Art Monk retired as the guy that caught the most number of passes, had the most consecutive games with a catch. Didn't matter. Feeling good, bad, and different. You got a cold. You got a sinus infection. You got a nagging quad. You twisted this. You show up and you do everything you can do that day. And if the manager, if the boss says, we're better off without you, say, okay. But you show up and do your damn job. And that's the thing that I value most in sports. That's why whenever we have that annual discussion about guys that skip OTAs or do skip this voluntary thing, and everyone yells at me, it's voluntary. I understand that. Do everything you can do. Show up and do your best. That's the job.
At your job, skip every voluntary function, by the way.
Right.
You just skip every single one and see what happens.
Yeah, Godspeed. But I'm telling you, it just in general, I talk about this with my wife. There's some days we don't have, like right now, everything sucks for us. Just pull back the curtain a little bit. My oldest had flu B. I don't know if it's different between A or C. I don't know. We had flu B. It was awful. I had to take my youngest, not my youngest now, my 7-year-old, his birthday week. He had dental work done on Tuesday. Birthday on Wednesday. His birthday party this weekend is canceled because he's got flu B also. We're going through it, man. We got a newborn at home. Like, everything sucks right now, right? We don't have our A game. We don't have our fastball. Bullpen phone rang. We got to do the job. You do your best. You bring what you have that day to the yard. And sometimes we overlook it. And the conversation going back to this that I had with my dad years ago, watching Ripken kind of get going and not get going, but get closer and closer, edging this record, and the countdown was on. You could do the math. With Ovechkin, you don't know, right? But you could do the math that it was going to be that Angels series where it was going to happen. And he said something that I thought was very profound to me at that point. And he said, you should never take greatness for granted.
Mm.
And because there's a night where, because this is pre-Mass and it was hard to watch games on television before, when cable was still novel and wasn't ubiquitous. You had home team sports or whatever you could find to be able to watch the game. I remember once going like, I don't really feel like watching tonight when he was at 2033 or something like that. The Mariners were in town or whatever the hell. And I remember that convo. And I remember that what I thought, again, was a very profound statement. And I thought of that when Ovechkin scored last night. And I'm just sitting there shaking my head. I'm asking you, as fans, Caps fans get it. They know. If you're not necessarily a Caps fan, if it's not your priority, I understand that. The numbers say that some of you listening to me right now are not primary Caps fans or even secondary Capitals fans. I get that. Hockey's hockey. It maybe has the place at the table for you or it doesn't. I'm telling you, do not take greatness for granted. I'm telling you that because you're not going to see this. This shouldn't be happening. In fact, there's no rational explanation for a 39-year-old to be on 50-goal pace.
Right.
That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen for 26-year-olds in their prime. And here it is happening for the greatest goal scorer ever to walk on this planet.
I mean, it's pretty cool when you're living through a time that for years and years and years, for the entirety of the history of hockey, this is going to be something that's talked about. This stretch right here of hockey, this specific season, assuming he breaks it this year, is going to be talked about for years about how special it was, how this Capitals team kind of pulled themselves up off the mat after, they were able to go on a magical run last year just to get into the postseason, and then this year turned into the best team in hockey. And talking about how Alex Ovechkin had seemed like, okay, maybe it was kind of taking a downward turn to all of a sudden, holy smokes, this dude is still one of the best goal scorers in the entire league. And living through that is just so cool. You don't want to miss a moment. This team is so much fun. And like we talked about before, it's one of those things where it'd be one thing if this team was not fun to watch, this team was kind of boring. And this team is one of the most fun teams in hockey because they can beat you any number of ways any given night. You want to score 7 goals, they can match you. You want to make it a rock fight, you got to win 3-2 like last night, they can do it. They're so impressive to watch, and just add on the fact that Ovi's going to break that record. You're right. Don't take the greatness that you're watching from this team and specifically from Alex Ovechkin for granted.
We got some cool stuff that we can do with the power of radio. This is how it sounded last night on the radio when Ovi scored 888. Say that again. He scored 888 goals in the NHL.
And across to Van Riemsdyk. Chipped by Ovechkin, low here to Dubois. And Van Riemsdyk gets the shot through, rebound, he scores! Alex Ovechkin on the rebound! Airship went down! It's 888 for the Great Eights with 5:35 to go in the first. It's 1-0 Washington.
Goosebumps, man. Goosebumps. You can hear it. A goal against the Flyers is good, right? Anybody scores that goal, if Dylan Strome lights the lamp or Protas gets number 30, people will be excited. The buzz in that place because you're watching the single digit. It's going to be a handful. It's a baker's half dozen all of a sudden to tie the damn thing, and you're going to get those kind of reactions more and more and more as time goes. It's just so special.
And I thought it was cool today. Tarek El-Bashir had tweeted out that Nicholas Backstrom said that as he gets closer and closer, he's going to travel with the team so that he can be there when he breaks it. It's just so cool. This is a moment that everyone's going to remember, but I'm so happy, for guys like Backstrom being around. I'm happy for guys like John Walton being able to call it. Joe B. I know it might not be on a monumental broadcast, but we learned a couple weeks ago that they're going to find a way to make sure that Joe B's on the call. I'm excited for all those guys. It's obviously great for Ovi, but so many people, it's going to be really cool too.
So that is on the good side. This is on the, oh my God, what is happening side. It's no good way to transition, so here we go. I'll just do my best. Maryland plays this afternoon, and that's good, right? This is the best basketball team Maryland has had since. You can fill in the blank. You can decide if you like this better than the 2020 group or some of the other teams that were pretty frisky or talented or good, etc. Here's what I know. They got a chance to do something that used to be normal around these parts that has not been for some time. The biggest basketball game in, again, whatever number of years you want to put on it, okay? They have a huge game against Grand Canyon University, who is not a pushover. This is not Quintana and O'Brien in the second round of the tournament in the Big Lebowski. You sleep, Dare sleeps, Ryan sleeps, and Anthony Haney probably sleeps. He's back in studio as well. Everybody underestimates the Big Lebowski in your generation. Mine properly appreciates it. Anyway, the point is this, okay? The focus right now, 100%, should be on what? This basketball team, this game, this tournament. Is 100% of the focus on this game, this basketball team, this tournament? The answer is no. I'll let you guys listen to this if you haven't heard it yet. Some of you are going to kind of be like, wait, that's unusual. I'll get into how unusual it is. But Darius, go ahead and roll this clip here. This is Kevin Willard, I guess slightly in his defense or for context, answering a question. And I will just give you a little bit of foreshadowing. He's answering a question at a press conference 24 hours before they play this huge game that we're talking about, in a way that, quite frankly, is astounding. Go ahead and roll it.
I'll say this. This is Damon and I talked on Sunday night, right before Selection Sunday. He gave me a term sheet right before Selection Sunday. I really wasn't focused on it. Been focused on this team and this. Damon's talked to my agent. I talked to Damon this morning at length about where we are. Obviously, it's difficult right now because I think we know his situation. He's probably going to SMU, so it's kind of tough to negotiate with somebody that's maybe not here. But I need to make fundamental changes to the program. That's what I'm focused on right now. That's why probably a deal hasn't got done, because I want to see I need to see fundamental changes done. I want this program to be great. I want it to be the best in the country. I want to win a national championship, but there's things that need to change. When you're at a place for 3 years and you put your heart and soul into it, you kind of sit there and say, okay, wait a second, for us to be really successful, X, Y, and Z needs to change. And first and foremost, I need to make sure that we are where we are with NIL, and rev share is not where we've been with NIL the past 2 years. We've been one of the worst, if not lowest, in the NIL in the last 2 years. So that's first and foremost. I also have to make a fundamental change where I can do the things that I want to do with my program. I wanted to spend an extra night in New York this year to celebrate Christmas with my team, and I was told that we can't do that because it's too expensive. So I don't know how we can be a top tier program and I can't spend one extra night in New York because it's too expensive. So there's fundamental things I'm fighting for my team and my program. It's not so much about me. I want to make sure that whatever we do going forward, we're successful, and we're successful at the highest rate. So I'm confident that we'll get things done. It's a little difficult right now. I'm not going to lie. But I'm confident that no matter who we're negotiating with at the end of the day, this program is going to be in a great spot. And that's really my focus, is this tournament, this team, and this program.
What?
Sure sounds like it, by the way. His focus is on this tournament, this team, and this game. It sure sounds like it.
Listen, the idea that he was asked a question and was just answering it, no, it's so easy. We have a huge game tomorrow. I'm focused on that.
Yes.
Next question. Well, what about this rumor? We have a huge game tomorrow. I'm focused on that. It's a great opportunity for us, the program, and the kids. You don't air the dirty laundry like that 24 hours before your team is supposed to play its biggest game in however many years. This is pathetic. This is a joke. Now, I'm not absolving the rest of the folks from Maryland. It sounds like the AD, I don't, we're not going to know all the information until more comes out, more reporting is done. I'm sure there were angst behind the scenes. I'm sure there was a conflict. That's obvious. That's inherent. I experienced that to a degree via my school. I went to George Washington University. I know the former basketball coach and the AD didn't get along, and stuff happens. That's normal. You want more. They're not willing to give you more. The budget's this, that, whatever. I'm sure there's conflicts. There's going to be conflicts everywhere. The next AD is going to have to say no on some stuff. You couldn't stay an extra night in Manhattan like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone.
Mm-hmm.
So you do it now? You're bitching about an extra hotel night because you wanted to do something nice for the – in what world Is that an appropriate time and place to say anything of the sort? What on earth is happening? What a self-serving, pathetic display by the head coach. And again, doesn't absolve Maryland. Maryland's big picture. Tobes, I'm tagging in, but I'm going off on this. I cannot believe this is a thing. Maryland's got its own set of issues that they want to be something that they're not, and it's not going to happen. You ain't a football school. No matter how many times you're in the Big Ten collecting those checks, you're going to get your ass kicked when Penn State comes to town and Michigan comes to town, and the Ohio State University is going to beat the hell out of you whenever they feel like it. You ain't it. Good luck beating Indiana a couple times. Scrape together your revenue share for the Big Ten Network, which is on my cable package, and that's fine and dandy. I know why you did it. You chased that pie in the sky that you're going to be a football school. You're not. I get that there's frustration from the basketball team that has achieved, not lately, mind you, for so many years, and you can't get your NIL, you can't get your funding in this new reality. Fine. I understand you're upset and you're griping about it. Now back to you, Coach Willard. What a self-serving, pathetic display to air grievances, announce that the AD's leaving before there's any kind of official report. What are you doing and why?
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible display by Willard. It's a bad look on him. Like you said, it doesn't absolve Maryland from simply, if he wants to stay another night in New York, like, let's not pretend like the University of Maryland doesn't have enough money to stick around for one more night for the basketball team to celebrate Christmas in New York. That's obviously disappointing, but to have all this happen right before the NCAA tournament, look, I'm all for this drama. Let's do it. After the season is done, Danny, after everything's done, hopefully, this team wins tonight. Hopefully they win again on Sunday. Hopefully they're making another cross-country trip to go out to San Francisco next week for the Sweet 16. Hopefully all that stuff happens, but that's not even the talk right now around the Maryland basketball program, and it's disappointing. I mean, this is, like you said, a really, really good Maryland basketball team that has a chance to do something that this team hasn't done in a while. You got the Crab Five that people are talking about. T-shirts are being printed. People are excited about this basketball team, but going into a huge game against Grand Canyon today, the story isn't about beating the 13th seed Grand Canyon, whatever their mascot is. It's all about Kevin Willard essentially saying that their AD is gone. It's crazy to me that this is the story. This is something that Kevin Willard brought on himself. You're right. This is a simple answer. You can be asked about these rumors. You can be asked about all this stuff and simply say, we've got a big game to prepare for. We're going to be ready for that. We can talk about this after the season. You can give all the easy, cliched answers. He didn't choose to do that, and now he's got to live with the consequences. Unfortunately for them, though, the consequences a lot of times fall on the kids that had nothing to do with any of this.
Do you remember before the Nats World Series run when they were going to take on the Dodgers in 2019? Davey Martinez started bitching about players they didn't get in the offseason. They didn't pony up. Ownership and general manager Mike Rizzo didn't do a good enough job. We should have kept Bryce Harper. Remember that? Or we didn't stay in the nicest hotel when we went to Milwaukee. You remember that? You remember when Dan Quinn started bitching and moaning about the general manager, Adam Peters, and the Harris ownership group not putting them up in the nicest Radisson when they went to, New York or whatever? You remember all those? You don't remember them. You know why they didn't happen? Because it should never happen. I understand you're pissed off. I understand you got stuff, an axe to grind behind the scenes, and you're trying to win a power play against the de facto GM, aka the AD. I get that. Now is not the time. I cannot get over this. I'm telling you this right now. Like, I'm now out on that guy, on Kevin Willard. Hey, he's a great basketball coach. He knows what he's doing. He's sharp. He's a good basketball mind. They finally found somebody who could handle this NIL thing, who could do the transfer portal. He aced it. If you're looking at the quiz that he turned in a great quiz, right? They did an awesome job. This group is great. The focus today should be on a team that can go deeper in a tournament than has happened in Maryland in some time for a school that thinks it's a lot better than it is at everything. Oh, my goodness gracious. I cannot forgive this. 800-636-1067. I know we're a little bit late. I apologize. I got more to say about it, but I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067. Can you believe this? I guess is my first question to you. And what's your reaction to Kevin Willard just firing shots across the bow at the AD and announcing that he's out pretty much before they play their biggest game in however many years? 800-636-1067. It's Grant Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. March Madness Day 2 underway. Number 9 seeded Baylor beats number 8 seeded Mississippi State 75-72. It's in a three-pointer to tie it just with about a second to go in that one. Baylor looks like they're going to advance. Other games in action right now. A close one between number 2 seed Alabama taking on 15 seed Robert Morris. Alabama with just a 5-point lead, just under 5 to go, 70-65. 3 seed Iowa State leaves 14 seed Lipscomb 40-24 at the half, and 5 seed Memphis taking on 12 seed Colorado State. About 7.5 to go in the first half there. Colorado State with a 21-19 lead. The Terps getting underway at 4:30, taking on Grand Canyon. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
But I need to make fundamental changes to the program. That's what I'm focused on right now. That's why probably a deal hasn't got done, because I want to see, I need to see fundamental changes done. I want this program to be great. I want it to be the best in the country. I want to win a national championship, but there's things that need to change. When you're at a place for 3 years and you put your heart and soul into it, you kind of sit there and say, okay, wait a second, for us to be really successful, X, Y, and Z needs to change.
That's Kevin Willard doing an unbelievable job of making it about himself. Listen, I'm selfish too. I love attention. I make things about myself all the time. B. Mitch and Finley asked me to hop on and give you my favorite tournament memory, and 10 minutes later, I screamed my head off about Kevin Willard and how stupid Maryland is. I can't believe it. It's great to hear on the Fan. Toby's in for Jeeps. A lot of you guys are on hold. I'll get right to you. 800-636-1067. I find this unforgivable. I cannot believe this is something that he chose to do. I understand you've got gripes, you've got issues. You're not the first person to have your boss not do what you want them to do. You're not the first person that has asked for more resources. God forbid you try to print something at our office place. All right. I mean, it is like we'd be better off with a dot matrix printer that I got in the mid 90s at this stage, right? Where you can't find ink for these stupid things. There's a billion and one things that are annoying as all hell about our gig, about your gig, about everything in between. This is not where you air it. This is not the time. There is a game with your kid that you put together, this team that's better than anybody that you've had certainly here. That's better than anybody since probably you got boat raced by Kansas in a regional final a decade ago, or semifinal, Sweet 16 round, whatever. I cannot believe he chose now is the time and the place and the venue. And there are a couple people, including folks I respect, who are like, I respect him for putting his you-know-what on the line. No. With all due respect, folks, you're not putting anything on the line here. You are taking attention away from the game and the kids. If you've got some grievance you want to air, let's have that press conference afterwards when this season is done, not before you play Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, and this is neither the time nor the place for it, right? That's plain and simple. You shouldn't be doing this right before the biggest game of the year. You shouldn't be doing this right before and right at an NCAA tournament game. You can't be doing this sort of thing, and there's a part of professionalism that you probably just shouldn't say something like this. You're throwing an AD under the bus, and I get that they don't have a great relationship. I understand all that stuff, but there's just a certain way that you should conduct yourself as a professional. Kevin Willard clearly doesn't care about that, and he's going to go about doing his own business and doing his own thing. But even if you are going to say something like this, to your point, Danny, this is not the time to do it. We should be talking about the Crab Five. We should be talking about Derek Queen and how good he's been this season as a freshman. We should be talking about all these things. And instead, we're 2 hours before tip-off, and we're talking about Kevin Willard and not about how he's going to make adjustments to go against Grand Canyon, how he's getting ready for the winner of this Colorado State-Memphis game. Instead, we're talking about what he's talking about with staying an extra night in Manhattan for Christmas, or we're talking about who he's going to be working with next year, or potentially not working with next year as the athletics director. Now is not the time for that.
800-636-1067. Let's start line 4. Junior in Arlington, your reaction to Kevin Willard right before they play.
Yeah, I'm a Seton Hall graduate, and I love what Kevin Willard did for us as a coach. He cleaned up our program. But 3 years ago, before he came to Maryland, he did the exact same thing to Seton Hall and told the kids on the first day of the NCAAs that he was leaving. He made it all about himself. So to me, this is just history repeating itself. I think he needs an education on working with the media.
Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for making the call. I mean, to me, like, again, you're trying to use the spotlight and the leverage that you have to get some of the improvements and things that you want.
Sure.
I understand that. But again, I just cannot sign off on doing it right now this minute.
There are two coaches right now in the news for saying something or agreeing to something and it being out there. Kevin Willard being one. The other is Will Wade. You don't want to be in the same conversation as Will Wade. He's a heck of a basketball coach. He's a walking scandal, too. I would not want to be in the same conversation, and yet that's where Kevin Willard entered himself into.
And again, Kevin Willard, from a basketball perspective, has done a good job.
Absolutely.
That's obvious. Just to take us over a couple of years ago, puts his imprint on the program. This is a marvelous year where, like, every grade you would put back in terms of how this team played, how they compete. This group of five we put together, mastering the transfer portal, and doing everything that you could do with the resources that you have. A+, good job, Kevin Willard. F minus, all of that because of this. Let's go to line 3, Carlos in Serona Park. Los, what's your thought on this?
So I get it. He's putting so much into this program. It sounds like he's been fighting for this for a while. At some point, you have to get the word out. The school's being cheap, like it doesn't have any money. You know, like you said, the school's pretending to be, is trying to step up like they don't need to do the NIL or recruiting, which it sounds like the coach is doing a lot of the work. And respect to Gary Williams, times have changed. He wouldn't be able to do what Willard is doing now with the school and NIL. The school's stuck in the past. They need to wake up. I'm glad that he's using this as a platform because what gets more national attention in some sports in America? It's the NCAA tournament. So, that's my take on it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. So it sounds like he's not bothered by this and the timing of it. Again, I guarantee you, whoever you think is the best funded program in the country, Duke, UNC, I don't know, whoever it is, the best college basketball programs in the country, I guarantee you that coach wants more from the AD, especially if it's a football school also, right? It's like the Ohio State basketball coach. I bet you is kvetching right now in the office of the AD going,
sure.
I tell you, if we had another $1 million, I could have done this. If we had another $2 million, if we could go to this tournament, if we could, go to this camp or do this and that. Everybody's advocating for themselves. That's not unique. And even using the fact that you've got the showcase for it. If you really want to get your word out on this, I guarantee you could have hit up Jeff Herman. I guarantee you could have hit up somebody and said, hey, here's what's going on. I'll give you the exclusive. Keep my name out of it. Just say sources say. If that's what's that important to you, to make sure that everybody knows that Maryland's acting like little sisters of the poor, chasing the football golden goose, it's something that, by the way, is never going to happen. I want to be very clear about that. Fine. But sitting there at the podium where now that's the focus. I just find that ridiculous, to be honest with you.
Well, and the timing of this is probably right for Kevin Willard. In terms of you need more money. I get that. You need the money so that you can have, obviously, the stay in Manhattan, whatever he's trying to say there. I mean, that's absurd. But NIL is huge now. You have to be able to provide your athletes. It's a totally different time in college sports. You have to be able to provide your athletes with the best of the best or they're going to go somewhere else. So I understand the frustration, but the timing is, in terms of when you're actually saying these words, is not right. Right before an NCAA tournament game is not right. And I understand sometimes in order to do these things, it's going to get a little bit messy. You kind of have to strong arm. You have to use that leverage in a time that maybe you wouldn't like to, but it's not right.
Yeah, so behind the scenes, you could, I don't mean to do the clapping emoji right in your face. Behind the scenes, you could do that.
Yes.
I guarantee you've been arguing with the AD, and you're using the fact that he's got 1 foot out the door, it sounds like, and you, by the way, announced that he was leaving at a press conference. Use your leverage, man. Every coach should do that. Every person should do that, right? If you've got another offer, use that offer. Either take it or use it to get more money in your own job. Totally fine. The idea that this thing, ostensibly, that is supposed to be about these kids that have done everything that's been asked of them and then some, now you have taken all the shine and attention off of them. Unforgivable to me. 800-636-1067. We got some actual basketball to discuss. We'll talk NCAA tournament, some great memories. We'll go down memory lane here at 3. One more segment of this here. I want to get your reaction. 800-636-1067. Kevin Willard, not pleased with, sounds like he didn't mention this part, but his current deal, the amount of NIL money that they're getting, that they didn't get to stay in New York for an extra night around Christmas time, because it's Christmas time right now. Oh, wait, it's not. It's March, and it's tournament time. His comments, pretty stunning. 800-636-1067. One more segment for your reactions. Sorry, Chubbs. Just finishing a bite of my Caesar salad. And yeah, I got a Caesar salad. Wasn't feeling great. I'm here for the long haul, kind of get things loose. It's like taking batting practice before the regular game. I got a Caesar salad, all right? I'm not special. You just do everything you can.
Sure.
Let's try to do your best.
It looks good, by the way.
Thank you. It's all right. Yeah, I mean, it's limited by its saladiness.
Yeah, it's a salad.
The best salad inferior to the worst sandwich. Salads are punishment for a life well lived, and I am punishing myself. 3 o'clock, we're going to talk favorite tournament memories. 4 o'clock, give you a chance to win some Washington Nationals tickets. But I want to get your reactions to this. Kevin Willard in a press conference yesterday before his team takes on Grand Canyon University in a tournament game with the best team that he's had in his time here at Maryland, one of the best teams Maryland has had in however many years, to try to put this program back to where it probably should be. Not the delusional fans who think it's a Final Four team every year, and not to the fans that are just happy for participation trophies, but somewhere in the middle, right? The Sweet 16 should not be a crazy pipe dream for a program in this basketball hotbed. And I'm getting tweets. I'm at Funny Danny. Toby's at Toby_Altizer on the old Elon app, who are saying, no, look at the NIL calendar. It's coming up. The portal opens March 24th. He's pissed. You should be mad at Maryland. I got plenty of ammunition for Maryland, okay? They ain't right either in their big picture thinking and how they've gone about it. I've never met the AD. I've got no idea what kind of guy he is or how much a pain in the butt he may or may not have been to deal with. I know that I think they've made the wrong decision every single year chasing a football pipe dream that ain't going to happen. I think you're just wasting your time spinning your wheels to eke out 7 wins because you beat William and Mary and Norfolk State A&I Tech directional to get to 7 wins to go to the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl game. I think it's a big waste of time and foolish, but that's your decision to make. I understand that they're wrong and Kevin Willard might think he's right. You lose all credibility with me as soon as you do this before your tournament game. The players, the game, the players in the game. That's the focus. That's the story. The stuff behind the scenes, keep it behind the scenes.
Yeah, keep it behind the scenes, and this is not the right time, like we talked about earlier. I mean, I understand his point, and I get that this period of college basketball and college sports in general, you need more resources than you probably ever have because you need the money not just to improve your program and go recruiting, but also to keep your own players. So I get all that. Like if Derek Queen decides to stay for another year, you're going to need some cash to try to keep him, in College Park. I get all of that stuff, but right before your tournament game, a big one where people are hoping for a long run. And by the way, I mean, we heard tons of Terps people frustrated with the draw and everything, of the frustration of all that stuff. You can shut up so many people if you can just go on a nice long run and you can overcome the odds and you could be one of the best stories in the tournament if you go on to win and get into the Sweet 16 and even further. Like, there's so much good stuff that you can focus on, and none of that is being focused on right now, and we're less than an hour and a half before tip. It's disappointing.
Yeah,
really
basically saying I'll leave or else. If you want to leave, if you want to go to a greener pasture, I don't begrudge that. Some people do. No. I don't. These are adults. These are people's lives. Where you want to live, who you want to work for. If there's a better opportunity, take it. I got a cold dose of reality during my college career. I wasn't anywhere near as high profile as these guys at Maryland are, but the guy that recruited me, who I just naively, I didn't really understand it. He announced before a practice in the fall of my sophomore year that he was leaving. And I was like, this is, everyone else kind of seemed to take it in stride. I was distraught about it. I went, wait, what? I thought this was my guy. He's the one who recruited me. He's the one I talked for hours with on the phone and who was my mentor, my guide. He was going to be one of the guys that brought me through this whole experience. And he was gone just like that. And we had 3 assistant coaches over the next 3 years because that's how the funding worked. And that's how everybody was always looking for a better deal for them and their family. I now got it. That was my awakening. So I knew that coaches could leave. Coaches could look for better deals and get more money and more funded programs. I understand all of that. You're standing up there before your team plays, trying to hold Maryland hostage. I better get more NIL funding. I better have a better guy to deal with, or else you can do that behind the scenes, man, not before your team plays. 800-636-1067. You guys have been patient who are on hold. Kevin in Arlington, what's your thoughts on this? Kev, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Danny, Toby. I didn't have quite the visceral reaction you're having, but I get every point you've made, okay? So I totally respect your point of view. I just call it the professionalization of college sports. NIL, portal, conference realignment. This reminds me in some ways. I think the difference is I think maybe Willard has an offer to go to Villanova, but he doesn't want it. Maybe he wants to stay at Maryland, but hell, the AD who he doesn't get along with is going to SMU. He's in the portal's opening up. He needs a decision. And unfortunately, the business now becomes before the players. Case in point, I'm a JMU grad, huge JMU football fan. Kurt Knighty takes us on this wonderful season, okay? We get to our first bowl game. What happens? He becomes Indiana's head coach, takes all the coaches with him. Half of our best, 15 of our best players puts Indiana on the map this year. And you know what happens? We are decimated. We go into our first bowl game. We can't hang with Air Force. Thank you, professionalization of college sports. We need a situation, I don't know if it's possible legally, where business like this gets conducted only after the final game of the season, whether it's the final FBS bowl game for the national championship, whether it's the Final Four and the national championship in men's basketball, whatever it is. Because guess what? When the regular season's over, coaches are starting to move or getting moved out. And the business starts, and there's nothing you can do about it except endure it. And I'm sorry for the players. I totally get your point. I'm like, this is what's happening. Maybe Kevin really wants to stay, and maybe he's got this Villanova offer. He's saying, look, I'm going unless you get this way.
Yeah, that's a great call as always, buddy. Appreciate you making it. And all valid points, by the way, of what's going on. I think Kevin's assessment is 100% correct, Tobes. But I think there's two silos for me. One, I think Maryland's at fault. I don't think they're making the right choices when it comes to the dollars and cents, and they're chasing something that I don't think is ever going to happen. But that's, just my opinion from the outside. I think that's a good sports debate. I think it's probably he's annoyed at, and he's using the leverage that he has, et cetera, et cetera. I think all those things are true. I also think there's a behind the scenes where that should have stayed.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, this is just unprofessional, plain and simple. Regardless of what announcing that a dude is leaving before he formally announced it, regardless of whether you like him or not, there's just a certain form of professionalism that I think most people would want their program to have, like their head coach, the face of the program, because especially in the modern age of college basketball, and it had kind of been this way for a long time. Like Coach K was the face of Duke basketball, and Roy Williams at UNC, and Calipari was at Kentucky. Like the coach is the one that stays year over year, so they're kind of the ones that are the face. Kevin Willard looks incredibly unprofessional, and in turn, it makes Maryland basketball look unprofessional. It's just not a good look.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. It's great Danny here on the Fan. Tobes is in for GP. So we're going to move on. I appreciate the calls on this. We might come back and revisit it here in a little while as Maryland tips off in just under right around 2 hours from now, I think, if I've got my calendar correct. Speaking of tournament, let's talk some actual basketball. We'll get you up to date on the results so far. And I want to talk favorite upset with you. Your number one seed going back all the way, however, whether it was when you were a kid or recently. Give me your favorite upset of all time. Toby and I will give you ours. We'll do that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Friday, the first round of the NCAA tournament underway. 2 games already concluded. 9-seed Baylor beat 8-seed Mississippi State by 3, 75-72. The Bulldogs just
G&D here on the Fan. Toby Altizer in for Jeeps. We are hanging out. Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. Come hang with us. You love pickleball. I get that. Also, I want to tell you guys, they're Washington. They're preparing their offseason to protect their star QB. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? It's an exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So it's a lot of college basketball today. Understandable, right? We're college hoops heavy. Not necessarily breaking down Colorado State and Memphis as it's going on, but just kind of the big picture of college hoops. So because this is such a big tourney day and it's so fun, I wanted to ask you guys, go back down memory lane a little bit. 800-636-1067. Be interested to see kind of cross generations. I want your favorite tournament upset of all time. The first one that jumps into your mind. The first one you think of. Right? It could be, could be your first one that you experienced, could be your favorite one, just something that jumps out at you over the years. Because at the end of the day, the fact that even the overdogs, even the great teams, still face this one and done terrifying thing where anybody, anytime, anywhere can get you. Right? I mean, it's a time-honored thing. The mid-major that nobody's heard of that everyone falls in love with. The Florida Gulf Coast beat Notre Dame. Not Notre Dame. Beat Georgetown, rather. Right? Weber State beating North Carolina in 1999. I mean, there's a million and one of these things. So which one for you stands out? Locally, I'd imagine we have some George Mason alums.
Oh, big time.
Them beating UConn. That could be your favorite run. We'll go into that too a little bit as well. Just some of your favorite memories from the tournament. But give me your favorite upset of all time. Tobes, start with you. Give me your one seed.
So I'm not going to say this because I don't want to be petty, Danny. I don't want to do it. I'm a hokey guy. So I'm definitely not going to mention UVA going down in the first round as a 1 seed. I'm not going to mention that.
Don't mention that.
I won't mention it. I will mention my favorite one was in 2015. I remember I was still in high school at the time. We had a little computer lab like you were talking about yesterday.
Sure,
It was after school, though, so we were sneaking away to watch some college hoops. And Georgia State gets the ball. They're down by 2, and R.J. Hunter knocks one down from like 2 steps behind the three-point line. His dad was hobbled with something on his leg. I can't remember what he was dealing with, some injury. He falls off his stool, and they end up beating Baylor by 1, 57-56. One of my favorite tournament games of all time.
So this one's cheating a little bit, okay? Because it's not as big an upset as maybe some of these other games over the years. Quick shout out, though, by the way, to the Richmond Spiders from back in the day. The first 15 seed to down a 2 seed when they beat Syracuse. And that was at the time that little Fannie Mouye little teeny tiny Randy Douye, who had just gone from bowl cut to flat top. It was a big year for me. Bowl cut to flat top, a transition.
When are we going back to that?
I don't know. I mean, I kind of do it now. I mean, it's like a little bit of a fade. I don't really know what to say to the barber, but this is one of those deals where my mom back in the day used to use an actual bowl, and finally, like, it was bad enough that my dad's like, you can't touch that child's hair anymore. So, like, you just kind of get it trimmed. And I had this like long hair, and finally, I was like, enough of this. It looks stupid, and I went to Hair Quarters in McLean.
Okay.
Shout out to Ken who ran that spot, and then I want something different. And he said, well, boys are coming here. A lot of them getting flat tops. My neighbor and best buddy at the time, Casey Kite, he had a flat top. I said, okay, give me what Casey gets. So they you take off all of it on the sides, a little bit on the top, get your little pomade, spike that son of a gun, and you go. That's what I was doing, right? That's when Richmond beat Syracuse, and I hated Syracuse at that point because they were a rival to Georgetown. And to me, if you were against Georgetown, you were against me. I loved Georgetown at that point. They'd given me so many great memories. So that's the first one, the shout out. The upset that did the most for me, and I didn't know that I had any plans on going there. It wasn't on my radar at all. But you're growing up in the D.C. area, Georgetown, Maryland, and there was kind of that dividing line. Like, who are you in favor? Because both programs were elite. They were excellent. Georgetown had just finished their run in national championships. Maryland had been so good for so long, but knocking on the door in the ACC, couldn't break through at that point because Carolina was always great. Duke was always great. And, somebody else would jump up and be really good. Well, there are other schools in the D.C. area. Before George Mason was George Mason, right? Before American University, it had some success. I'd never really heard of this school. The George Washington University, Topes.
Okay.
This was foreshadowed. They were 12 seed. Be honest with you, they probably shouldn't have been in the tournament that year. They'd had some injuries and weren't particularly good. They lost in the first round of the A-10 conference tournament. They finished second in the regular season with Coach Mike Jarvis and company, and that was good enough to put them into the NCAA tournament as an at-large team. This New Mexico team they played in the first round as a 5 seed was really, really good. GW, kind of walking wounded, nobody was really sure how good they were going to be in this tournament, was awesome. They beat New Mexico by 14 points. And so I'm sitting there going, well, I've never heard of this school before, really. I think you obviously heard the name, but I didn't have much cause to go to Foggy Bottom at that point in my life. You're driven by the State Department a million times over, but you didn't know that there was a school right there in Foggy Bottom. It didn't have any cachet, didn't really have any juice. It was a lot of international students at that point. You didn't really know much about it. They win that game, and you're going, wait, where are they from? Oh, my God, that's 2 miles from where I go to high school. How cool is that? And so then I began to kind of follow that team. I'd start, this is pre-internet, so now I'm going back and scrambling on microfiche in the library during my free period, finding articles about Vaughn Jones and Dirk Searles and Yinka Dare, rest in peace, 7-footer. They were a really good basketball team that kind of got put together. They won their first round game against New Mexico. They beat Southern, another team that had pulled an upset in their first round. So they'd beat a 5 seed and a 13 seed, and they had to face a number 1 seed. Michigan Wolverines.
Ooh.
You might remember some of those players on that roster.
Yeah.
You might remember a Chris Webber. You might remember a Jalen Rose, a Jimmy King, a Ray Jackson. You might remember Juwan Howard. All sophomores at this point, right? So they'd come off, get into the national final in their freshman year, and they were right back at it in the sophomore year of that Fab Five that, again, were now growing in experience. And they were so good. I'm telling you guys, it sounds like the old man who coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? You've heard it before. GW had them on the ropes. They were reeling. It was a tight game throughout. Michigan pulled away. They was a better team. Not saying they weren't. But that day, little GW put themselves on the map. They were fighting tooth and nail with a Michigan Wolverines team that, of course, would go to the national final. We know the story, so on and so forth.
Timeout, what?
I think that was timeout year. But GW upsetting New Mexico kind of put them on the map for me and I think a lot of people. Their enrollment went up after that. The applications went up. It kind of started this thing where the school went from and also ran kind of like if you didn't get literally their application process used to be, you wanted to live in D.C., you applied to Georgetown, you didn't get in. Well, let's try AU and GW. That's literally what their clientele was.
Yeah.
And that sort of changed things. They had their own identity after that. And it got to be the point that it was almost routine for them to be a top 25 caliber team with Shante Rogers in years after, and Alexander Kuhl and Yegor Masharikov and Mike King. It was a blast how good they were for a handful of seasons. They haven't really got back to that level of success since. But pretty incredible, that game. So that's my favorite tournament upset. What's yours? 800-636-1067. Let's start line one, old-fashioned way. Doug in Virginia, what's your one seed of tourney upsets?
Oh, I didn't realize you were asking for a one seed. I was going to say UMBC versus UVA a couple of years ago. Not just because I'm a UVA hater, but because it was pure basketball.
Yeah.
It was pure basketball back in the day when a great reminder that anything can happen. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
And the crazy part about that one is UMBC didn't just squeak by. They dominated that game.
Dude,
they won by
rolled.
20.
Yeah, they were the better team. And it wasn't like one of those fluky things because they got hot from three. They were better the whole time.
Well, and also that one set up an incredible storyline where the next year Tony Bennett gets his team rolling. They win the national championship the following
With
year.
the same group, basically.
It's just so crazy to see what happened. But they were always prone to that under Tony Bennett, right? Because they didn't score a lot of points. But if they could, if a team could stick around a little bit, it was always a close game with them. And it was just crazy to see UMBC that day just be the better team by far over UVA.
And I remember the scalding takes, and I offered one the following day. I think we maybe have been doing the show from here. I said some things that, thank goodness, those tapes weren't available the following season.
Yeah.
But I said, this is the point. This is a double-edged sword. It's how you compete in the ACC every night. Now, this is time before time. The ACC is what was known as good at basketball.
Okay. Sure.
So it's a little different than now.
So not like Clemson this year or Louisville or
no, or like pretty much anybody actually, right?
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe Duke.
Well, Duke's really good. I think they have a great chance to win the Natty. But you see the point of the Duke story. It used to be up and down. It was a war.
Yeah.
The ACC every night. There were no off nights. There was no place you could go that wasn't going to be electric. Everyone from Maryland to NC State to Florida State had teams over the years. I mean, UVA was awesome and couldn't do better than seventh for a handful of seasons with guys like Curtis Staples and Harold Dean and Junior Burrow and Norman Nolan. I mean, I could go all day. So, yeah, that's when it was great. And UVA, if you wanted to compete, you got to do something. You had to do a gimmick. You do something different.
Yeah.
You can't try to out Duke. You can't try to out UNC. So they did something kind of the opposite. You played this pack line 4, walk it up, pace type deal or slow pace type deal, meaning that a team couldn't blow you out, but everybody was going to be in the game against you. And that was always the risk that you ran. Let's go to line 2, Ruben in VA, who I believe is for Scuba. Ruben, your favorite tournament upset?
Hey, guys, great show. Thank you for your time. My greatest upset was George Mason in 06. That was my freshman year at Mason. I know they were 11th seed. I believe they cracked the top 25 that year. And they played Michigan State first, took them out, played UNC, which was my college basketball team growing up. They beat them, then Wichita State, and then number 1 ranked Connecticut in the Elite 8. Got to the Final Four and lost to Florida after a tough game. And it was, I know when I first started, it was a commuter school, and that's the main reason because I'm local to that area. So, but after that tournament run, that Cinderella story, it blew up tenfold, exponentially. It's crazy now, but what difference it made. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I can't imagine being a freshman.
I mean, just incredible. You're like, is this how it always is?
Yeah, I didn't know.
This is going to be awesome. Yeah, I mean, not to make you feel old, Danny, but I was, I've been 8 at the time when they went on their run.
That's fun. That's really neat.
Not to try to make you feel old, but
No,
I don't
that's
really
good.
remember
I'm
the
glad for
details of the run, but I remember local news and everything, Jim Larinaga, the celebrity, everything. It was such a fun run. I didn't fully understand everything at the time like I do now, but yeah, it was an awesome run. I don't remember it distinctly, but I remember the bits and pieces of it, and I loved it too.
They beat the bluest of the blue bloods, dude. If they'd somehow matched up and beaten Duke, that would have been kind of the who's who. But Michigan State, basketball royalty. North Carolina, basketball royalty. Connecticut, as good as any program that probably doesn't get enough credit for how good they've been, to be honest with you. The number 1 overall seed, I think, in the tournament that year. Wichita State, who was pretty terrific, kind of started their run of being one of those kind of like the new Gonzaga, that mid-major that always was nasty. But they couldn't lose. It was stunning, in fact, when Florida finally, the glass slipper didn't fit anymore, right? Because that Florida team was excellent. They were great. And Mason couldn't really run with them. And you go, oh, yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like when George Mason, with all due respect to those guys, plays a top-seeded team. It ain't supposed to look like 86-84 against UConn, but that run was amazing. The whole area was beyond a buzz with it. They were just people were so overjoyed. It was so fun. Let's go to line 3. T-Bone in Sterling. Your best upset, your favorite upset.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Danny. How are you doing?
Good, pal.
First off, I'm a GW alum. I didn't realize you were in the Hall of Fame. I now put you on a pedestal, my good man.
Thank you for taking the prompt to bring that up unsolicited. Your $5 Venmo is in the mail.
Thank you. Also, the George Mason run, GW was ranked 4th at one point by USA. Made the tournament, probably the best team they ever had. They lost in the second round to Duke because they could make a shot. But my favorite
Pops was hurt, man, hurt their seating. Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite Cinderella, I think probably the best, is the 1983 NC State overcame the Houston Cougars, which lovingly were known as Phi Slamma Jamma back in that year. Clyde Drexler, Akeem Olajuwon. It was a 54-52 upset. NC State was ranked 6, Houston ranked 1 or seeded. Sidney Lowe, Derek Wittenberg were dropping three-pointers 12, 15 feet beyond the arc. And then the last shot, Sidney Lowe came up short to the rim. Lorenzo Charles got the rebound, slammed it for the win. Then you got Jim Valvano running all over the court trying to find someone to hug. I mean,
no one knew what to do.
Yeah, that was just an amazing Cinderella win. I think
it was phenomenal. Yeah, trip memory lane there. It's one of the first sports memories I had. I didn't understand the magnitude of it, but in retrospect, of course, you know that how big a deal Clyde Drexler was, how big a deal Akeem was, et cetera. That NC State team wasn't good for most of the year. They ended up having, I think it was Sidney Lowe who was hurt, and then ended up coming back, but they played that starting 5 the whole time. Thurl Bailey and Derek Wittenberg were so terrific in that game and on that run. But yeah, that was kind of your original gangster. My favorite is, so the dunk happens. Yeah, I know you've seen the highlight, Tobes, a million times. So the dunk happens, and this is before they would stop the clock on a made basket in the last minute or whatever. And so he dunks it, and it's 2-1, game's over, and everybody's kind of looking around. No one knows what to do. You just won the natty, dude. It's a celebration. But yeah, that was super fun.
I mean, he brings up NC State. How about NC State last year? Remember, they had to go on the run in the ACC tournament. You get a guy like DJ Burns, and that's why we love March Madness.
That's right.
DJ Burns isn't playing in the NBA. I think he's playing somewhere in Europe or something.
Yeah.
But he's someone that everyone's going to love for a long time. He was such a lovable guy, fun to watch.
Went to the Final Four last year.
Went to the Final Four.
The parallels wrote themselves.
They had to win the ACC tournament, and they did it, and then they went to the Final Four. Just insane.
That is nuts. 800-636-1067. Favorite tournament upset over the years? There's still so many that we could pick from, whether it was Bryce Drew beating, I think it was Mississippi State for Valparaiso on that great long-distance play. There have been a billion. The 15s over 2s, the 13s over 4s, the 14s over 3s. I mean, nobody's mentioned Ali Faroukmanesh from Northern Iowa just yet, beating Kansas. So many to choose from. Give me your favorite tournament upset. 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. College hoops in action right now. A couple of games already completed. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama beat Robert Morris 90-81. And Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55. Games currently in action. Memphis leading Colorado State 47-45 with 15:10 to go in the second half. Duke leading Mount St. Mary's 24-9. Tipping off in just a couple of minutes. St. Mary's going to take on Vanderbilt coming up at 4:30. The Terps get their tournament underway, taking on Grand Canyon. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA tonight, Wizards taking on the Magic, Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
There's something about it, Tobes. I gyrate a little bit. Not when Darius plays this on a Tuesday, but it's like that Friday, decent weather. I'm watching the tourney, that kind of vibe. I get a little bit antsy in the pants.
Oh, big time.
You know what I'm saying?
Little Friday vibes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Like, oh, I'm
Love
sorry about Levels by Avicii.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the radio program. That's Toby Altizer. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny right out on The Fan. Tournament hot and heavy. It's happening right now, my friend, right before our very eyes. We're hanging out at Tap Sports Bar here at MGM National Harbor. I see beers flowing. People are drinking adult beverages right now. Yes.
I might have to leave, Danny.
We're going to be fine. I've seen people drinking alcohol. They're here. They're consuming alcohol. It's supervised. It's safe. They're all of legal age, etc. This place rules. It's awesome. I've already had a salad. Again, I'm not bragging about it. I'm just telling you that I've had it. I'm going to have something that's less
How many
healthy.
more times are you going to mention that you had a salad?
7 or 8. And so I learned, this is true. I learned this once. Our boss taught me this, that the average listener has to hear, you have to play something or do something 13 times for the average listener to hear it once.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
So that's why the dumb pop station plays the same 3 Taylor Swift songs and Dua Lipa and whatever,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And it's why we kind of have to major in topics that we think that most people want to listen to and hear. So if somebody tells you, like, dude, hey, we're tired of that, it means that we're doing a good job, honestly, to a degree. You got to find new and creative ways to get some of the big stuff out there, right? Anyway, the point of the dude's story is I'm trying to get it 13 times on the radio so that my wife hears it once. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, makes sense.
I want her to know that I ate a salad. Now, I'm not going to talk about the next thing that I eat as much, but I had a salad.
Yeah, I mean, we're proud of you. I had some wings already, but that doesn't need to be out there. But you eating a salad for sure needs to be out there.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not like
a great choice.
It's not like I'm going to tweet it at Funny Danny in a moment. 800-636-1067. Duke is underway against the Mount. God bless the Mount, but this may be the end of the road for them. Duke is duking. They look phenomenal. They look like a true natty contender against the 16 seed. Colorado State just took a nice lead of 4 points after some transition buckets over Memphis. Penny Hardaway coaches at Memphis. By the way, that's one of those. You want to feel old at all? I remember Penny Hardaway's whole career from beginning to end. Beginning when it used to be Memphis State, he was a badass. He was a baller. We were robbed of so many years of greatness of Anthony Hardaway. That guy was incredible. But we know the injury story with him. That was such a bummer, man. But he's now back coaching at Memphis State. They're rolling, they're down 4 to Colorado State. More tourney action to come. Maryland tips off later in the afternoon, etc. We're going through some great memories now. Give me your favorite tournament upset at any point in time from back in the day. It could be your first one that you remember. It could be the most impactful to you, etc. There have been bigger upsets, but for me, it was GW beating New Mexico. I didn't really know much about GW, to be honest with you. I didn't know I was going to go there. I know, the head coach that recruited me wasn't even there at that point. It was not on my radar. And that run where they had Michigan dead to rights, I would say, that Fab Five in their second year of on their way to a national final where they lost to UNC, that game was riveting. It became something that the whole area was rooting for, kind of the adopted sons. So that meant the most to me. Yours was
Georgia State beating Baylor with R.J. Hunter knocking down the deep three, his dad falling off the stool on the side of the
Off
court.
The stool is great.
All that stuff was great. One of my favorite college hoops memories.
Let's go to line 4. Adam in Gaithersburg, your favorite tourney upset of all time.
Okay, let me set the scene here real quick. Thank you for having me on, first of all.
Yeah, buddy.
1997. I'm in 10th grade, and my parents bought me tickets to go see it, and I got to miss school to go to the game. And it's number 15. I knew everybody in that building.
Yep.
Yeah. I knew everybody in that building. I knew everybody in that building picked South Carolina, but there was not a soul in that place that wasn't rooting for Coppin State by the end.
Coppin State, dude. Coppin State beating South Carolina. I appreciate the phone call. We beat Coppin State once 30-1 during my time. They were not the best baseball program.
Close game,
I would say. And we almost were felt bad. I don't know if we should count these stats. They did because they fielded a team and came
because they
down.
were good stats.
Yeah, I was like, I got 4 hits. All right, I'm keeping these. But it made up for my 0 for 6 day against George Mason.
Sure.
We beat George Mason in a game. I'm making this about myself here. We beat George Mason 26-21 in a game my freshman year. Everybody had at least 2 hits except for me. I went 0 for 5.
That's tough.
And I'm like,
That's tough.
I was like, this sucks.
You and the pitchers didn't have a good day.
Yeah, I lined out twice and a couple lazy fly balls. I'm like, this is bull crap, And everyone else is like, what a great day to play. I'm like, shut up, Anyway. But that was a great one. Coppin State, I think that was the second or third team ever to do that. Talking about the 15 seed beating the 2. 800-636-1067. Give me Paul in Gaithersburg. We're playing big in Gaithersburg today, Tubbs.
Hey, guys.
Paul, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Paul?
I'm going to go with number 2, Kansas, who had 4 first-round draft picks the next year, getting upset by number 15, Bucknell. Bucknell was led by one of the players that I actually coached in high school. He was the player of the year in the Patriot League, and he is now the head coach of the Charlotte Hornets.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How about that? That's a good one. Appreciate that. So I think I'm looking this up. I think that was actually a 14-3 game, but the point stands. It was a major upset, obviously. 64-63 over Kansas. Yeah, Bucknell was a 14 seed in that one. I hadn't thought about that game in forever. Let's go to line 7. Lance in Elkridge. Give me your favorite tourney upset of all time.
Yeah, so thank you for accepting the call. I'm only going to say this once. So this was DePaul with the Terry Cummings, Mark Aguirre, coached by Ray Meyer, going against St. Joe's. So it's a little school from Philadelphia going against the monster from Chicago. I was there in person. A friend got me a ticket to it. And the crowd, if they weren't from Chicago, they were with St. Joe's, and it was so close the whole game. And you could just feel the tension build. And ended up winning the game on driving down the full length of the court, and nobody for DePaul was able to stop them. And they put in the shot to end the game and win it. It was just incredible.
So what were the numbers of seeds there? Do you remember?
Well, so this was Dayton, so it's about 12,500. This is before they did the play-in games.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No, I appreciate the phone call. I couldn't remember what seed they were because this is a little bit before my time, but those were a couple NBA legends that played them at DePaul team that got upset.
One of my favorites that I forgot about, just randomly came to my mind, Dunk City, Florida Gulf Coast.
15 over 2.
First 15 seed to go to the Sweet 16. They beat Georgetown, unfortunately, in the first round. They won by 10, and then they beat 7 seed San Diego State to get to the Sweet 16. Remember Andy Enfield? He ends up he kind of parlayed that into the USC job.
Yep.
That was a fun team to watch. I love when you get a team too. It's like we talked about with UMBC. They dominated. They were the better team. This one was fun because they were a fun brand of basketball. It wasn't this team that they had to upset you by slowing it down and winning 45-44. Like they were getting up and down the floor and competing with the big boys.
Well, you played, for example, I think back to my meager high school basketball times, right? When you played St. John's, they were going to run flex cuts. They were flex cutting you until you were blue in the face, until you lapsed once, and they would get a layup. They would run that crap for 40 minutes, or I guess all 32 minutes because you play 8-minute quarters. But they would just run it and run it and run it, and you knew what you were getting. When you played, I don't know, the math was different. Morgan Wooten would just point at me, and the guy would kick my butt. But you had kind of a brand identity. The point I'm going with this is, if you were to describe Florida Gulf Coast offense, what was it?
Lobs,
dunk, and lobs.
It was like the LA Clippers with Chris Paul,
with Paul and DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin. They were hunting to dunk it on your bleeping forehead. That's all they wanted to do, and it was awesome. It was such a blast. That's a good one. Line 2, Charlie in Arlington has one for us. Charlie, what do you got?
Yeah, this is not a Cinderella, and you got to consider the source. I'm a Carolina guy. But in '93, Duke's been to 5 straight Final Fours. They're coming off 2 natties in a row. And Jason Kidd introduces himself to the world by just eviscerating them and knocking them out of the tournament. Just love to see that. Love to see Coach K brought down a notch. And that's my favorite upset for the tournament.
So that Cal team was good, though, weren't they? Like, I think that Cal team was good. I mean, the reason I was actually really familiar with it, because speaking of my high school, I was in 8th grade when a dude named Anwar McQueen was all Met from St. Albans for a team that finished second in the area. They went to DeMatha and beat DeMatha at DeMatha, mind you.
Wow.
St. Albans did that. That team was great. Brian Bobo played at Catholic. A couple of guys that were really good athletes in other sports, including a guy that I believe played in the NFL later on in his career, Jeremy Akers. But Anwar was incredible as Player of the Year, and he at the Gonzaga, the Capital Showcase, DC Capital Showcase at then I guess it was MCI Center, Verizon Center, I don't know, whatever it was, dominated and got an offer ultimately from Cal to play for Todd Bozeman. And so he goes out there to Cal, him and a dude named Randy Duck. It was the backcourt, and War was going to be the guy until they found they landed on some guy. What was his name? Oh yeah, Jason Kidd. So I'm sitting there. I'm rooting for my guy, my hero at this point, Anwar McQueen, who was again just a terrific player. But I mean, Jason Kidd, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So he ended up coming off the bench a bunch instead of the starting role that he kind of earned previously, et cetera. But that's a great one. Pull there, Cal over Duke. That is always welcome. Whether it's Lehigh over Duke, whether it's anybody over Duke, that's always good. Line 3, Sean in Fairfax. Last word on this. Your favorite tournament upset of all time.
Danny, I need your feedback, though, on your salad. Their salads are not created equally. So is this like a mixed greens with oil and vinegar, or what exactly are you dealing with?
No, it's a Caesar salad. You know what I mean? So it's like, again, it's not even that good for you because there's croutons in there to make it palatable. I did bacon as my meat in the Caesar. Some people did salmon, and I'm like, I eat enough salmon as it is. I think salmon just I'm annoyed by it. Chicken is just so pedestrian unless it's fried or in wing form. So I kind of went bacon there. So I had a bacon Caesar dressing, bacon Caesar salad. Pretty good.
That's solid.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Hampton 2001 over Iowa State. For a DMV reference, Tommy Adams, who was an All-American soccer player at Hilton High School, I think he retired as the MEAC all-time three-point leader. I don't know if that still stands to this day. But if you look back and actually watching the national broadcast, it was actually the first time that I think white people had seen a historically black college band, and they were loving and enjoying the HBCU Hampton band. And so it was like a great celebration of sport and competition. It was great.
Yes, I appreciate the call. That Iowa State team, if memory serves, was really good. Larry Eustace back in the day, pre-troubles, if that's a kind way to say it. But they were nasty and ended up getting upset. I think that was a 15-2 game as well, maybe 14-3. But I remember that team was really, really good. I want to say that was a Marcus Pfizer-led team, but I may be pulling it out of my tuchus. Appreciate the phone calls on that. That's fun. Speaking of fun, I want you to have fun at Nationals opening day. This is your last chance, people. This is your last chance to win those tickets. We'll do that at 4 p.m. when we do our little Beltway Blitz situation, all right? The other thing we're going to do next, though, it's Friday. Okay, cue Rebecca Black. It's Friday. It's 3:45. We're going to win off the field. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for Darius. You can do it for Anthony if you want to. I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't choose to do it for him.
Never for Anthony.
You can do it for Tobes. Don't do it for Corporate Clary. He has enough. You do it for Bruce. You do it because this thing was organized by Bruce Allen because he was an innovator and he was a genius, I tell you. A genius. 800-636-1067. How are you winning off the field? and then remain there. If you were curious as to what to do with your hands, once they go up, they stay there.
They stay there.
Some people put them back
Right
down,
there.
not us, not up in here. Not up in here. Grant Nanny here on the Fan. Tobes in for GP, 800-636-1067. It's time to win off the field. We'll do this together. We'll collaborate on this. We involve you guys as well. Something teeny, tiny, small, insignificant going on in your lives that has nothing to do with real big-time success, right? It's the small things. We're going to celebrate those little things here on G&D. The reason we do this is because Bruce Allen, the hero of this story, if I could say that, Tobes, once stood in front of an assembled throng of reporters trying to explain the current state of the union and why things were so bad. He explained to us, it's not that bad, actually. Just give a listen to what he said that time.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
You see that? Now, some people are going to look at the records of teams. Did you win? Did you lose? Bruce was trying to explain, no, you silly. It's not about that. It's about the little ones. So I ask you at 800-636-1067. Tell us how you are winning off the field. Tobes, you want to start us off? You want to show people how it's done? Give them an example?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have a great one for this week. It's been kind of a weird week.
Sure,
but
yeah.
GP still on vacation.
Yep.
Get to hang out with my good bud Danny Rouillet.
Oh, it's me.
At Tap Sports Bar.
Yeah.
And watch some college basketball while hanging out with you guys. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
I see what you did there. You kind of tied it to the current situation.
And dear everyone, right? I mean, talk you up, talk all the fans up, talk all the listeners up. That's how it's done right there.
I've got one, but Corporate Clary just texted me. And that's very rare that he would use his company phone to send a text message to me. Darius, do you mind? Do you want to go full intro for Corporate Clary here? Just so he can give us his winning off the field. So we'll take our time. I'm vamping here until the music plays.
I will say Corporate Clary is running the board as of this moment. And I will say, as a corporate guy, I am slacking and don't necessarily know where my own music is. So I will admit that. So that's losing off the field. Unfortunately, we do not have that. But I do have a winning off the field for it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he doesn't have access to the music, or he doesn't want it played, and it's a big corporate conspiracy. So, Ryan, I'll allow you the floor. How are you winning off the field, sir?
So the girlfriend and I, we had some plans tonight. I was gonna make some dinner, and we're gonna watch some college basketball. She has no interest in the college basketball, but I do. I told her this is a big thing for me. I love it.
She has interest in you, so she'll play along, right?
Of course. And so I just got a text about 30 minutes ago saying, you know what? Don't make dinner tonight. Let's go pick up sushi. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
There you go. That's how it's done.
I like that.
That's a good corporate, clean, family-friendly example.
Yeah.
That's product synergy. That's all the different buzzwords.
Sushi for college hoops is a little bit of an interesting play, but I kind of like it.
Walk me through that, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Why though? Why? Because you know what I mean. I get what you're saying, but why?
I kind of want something that's a little more fried.
Yep.
Makes me feel fat and out of shape.
Yep.
Which I am, by the way.
Right.
It just makes me feel comforted. And not to say that sushi doesn't do that, because I'm a big sushi fan, but sushi's like a conversation food. Something I'm hanging out. I don't want to talk while I'm watching hoops.
It's like, have you tried this? Which one is this? This the salmon?
I don't want to talk to you about it. I just want to eat it. I want to stuff my face with wings and nachos and chips and all that stuff while I'm watching hoops. But I kind of like the play, Danny. I kind of like the play.
Let's talk about sushi super quick. I can't do this with Grant because he's a toddler.
It's not chicken tender. So
Yeah, right. It's not like one of the 4 things he ate as a 6-year-old. Walk me through your sushi. You've got your roll. You got your chopsticks. You're assembled, ready to go. What happens?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm generally a sashimi over sushi guy. But if we're going with a roll here, I like a nice tuna roll. I go with a spicy tuna roll. I don't need to be too crazy. I don't need any of the wasabi. I don't need any of the ginger, any of that stuff. We're just very simple. Chopsticks, pick up the roll, dip it in a little soy sauce, straight to mouth.
Are you a small amount of soy sauce guy, or you let it absorb? You know what I'm talking about? When the bottom of the rice
probably
is in there for a
somewhere-
1/1000, a 2/1000.
Somewhere in between. I'm not like barely tapping it in there, but I'm also not letting it soak. Somewhere in between.
You ever do the wasabi mixed in with the soy sauce? You ever just stir it up, steer it up? You ever do that?
I have not, but it sounds like a great play.
It's a play. I don't want to say it's what playmakers do, but a little bit.
Players
You know what I
making
mean?
plays.
Yeah, playmakers will do that. I'll give you a winning off the field, and it goes a little something like this. I had a salad earlier, and I've said it now enough times that I believe my wife knows that I had a salad.
Sure.
So the whole point of having a salad, the whole point of being vegan, the whole point of doing CrossFit is so that you can tell people that that's what you do or have done or continue to do or whatever. So I had the salad. It's a salad. Just is, right? It's fine. But I had it. And I'm going to get the credit for having it. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
And that's how we do it.
I love this comment that we got on our YouTube stream here.
Oh,
Jay Plott said that he was going to guess that Clary's was that he found a bottle of cleaner in the store that no one had used and he took it.
Well, we can't do that. We already found a cleaner here, and I'm still borrowing it till this day. Actually,
It remains in the borrowed. By the way, when is the office clean going to happen? Is it when everybody finally comes back into the office? Are you going to do the thing where you clean up every room as you promised?
Well, I feel like everybody getting sick. Maybe he should have already cleaned the office.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unreal the amount of sickness. Yeah, I had a bit planned where we have some of that green Myers at home, which was the subject of all this that he stole from the station. And I was like, I'm going to plan a sting operation where I'm just going to bring it in and like leave it out and see if anybody takes it, or like attach a wiretap to it or something like that. But yeah, appreciate that. That's how we went off the field, people. It's how we do it together. I want you guys to win, speaking of that, some Nats tickets. We'll do that in 6 minutes here on The Fan. It's Beltway Blitz time, and then your chance to win Nats opening day tickets next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. March Madness in full swing. Some games already completed today. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama survived against Robert Morris 90-81. It was close throughout most of the game, but Alabama pulled away late to win by 9 over Robert Morris. Iowa State handled business against Lipscomb 82-55. Currently 12-seeded Colorado State leads 5th-seeded Memphis 68-60. Just under 4 minutes to go in that one. Duke all over Mount St. Mary's at the half. They're up 54-28. Vanderbilt taking on St. Mary's. They lead with about 7.5 to go in the first half, 16-13. North Carolina about to tip off against Ole Miss. And coming up in about 30 minutes, Maryland going to kick off their NCAA tournament as they take on 13th-seeded Grand Canyon. You can hear the call of that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic tonight at Capital One Arena. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan following Grant and Danny. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Flyers last night 3-2. Alex Ovechkin scoring goal number 888, now just 7 away from the record. Capitals are the first team to reach 100 points and the first to clinch a playoff spot. Also today, Nicholas Backstrom said that he's going to start traveling with the team as Ovi gets closer to the record because he wants to be in the building when Ovi officially breaks the Great One's record, becoming the all-time leading goal scorer in the history of the National Hockey League. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 9 right now. 800-636-1067. That's your telephone number. 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to the Washington Nationals opening day, Thursday, March 27th versus Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day t-shirt. For the complete national schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Begin dialing, and good luck. Caller 9-800-636-1067. Every day at 4 o'clock, tell you what's going on in the world of DC sports and anything that kind of crosses over nationally into our sphere. We will bring it to you. We'll start on the ice with the Washington Capitals, please. Bringing our pal Sammy Silber, hockey news, to talk some Caps. And Sammy, my goodness gracious, Ovi again, ho-hum. 6 away from tying, 7 away from passing. I've run out of words at this point. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, I've run out of words too. Every time he scores here down the stretch, it's just crazy to see. I mean, even when he's on the road, the arena, it's just a whole different energy, and everybody's rallying around him at this point. And for him last night to find yet another way to score, because he's finding all these different ways to get it done and put the puck in the net. It's incredible to watch, and he's scoring just as good as he would in any other year at the age of 39. So really special to follow and a lot of fun to watch.
I saw that Backstrom said that he's going to hang out with the team and kind of travel along once Ovi gets closer and closer. How cool is that going to be to have Backstrom around, and obviously the great relationship those two have? Going to be cool to have Backstrom around and as Ovi eventually breaks the record.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. I think, Backstrom's obviously been a huge part of Ovi's career and vice versa. And, the friendship that they've had over the years has just been so special from, the moment that Backstrom was drafted, and then how they paired up so, well together on the ice, and then won the cup together, and, continue to be there for each other, even with Backstrom not playing. So it'll be really cool to see him travel, and I'm sure the celebration will be awesome. So exciting to see, and I'm sure, it was excited to have him on the road too.
So, Sammy, they're so far ahead, 12 points clear of Carolina, who's got the second best record in the conference. Clinched a playoff spot last night. It's all academic for if and when the postseason starts. How do they handle these last few weeks here, coming down the stretch? Obviously, you want everyone healthy, but you also want to stay sharp playing their game. It's one of those push and pull things for Coach Carbs. How do you think they do it here down the stretch?
Yeah, I think it's a balance, right? I think you want to get in some good games and stay competitive and keep building on a successful regular season, but at the same time, you do want to gear up for the playoffs, and load management, as Carbs already said, it is going to be a reality down the stretch. And, You'll probably see guys like McElrath and Alexiev and, Frank get some games here at some point. And, guys will sit, obviously, Ovi's not sitting out anytime soon, but, you might get some other guys getting some rest and, just so everybody's healthy and ready to full go for the postseason. So you'll see load management down the stretch. It's nothing out of the ordinary, but at the same time, you do want to keep building on that success and pick up where you left off and be consistent.
What's the plan for Ryan Leonard as it comes down the stretch and getting set for the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's in his camp, right? I think you look at the situation and you see, Leonard, how he does with Boston College down the stretch and how far they go. And then when that season ends, I mean, Washington basically, you saw them plan the trade deadline around him, right? So if he doesn't sign here after he's done, I'd be shocked. I mean, the kid wants to win. He's hungry to win. But I think he's more than ready for the pro jump. So I think, after however it ends up Boston College, I think you'll see him in DC.
Explain Alexei Protas and this unbelievable leap he's taken. You could see the talent flashes over a couple of years, Sammy, but this is just unbelievable. He's about to score his 30th goal. He leads the league. I know it's verboten among a lot of the NHL stat nerds to mention it, but I still think it's a data point. Leads the league in plus minus. That's a pretty huge jump for a guy in his now mid-20s.
No, it's huge. Yeah, I mean he's still a young guy, coming into his own in the league, and he's a big guy too. 6'6", and everybody looks at him and they're like, oh, a guy with that much reach and size, he of course, he can do all these things, but it's not that. It's his smarts. It's the IQ he has. He's such a good player when it comes to knowing where the play is going to go, where the puck's going to go, the right move to make. He never makes a wrong decision with the puck in either end. And I mean, that speaks to what you just said about plus minus, right? Is, defensively, he's sneakily one of the best defensive forwards right now in the NHL. And then you have him killing penalties. You have him playing all kinds of roles. He can play with just about anybody. Very coachable guy, very driven. And he just wants to be his best. And what's, impressive about him too is his production at 5-on-5 and even strength. He doesn't need the power play to bolster his numbers. He's, among the top scorers at 5-on-5, and, he has some shorthanded points too. So he's been an X factor, and he's a huge reason for why, the Caps are as successful as they have been. And he's played a big role in Ovi's chase as well.
Sammy, appreciate the time. Always good to chat.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon.
We'll see you.
Let's talk some Nationals. Joining us to talk about the Nats is Mark Zuckerman from MASN Sports. Mark, spring training winding down, just less than a week from opening day. What are some of your overall thoughts from the team down in spring training?
Hey, guys, I think they're ready to go. you were here last week. You saw they were getting to that point, kind of the dog days, and now you see the finish line approaching. And so I think they are they're kind of at that point. They're ready to get going and really see now what this looks like. There's a lot of optimism among the players, among the coaches in front office, that they're ready to take a big step forward, but they've got to actually do it on the field. And I think there's also a sense that a good start, a good April would go a long way and kind of generate some momentum for them and not make them feel like it's an uphill climb from the get-go, which is, different from how it's been now for the last few years.
Shinosuke Ogasawara didn't do himself a ton of favors to win that fifth starter job, Mark. Give me the state of the union on that role.
Yeah, look, they gave him plenty of opportunities, including one last one last night against most of the Mets regulars that he faced, and it wasn't pretty. It was 98 pitches to go 3 2/3 innings, and it was hit pretty hard. The command wasn't there. I think the most surprising thing with him, he came here with a reputation as a strike thrower, and he wound up, with one of the higher walk rates, I think, on the pitching staff. And I don't know if that's a lack of trust in his stuff, if it's a difference in the ball that he's using here. So they haven't announced anything formally yet, but I think we're going to get it soon, maybe even before the start of tonight's game. Mitchell Parker is going to be the fifth starter. I mean, you can't have looked at this objectively and not come to that conclusion. That also includes DJ Hers in that mix, who there were high hopes for, but just wasn't throwing as hard, didn't look as crisp this spring, and I think they realize he's going to need some time at AAA as well to get ready. There's a good chance we're going to see all of these guys over the course of the season. That's how it works. But right now, Parker probably looks the most polished, and frankly, he made 29 starts last year in the big leagues and better than most people thought he would be. So I think there's a case to be made that he deserved it anyways.
Yeah, Mark, I want to jump on that. What about hers? I thought he was going to, before I almost called it the preseason. Sorry, I've got a bunch of different sports in my mind. Before spring training, I thought he was going to win the fifth starter job. And, you mentioned it. There's anytime a velocity drop happens like that, everybody insists that he's fine. My radar's up that maybe he's not fine. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, at least you didn't call it training camp, Danny. So good job on that.
I know, right?
It caught some people by surprise. But 2 points here. One, hers insists that there's nothing physically wrong. He thinks it's more mechanics and lack of adrenaline, maybe more than anything. Just kind of that dead arm thing that some pitchers deal with. And number two, he says he has dealt with this in past spring trainings, and over the course of the season, it comes back, and he gets it. So I guess you can be encouraged by that. On the other hand, I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, hey, you came here with a chance to win the job, to say that you're the guy, and you got to find that adrenaline somehow. You got to either come to spring training more prepared or change up your routine or whatever that might be to put yourself in a better position. It may have cost him a spot in the opening day rotation. Now, again, we'll probably see him at some point this year. Things will happen, and if he pitches well at AAA, they will call him up and see what he can do. I thought out of everybody in that group, last year, I thought he had the highest upside of them all. His best starts were as good as anybody on this team. A little more inconsistent, and that's something he's going to have to work on. But I had high hopes for him coming into spring training, and I still feel like I want to see more of him, but he's going to have to work his way back up, I think, both in terms of getting the arm back into shape, but also have some success and some consistency, I would think, at AAA before they want to bring him up.
Last year in the first half, the rotation was really, really good. And it was a big part of why they were in, the wild card hunt for a while longer than maybe we expected. In the second half, some of these guys going through it for the first or second time, a full 162 pitching every fifth day, they kind of wore down a little bit. Mark, where do you kind of think this rotation is? Is it somewhere in the middle where they're solid, but maybe they don't have the elite arm, or maybe McKenzie proves that he can be that? Or are they maybe closer to the side that struggled in the second half?
I think it's improved as a group. And the reason I say that, first of all, I do think Mackenzie Gore's ready to take that next step. And I think they all believe that here as well. And you can look at what the final numbers were for the season and say, they were fine, but nothing that great. But if you break down his season, the first half, he was an all-star. He was good enough for that. He had obviously a rough stretch for a good month, maybe 6 weeks, that skewered all the numbers. But the most important thing he did was come back from that, figure it out, and dominate down the stretch. Last 7 starts, 1.55 ERA, lowest in the majors. I think he's ready to take that step. He's the opening day starter. He wants to be the leader of the staff. So I think it begins with him. I think Jake Irvin is solid. We know that he's kind of the workhorse of the team. And the wild card in all the X factor is Michael Soroka. They took a chance on him at $9 million off an 0-10 season with the White Sox where he got bumped to the bullpen. They have raved about him this spring. He's pitching tonight. We'll see how he finishes things out. For the most part, has looked really good. And if he is anything like the pitcher he was in Atlanta several years ago before the injuries kind of disrupted his career, that's another frontline starter to pair up with Gore and Irvin. And so those three together, I think, would make them a much better rotation than they've had here in a while. It's an X factor. You don't know that. There's no sure thing there. But I think it's trending in the right direction.
So, Tobes, you know this because you were down there with us at spring training. We'd heard from a couple of PR guys behind the scenes, and kind of we saw it for ourselves. There was this clamoring for Dylan Cruz and attention, and there were throngs of people yelling for Dylan Cruz. So when I heard a bunch of yelling once, I assumed, they're waiting for Dylan Cruz. Not the case. Mark Zuckerman. They were going nuts, like a beetle was walking down the catwalk of the runway there. Mark, the throngs of people wanted your autograph, and it was a sight to see, my friend.
Well, I'm glad you got to experience it firsthand because most people, like my wife doesn't believe it, which is true, but you've seen it, so you can attest to it. In all seriousness, I really appreciate how many fans come down here and are friendly and want to chat. I'm very grateful to have that audience over the last 20 years that has built up, and it's a very loyal group, and I appreciate all.
You are a rock star. Don't sell yourself short. Mark, thank you, buddy. Talk soon.
All right. See you guys.
See you, my friend. Let's hit that local 53 sounder, please. My God, that's Johnny Cake Sawville's music of your sports junkies joining us here on a Friday afternoon. Cakesy, free agency's kind of quieted down. What's your overall feel here for Washington and what they've done with this free agency period? Is it wow at the couple of headliners? Is it whelmed? Is it underwhelmed because it's a bunch of, kind of back of the roster type dudes, sort of what they majored in last year? Where's old Flakesy at?
I think I'm mostly whelmed, maybe slightly towards overwhelmed if you count the trade for Laramie Tunsil. Look, I know that signing Javon Kinlaw, that has produced a lot of anxiety amongst the fan base because, let's be honest, the guy hasn't put up the biggest of numbers since he was drafted by Adam Peters and company by the Niners back in the day. But look, Peters is familiar with him. He needs some depth along that defensive line with Jonathan Allen departing, heading up to where the Vikings purple in the NFC North. So he's a slightly cheaper, younger version that they feel like they can put in different positions along the defensive line to help improve that ghastly 31st, I believe, ranked rushing defense from last year. So I would say I'm whelmed, trending towards a slight overwhelm, Danny.
When you look at the wide receiver position, they bring in Michael Gallup yesterday. I don't know that that's a big-time signing. There's not even a guarantee that he's going to be on the roster to start the season. If they went into week one with their current wide receiver core, are you happy with that, or do you still feel like they need to make a move, whether it's free agency or trade or the draft?
I think the carcass of free agent wide receivers has pretty much been picked through at this point. So I feel like if they're going to add, it would be somebody via the draft. And look, Michael Gallup he's a reclamation project. The guy retired last year. He's getting basically a 1-year look-see type of audition. And you mentioned he might not even make the roster coming out of camp. I kind of view him like I viewed the Kia signing before last season. So hopefully there's something left. He claims that still have fresh legs, and maybe, sometimes it takes guys a little longer to recover off the ACL tears, especially when they're getting around the ripe old age of 30 for an NFL wide receiver. So I wouldn't hate an ad with a draft pick, but I think free agency-wise, they're probably done.
Fantasy Cakes, is there a running back that you've got your eyeballs on that could upgrade this group, or you think they're just going to run it back like they're running the tight end room back? You know what I mean? Like, to me, I want some speed, some explosion, some receiving stuff.
Yeah.
Like, find me a younger Austin Eckler. They were like,
I know you did. I know fantasy Randy Douye. I know what he likes. I know he likes a youngish Austin Eckler. I know that a guy like a Jahmyr Gibbs would be the apple of Danny's eye, somebody like that. Now, I would love a guy like that, but I mean, what the front office has done kind of speaks to they're going to run it back. I mean, everybody is back from last year. Eckler has 1 year left on his deal. Hopefully he's able to avoid the concussion issues that plagued him last year. Brian Robinson, I still think he's basically slightly better than a Jag. Don't let him hear that. He'd get very upset. But they signed Jeremy McNichols. Rodriguez is back. So I just don't know if there's room for another RB, though. I could always use a more explosive guy coming out of the backfield. Danny, we share the same brain there. But can I pick a bone with Danny quickly? Toby?
Let's
I'm going to direct this to you, Toby. So you guys are at TAP, okay? I listened on my way back from Nats Park.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing the, hey, what's new at Nats Park in 2025?
We're going to ask you about that. Are you mad because we're not asking you about that?
Had a good time. Sampled some of the concession fares, went through the promotional giveaways. There's a lot of good things coming to Nats Park in 2025. But this is what rankled me. I'm driving home, and I hear that Toby is enjoying just a delicious plate of buffalo wings out at TAP. This is what you should do. TAP is a great place at MGM National Harbor. Tons of fantastic foodstuffs, many craft beers. And then I hear that Danny is having like a Caesar salad. I mean, it's March Madness, Danny. This is when you throw caution to the wind. This is not when you order a salad, my friend. You order wings. You order burgers. You order that extra beer that you weren't sure that you should order.
It's a great point, by the way. Great point.
I think it's a solid point, Toby.
I mean, we have some nachos that we've been chowing down.
I've been housing nachos.
Breaks.
But I wanted the credit of eating the salad. You see what I'm saying, Cakes? I was so desperate, basically desperate for my wife to hear, because she's been correctly saying like, hey, Fatso, maybe a little bit less You know, instead of ordering, like I ordered yesterday, a cheesesteak with fries, and then later got a different kind of fries. Like, is it, you know what I mean? She's like, come on, you slob. You disgusting Gila monster.
Okay.
Could
So you had
please
a
try?
regular French fry with the cheesesteak. What was the secondary order of fries?
That's the loaded fries that they feature here at Tap Sports Bar. So that's going to have.
Oh, that's just. I applaud that decision. And you know what?
Old Bay
Toby
seasoning, some cheese on there. Yeah.
winning at life today.
Yep.
Danny losing at life today.
Losing. Yep.
Well, and speaking of which, Cakes, what non-salad items did you try out at Nats Park today?
Yeah, tell us what happened.
Oh, I mean, which non-salad items did I not try out at Nats Park? You should ask today. I try. Ryan Zimmerman was there with Dan Kolko, two just dreamy guys hanging out, and Ryan had he had curated like a small sample plate, which included a barbecued spare rib, delicious, baked beans, collard greens, and even though Jeeps hates this item, which is weird, cornbread. Do you know how good that little plate was? It was delicious.
Now these are
I
things
can tell
people
you
can
that.
get at the ballpark.
They're switching it up with some of the concessions offerings. I didn't quite get all of the details because I was spacing out a little bit and maybe checking my phone like to see what the scores were of the games, stuff along those lines. But they're going to have guest chefs in throughout the season. So it's a lot of cool things in store at Nats Park. Also had Philly cheesesteak nachos in honor of the Phillies coming in for the opening series, which, by the way, is next Thursday.
Yeah, by the way,
It's crazy to think about. Real quick, I saw on the Instagram story with you and Maher that you had a mango bar. I don't know if you saw this, Danny.
No, I didn't see it.
A mango
Yes.
popsicle bar with some tahini on there. I don't know if I've ever had something like that, but it looked really good.
Flaky.
Yeah, I've never seen such a concoction, Toby, but it was a mango popsicle. Okay, imagine this: a mango popsicle with a dollop of salsa, and then thrown on top of the salsa was some tahini spices. So you had the sweetness of the popsicle mixing with the savoriness of the salsa / tahini spice, and it was a culinary delight. Let me just say.
So I think we stumbled onto something. Restaurant critic cakes would be a smash. That's your next career. Okay, that's number one.
Okay, good.
Number
Good.
two, like international flavor cakes. I thought this is like a bowl of cereal for breakfast, grilled cheese for lunch, steak for dinner kind of guy. We're mangoing, we're tahining like it's
Come on, guy. Come on, Danny. I'm not good. Yeah, you're treating me like I'm a junior Grant Paulson over here, like I have the palate of an 8-year-old. I'm slightly offended here.
I would have said palate of a 17-year-old, but yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. Egg on
All right,
my
I would
face,
take 17-year-old. I would accept.
You're my guy, dude. Love you, pal. Have a good weekend.
All right, guys. Thanks again. Go
See you,
Terps.
man. There he goes. That is old money metal cakes, and that's how we belt weight blitz. So here's what I want to do. We got a rule in Major League Baseball that I think is going to rankle some feathers. And I got to tell you, old Fannie Mouye, old Randy Douye.
Emphasis on old.
Old thinks it's a great idea. And in fact, I want it instituted more places. I think it's brilliant. I'll tell you what it is. We'll have our little debate. You'll have the prosecution, or maybe I'm the defense, I guess, because I'm defending it. So Tobes will be the prosecution. I don't even know your view, by the way, what I'm guessing. Tobes will be the prosecution. I'll be the defense attorney, defending one of the great moves in recent modern history. Not to overstate it. That's next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. College hoops, March Madness in full effect. Day 2 of the first round of the NCAA tournament. Some games already completed today. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama beat Robert Morris 90-81. Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55, and Colorado State with the upset so far today, 12 seed over a 5, beating Memphis 78-70. Duke taking care of business against 16 seed Mount St. Mary's. They lead 61-32. Just under 16 minutes to go in that one. Halftime between Vanderbilt and St. Mary's. Vandy with the lead 29-22, and Ole Miss leads 11 seeded North Carolina 27-14. About 10 minutes to go in the first half of that one. Terps getting set to tip off here in just a couple of minutes. Can hear that game over on the Team 980s. They tip off against Grand Canyon. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That Pete Rock and CL Smooth is so good every time. Once it hits your lips, it's so good. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for GP. About 2 hours left in our program. Still plenty of time for you guys to come hang out with us at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Haba. As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We got some Aaron Rodgers news. He visited somewhere. We'll tell you all about that in the 5 o'clock hour. So come back and hang with 5 if you got something to do. You're going to a meeting, getting out of a meeting, going to the office, leaving the office, whatever. You can come hang out with us at Tap Sports Bar. We got some Aaron Rodgers news at 5. Also, later on this program, right around 6 or so, Toes, we're going to get into Washington's offseason and kind of one of these under-the-radar stars. In other words, the question is, who's their next Dante Fowler? Who's the guy that nobody thought twice about, didn't make that much money, and they made a huge profit with 10.5 sacks from Fowler? Who does that this year? We'll go through their signings and give you our answer to that. But right now at the moment, you sent this story my way, Tobes. I don't want to lead the witnesses here, okay? Would you mind setting it up what it is so that I don't so that you don't accuse me later for something in a biased way? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically Ron Washington, the great manager of now the Los Angeles Angels, great longtime coach of various baseball organizations.
Baseball life for that guy.
It's just a great dude. He has implemented a rule in his clubhouse in spring training where if you're in the clubhouse, sitting at your locker or whatever, you cannot be on your phone. Essentially no phones in the clubhouse unless there's obviously emergency, family, something. You can hop on your phone if you need to, but for the most part, just don't be scrolling X, don't be scrolling Instagram, TikTok, and all that. When you're in the clubhouse, you're present with the guys there. And so they're now going to implement this rule into the regular season. And it seems like it's been gone over well so far with all of his Angels players. And apparently this is something that he had done before in his time when he was managing the Texas Rangers back in the day. Obviously, phones were prevalent, but not nearly as prevalent nowadays. But even as much as just don't be on your phone, be present. And it was kind of a self-policed rule. It was basically policed by the players. There was like a fine of sorts if you were to break this rule. But basically to say, almost kind of similar to how families do no phones at the dinner table sort of deal. But when you're in the clubhouse, don't be on your phone. That's kind of the rule that he's implemented.
I would say that's a pretty fair assessment, right? So this is now you guys, most of you haven't been in a major league locker room. I understand that. But when you go in, the way it kind of works usually, and whether it's Nat spring training facility or their home ballpark, there's kind of an ante room, so to speak. There's a first step you got to get past, kind of a hallway, which leads to batting cages, which leads to a training table, kitchen stuff, and all sorts of different things for the guys to do. That's back there, kind of in the clubhouse in their sanctum. Then there's restrooms off to the side. There's a bunch of stuff that's back there. So the main clubhouse, kind of the hangout, the hub, right? That's meant to be sacred. In fact, Grant and I disagreed about this a million times, and we'll disagree a million more over the years. I don't think the way I would design it in the future, I don't think media should be there. I don't think anybody should be in the clubhouse except for the players. I understand the logistics of it. After a game, you got a limited window to get your comments, get your thoughts, to do your stories, etc. But to me, that should be a sacrosanct place for the players. It's not how it goes. I understand I've been outvoted. I know that's not the way it is, but just, again, my 2 cents. So he's saying that when you're in the clubhouse, right, which is really that central hub, that locker room, right, where you need to go to one of the side rooms to use the restroom, go back into one area for where the manager's office is, et cetera, et cetera. We're not sitting there at our stool on our locker at our locker with our feet sort of, in the middle of the walkway, just scrolling Twitter, scrolling Facebook, Instagram, TikToks, or whatever. You're present. You're there with your teammates. You're clocking into work. And I know, because I got mine too, I know that when I get home in the evenings, we're trying to encourage our kids not to be on devices or whatever when to sit down at their time. We can't have a normal dinner. Our kids are young enough still where they're starving, at 4:00 and waiting for me to get home at 7 every night is stupid. But the times when there's multiple people together there at kind of the makeshift dinner, little counter tabletop we have, or the dinner table, we don't want people on phones. And I try very hard not to. Like if there's something going on business-wise, work-wise that I've got to do, I do it. But for the most part, it's like you're trying not to do that and to be present with folks, even if you're too tired to have a great convo, even if you don't feel like it, even if you're not feeling well, just being there is the right thing. So I love this rule. I think it's fantastic. It's a way to force those collegial and communal interactions that make a team a team. So in high school and in college, even though it's funny to say because you have such a limited time, right, where freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, then you're done in both venues, it's still a 24/7 because you're living together, right? You're going to lunch together. You're around each other all the damn time, and you're around your teammates a lot too, obviously, especially with pro baseball, with spring training and everything else. You're there for 7 months. You see these guys almost every day. But there's still an independent contractor element to it that now kind of is leaking into college sports as well with NIL. But for the most part, it's like you are a team in name only because each guy's worried about his arbitration, his free agency upcoming, his contract, his stats, his numbers, his whatever. You can come together for the common goal, and there are going to be moments where you sacrifice for the team. But for the most part, you think of the NFL, you think of the NBA, you think of almost every pro sport. It is a thrown together group that's a team because you're wearing the same laundry. But the groups that really have succeeded here, think of this Capitals team this year, think of 2019 for the Nationals. There's something to that special magic. There's something to this year's Washington 53 where they were way better than the sum of their parts, dude. And it was that brotherhood, ding the bell. It was that collegial, we're all in the same boat, pulling the rope in the same direction, to put two different analogies into one. And you're trying to build that. And it's hard to build that, and especially when everybody's got their own agenda. Tobes, to you, your response.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand the point of this, and I think it does make a lot of sense. I mean, I think a lot of people listening to our station have played sports in some way or another, and a lot of people haven't played at the level that you did, where you went on to college and played, and potentially could have gone professional, or it had an opportunity, but that didn't obviously work out for you. But
why you bring up old stuff, dude? Okay.
But most of us have played at like a high school level or
Yeah.
middle school level. And a lot of times, Danny, like we hang out at school, right? Like you might play baseball, basketball, whatever. And like the next day after a game, you're talking about these dudes don't. It's different when you get to professional sports. They go home.
Yep.
They go home to their families. And so the reality is, like, if you're going to build that chemistry like you did when you were in grade school, that was your best friend. That was your buddy. You went over and had sleepovers at their house during the summer and you did all these different things. They don't do that. They're professional athletes. But a way that you can do that, and I think it's something that you talked about with this Commanders team and the brotherhood they had this year, ding the bell, is the fact that they created an environment where people wanted to hang out. So you might be finished getting your rehab, your lift, and watching film and everything at 5 o'clock, but you're still there till 7 or 8 because you're hanging out with the guys. You're playing games, you're playing cards. And that was something that I thought was really, really good about walking into the Nats clubhouse when we were down there in West Palm. You walked in every day and they were doing something together. They were playing cards, whether it was Dylan Cruz, James Wood, Andrew Pinckney. Some days they had a little mini basketball hoop like you hang over the door, and they were screwing around playing that. Like, those are the sorts of things that fosters. some guys are still sitting at their locker on their phone, but for the most part, guys were hanging out. And I think it's one of those things where you have to understand your clubhouse. If Wash feels like he's got a bunch of guys that are just going to be sitting at their locker and on their phone the entire time, and you're never going to build that chemistry, then 100%. If it's something where, one or two guys are still going to do that, you can kind of encourage them to be a part of the group. But for the most part, the group organically is going to come together. Then I would tend to say don't put this rule in place. But I think the rule makes sense. It really does. Like you said, it's their job. We don't always view it as a job for them because it's such a cool thing, but it is their job. And how often do you show up to your job and sit on your phone for, hours on end?
Well,
like it's a totally different thing for them. So I don't think it's a bad idea. I generally would not be a fan of it. I don't like restrictions when I'm just trying to live my life. But at the same point, I think it makes sense to build some of that chemistry. And it's a team, frankly, that has underachieved year after year after year. I mean, we're going to look back on that team 10, 15 years from now and say, they put Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout, two of the best players of this generation, on the same team, and they didn't win a playoff game. Like that is wild.
They didn't even go most of the time. Yeah,
you might as well try different stuff. And if this works, if they build a really good team bond and that can help them win games on the field, try whatever works, man.
Yeah, 800-636-1067. I'm just curious to folks' reactions to this because it's one of those things I think that sounds great in theory, right? But in practice, how annoying would it be? Like the last time I had a real job a long time ago, working as a contractor with Department of Defense, this would happen all the time. Now the phones were different. It was like Palm Pilots and these smartphones that had like little pens that you could use with them or Blackberries or whatever. But the amount of times you'd sit there and someone clearly wasn't paying attention to what was going on and they're on their phone, and that's adding hassle. That's adding
Robert Hassel.
I wish it was Robert Hassel. I would have taken a sweet left-handed stroke from a plus outfielder a long time ago, a million times over what was happening in some of those meetings took, where you knew that the lieutenant colonel that wasn't paying attention, you have to repeat what you just said.
Yeah.
And that a 30-minute meeting or one that should have been an email turned into an hour and a half, and you still don't have a configuration for the fifth floor office space. All we're trying to do was figure out where the chairs and where the desks were going to go. We had to have 7 different meetings about that. 7, Toby. 7 different times I was the representative of my little group there as we're trying to say, well, this guy could sit right over there. Well, what about this? Back to the drawing board, official proposals typed up. And next thing you know, this dude's on his BlackBerry, and it's about where you're going to sit, Lieutenant Colonel. You know what I'm saying? Like, pay attention to me, but I can't tell you what to do because you're my boss. But at the same time, get off your Palm Pilot, bro.
Yes.
You get it.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's one of those things where you can build a chemistry that's a lot deeper if you don't have guys so focused on what they're own doing. I think there needs to be some understanding on it. Like if a guy wants to listen to music at his locker with headphones, fine. But
Yeah,
just
pregame what you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, but just don't be sitting there. It's 4:00. We're waiting to take BP together. Don't be just sitting there scrolling TikTok when you could be hanging out with the guys.
That's kind of my idea. 800-636-1067. Curious to you guys' reactions on this. It sounds like Toby and I are in lockstep. I thought he'd just be a generic young person and be like, yeah, man, don't tell me what to do with my phone, bro. Like, I'm on my phone. TikTok won't scroll itself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I need to look at 57 videos of people holding miniature mics before I can do anything each day. And you interrupt that, you're interrupting my process. 800-636-1067. Plenty more here. Great and Danny on the Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt man. Here's what happened. They won my business. The wife and I went probably a little bit more than a decade ago now. We were looking for something a little bit bigger, and the family's kept getting bigger since then. But we needed a little bit more space, needed an SUV. We test drove the Expedition, test drove an Escape, ended up settling on the Edge. And then we braced ourselves for that process. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know that thing that you're at the dealership and they wear you down and the guy leaves for 10 minutes to go talk to his boss and asks him if he could write down a number and it's not the number you want. And you're like, oh, my God, just get me out of here. I didn't do that. We got a great deal, and I couldn't believe how easy it was. It was the best buying experience I ever had. And that moment, that day, I said they won my business. I will go back there, and I've been there several times since. With the latest, our favorite vehicle, we got a Mustang Mach-E from there. I love that thing. Charge it up, ready to go. In fact, you can get a Mach-E, just like the pals. How about $8,500 off the MSRP for a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E, just like mine, or 0% APR for 72 months. And this is really cool, the Power Promise. Tempered Ford, they'll install the home charger over there for free. How cool is that, right? And no payments for 90 days. I'm telling you, I love the guys at Tempered Ford. You will too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you. Got an Aaron Rodgers update for you. We'll talk a little NFL for the mercurial, to be kind, quarterback. And I got an argument that I'm going to make to you guys. I think he was visiting today, the only place it might actually work. We'll explain. We'll do that at 5.
Egypt?
Might actually work there. Some desert football.
Hanging out with pyramids, maybe some ayahuasca.
Maybe some ayahuasca. I'm going to tell you about Dan McKinnon. Most of the listening audience would be forgiven if you don't know the name Dan McKinnon. And Dan McKinnon is a former NHL executive who's now the general manager of the Utica Comets. The Utica Comets are an affiliate of the New Jersey Devils. But Danny, you're really handsome, and you had a salad earlier, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. Why am I interested in that fact? Why does that matter? Well, it's kind of a cool little story. His son, Will to the layperson, Will McKinnon, was also a member of the Utica Comets.
That's pretty cool.
How neat is that, right? I mean, you've seen fathers play for sons like Deion Sanders. You know about Shadua's in it now. The Shadua can play. Now, hold on now. Travis Hunter is the best player in the country. And then Shadua, he's going top 3. Do you believe, right? So you got Travis Hunter. You got Dan McKinnon, the GM, and Will McKinnon. So it's unusual. Like the coach, a lot of times, is the head guy. And then, the coach's kid is there. That's normal. That happens, right? Listen to this. Dan McKinnon, GM, Will McKinnon, son, plays for the Utica Comets. Not anymore. Dan McKinnon traded his son, Will McKinnon, to the Cleveland Monsters, an affiliate of the Columbus Blue Jackets, for future considerations.
That's tough.
He traded his son
that's
for
tough.
nothing worth mentioning at the time.
That is tough. I mean, that's like the equivalent of the player to be named later.
Yeah.
Cash considerations in baseball. You traded him just because you needed to get rid of him. And it's your son, by the way. I mean, that's going to be an awkward Christmas. It's going to be an awkward Thanksgiving. Just sitting down, you're like, Dad, remember the time you traded me for nothing? For future considerations? That's tough.
Hey, son, it's Dad. You guys coming over Easter? You going to come over Easter? Yeah, I think it'd be nice. I think your sister's in town, like your mom would love to see it. It'd be a great time. You guys coming over? That'd be awesome. Hey, a couple personal questions. Have you seen anybody? You been dating anybody? It's okay if you have. You don't want to tell your dad. It's fine if you have. Because if you are, you might want to tell him that you're moving to Cleveland, buddy.
Hey, son, I hope you're renting. You didn't buy that house, right?
Step into my office because you're fired. He traded his son for. I mean, listen, it's you got to be able to do it. Right, I understand. It's part of the job. Like if it's best for the team, your job is what's best for the team. And if what's best for the team is to trade your kid for nothing, then you trade your kid for nothing.
Oh, that's so tough.
But I'm without speech on that. Like, what do you do? I can't imagine. I cannot imagine.
But can you also imagine, like, I don't know. You said it's a minor league, so I don't know exactly how much, do they have an assistant GM? Is it kind of, but could you imagine if this is a big league organization and you're walking in, you're the assistant general manager, you're like, so I think we got to have a real discussion about your son. I think we got to have a real discussion about your son. And he's like, yeah, let's trade him. Like, what in the world? Could you imagine?
Yeah, what can we get for your son? It turns out not that much.
Yeah, how about nothing?
How about the phone call on the other end? You think you're being pranked? Like you work for the Cleveland Monsters. Like, hello. Oh, Dad, what's up, eh? How are you doing? Are you talking about? You want to trade your son? Hold on, let me get the other guys in here.
What's that conversation like, though, when you're general manager dad and you call your son to tell him you traded him? It's like, hey, son, I traded you. Bye. Like,
for what? Oh, you'll never guess.
Like, hey, son, look at places in Cleveland. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, did you trade me for a future star? Nope. Right now, it's nothing. It might end up being something, but right now, this minute, son, it's zero. We're better off without you.
Oh, that's
and
tough.
Nothing in return than we are with you. Everything that you brought was really a negative overall, and we're better as a Utica Comet without your presence here. So apparently Utica's not having a good AHL season. I found that out via this article, but I thought that was a tough one. I don't know that I'd be able to do that. But it's one of those things, as I was saying before, like it is part of the job.
It is.
Like if you're taking your job seriously as a Utica Comet GM, and the best thing for the team is to trade a player, it doesn't matter if he's your boy. It doesn't matter if he's your cousin or if he's your nephew. But good heavens, that is tough. So Will McKinnon, I would never let Dad live that down. I would make every Thanksgiving, every Christmas dinner, every time you visited, be like, Dad, I was going to get you something, but I traded it for nothing.
Hey, I would say one thing though. If I'm Will McKinnon or Dan McKinnon, excuse me, the
dad,
GM
Dan.
dad, I'm throwing that on my resume for someone saying,
Yeah.
"Are you going to be able to make the tough decision?" Be like, "Yeah, I traded my own son." For
How about the
nothing."
toughest decision anyone's ever made ever?
I told my son he wasn't good enough and sent him to Cleveland.
Cleveland's offer was nothing. Cleveland's best and final was, well, we'll figure it out later. That's what I traded my son for. So, yes, I'm prepared to make the hard calls. Speaking of hard calls, Aaron Rodgers is taking a sweet time to make his call. Someone else is going to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. Who's it going to be? I'll tell you the team he visited, but nothing is imminent. We want you not to think anything's imminent. He might sign. I think it's the only place where it's going to work, and he better sign if he wants one more chance at the sun. I'll explain that. 5 o'clock here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. College Hoops March Madness underway. The Terps in action. You can hear that game over on the Team 980s. They take on 13-seeded Grand Canyon. Maryland with a 9-7 lead, about 8 minutes into the game on that one. Some other games currently going on. Duke rolling on to the second round as they're leading 87-46 over Mount St. Mary's with just over 3 minutes to go in that one. 10th-seeded Vanderbilt leading 7th-seed St. Mary's 39-33, about 13 minutes to go in that one. And 6th-seed Ole Miss taking care of business against 11th-seed North Carolina, 44-26 at halftime. Some of the games already wrapped up earlier today. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama beat Robert Morris 90-81. Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55. And the upset of the day so far, 12th-seeded Colorado State beat 5th-seeded Memphis 78-70. Some games coming up tonight. Oregon taking on Liberty tonight. There's a nightcap at 10:10. That'll be a 5-12 matchup. Michigan State taking on Bryant at 10 o'clock. And UConn, the two-time defending champs, taking on Oklahoma tonight at 9:25. Other news in the NFL today, Aaron Rodgers was visiting with the Steelers today. No deal is done or imminent, according to Tom Pelissero. The Saints are signing wide receiver Brandon Cooks. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. You hear the game right here on the Fan following Grant and Danny. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. We are here. We are here. No better place to catch every game with us than Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join the Fan this afternoon. We are here until 6:30. Come on by, knock off work, and hang out. Opening round of the men's tournament. Doing our shows live at Tap, Mouthwater, and Game Day Bites. All of the TVs. The tournament headquarters is waiting. Only at MGM at National Harbor. Can't beat it. Place a little wager. Watch some sport. It's the best, Jerry. The best. Also want to remind you that this show is brought to you by our friends, law firm of Condori and Morad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So Toby didn't say spoiler alert in his update. By the way, we call this the Toby. It's where you basically produce the show. You help book like the Beltway Blitz today.
Sure.
You're doing updates for the show.
Sure.
And you're co-hosting the show today.
Sure.
That's the Altizer.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you do all three. It's like the triple Lindy.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, which I love. It's awesome. Crushing it, man. Always fun to hang out with you. So you didn't say spoiler alert in your update? Because I'm like, I'm going to tell you who it is, and now you know.
I
Toby
ruined your
told you.
tease?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm not upset about it. I mean, I had a salad today, so it's like I've done some good. Aaron Rodgers visited Pittsburgh, and there's no deal yet. Nothing's imminent. Tom Pelissero was very careful to say that. But here's my point. Here's my view on this, and I want to see what you guys think about it. To me, this is the only place he should go. He may not get all the things that he wants if he goes, like if the Giants are still horned up for him and they do it, and he's like, I want to do more Pat McAfee somehow. Like, even though I do some Pat McAfee, I want to do more. I want to do more podcasts. I want to do more things that aren't football, etc. Maybe the Giants would let him do it. I don't know. To me, the only way it can work this time with Aaron Rodgers, because it's no longer the guy that's the MVP of the league that's throwing for 50 touchdowns and 3 picks and 4,800 yards. It's just incredible. That guy ain't walking through the door. A guy that still can sling it a little bit. I mean, he had as many passing touchdowns as Josh Allen did last year. Do we realize that? The MVP of the league. Or the guy that should have finished second to Lamar Jackson. But I digress.
I think they got it right.
Is it for best player on Buffalo or for MVP of the league? Anyway, it should have been. No, the point is, Aaron Rodgers, statistically, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't good. I'm not telling you it was.
It's a weird
but
thing,
it wasn't
though.
that
Like,
horrendous.
you can look at his season last year and see what you want to see.
Yeah.
Like, you want to say Aaron Rodgers still got it, you can find a way. You want to say Aaron Rodgers is washed, you can turn on the film and say he's washed. It was a weird dichotomy where you could see both sides of it last year.
Yeah, nowhere near prodigious enough as a passer. Sub 4,000 yards despite playing 17 games, which just tells you the story. And it wasn't like they're winning a bunch and they're handing it off a million times. And, this is a ground and pound Rex Ryan Jets team with Mark Sanchez at quarterback. No, they were trailing. You were slinging, still just not prolific at all. So the fastball isn't there anymore, you would say. I think that's pretty safe. But still, better than a lot of guys. Played better than a lot of quarterbacks did last year. Overall, when we start looking at some of the numbers and individual moments, you're still seeing those creativity plays where he's, buying some time, sliding, not maybe as fast as he used to, throwing back across his body to Devonta Adams, toe tapping to the back of the end zone, etc. So if it's going to work, my point is it's got to go. You've got to go somewhere where they have such a good culture, such a good place that they can deal with annoying bullcrap. That place is Pittsburgh to me. There are a handful of teams that can fold in the quote-unquote problem guy. And the problem guy can be problem guy for a million different ways. It can be the diva receiver. It can be the legal trouble Larry. It can be something hanging over his head. It could be whatever Aaron Rodgers is. I don't even know what to categorize that. Yeah. It's like its own subcategory, Topes, where the guy's out of his mind, just a total pain in the butt, and maybe the production doesn't match. There are only a handful of places where you could do that. I was, would say one day in Washington, I want to get to the point where you can get the risky guy, because like the Capitals have a culture that's so good, you take a dude that previously was thought of as kind of spoiled, kind of a guy that underachieved and had a bad attitude. Pierre-Luc Dubois, sorry, career year, he's excellent. One of the main reasons why they're as good as they are.
Yeah.
You take a guy that's been a disappointment elsewhere. Brett Connolly, 30-goal scorer, just about. That's what they do. That's what this organization has done. Their culture is so good, you fold in new people. Not good like Bruce Allen said, but actually good, like legitimately good. You get the best out of guys. That's awesome. Pittsburgh, with Mike Tomlin, can deal with it. They need to, in fact. They've been doing this thing where they're just aggressively mediocre, trying to get by with dudes like Russell Wilson and whomever you want, and it ain't working. They're in a really tough division that's not getting any easier. That's as bad as Cincinnati's going to be, I think, for the foreseeable future. That's as down a year as you could imagine them having. If they're healthy, they're formidable. They're a championship contender. They're the only team that Kansas City's going, I don't really want to see ththose guys. They're not afraid of anybody else. They don't like Cincy. And you know what Baltimore's going to be? Pittsburgh is this perennial 8-9, 9-8 kind of team. And I know they have losing seasons very often, but that's kind of the muck they've been stuck in. They got some decent pieces. The only place that it might work out for Aaron Rodgers, where they've got an outstanding culture, is there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know why it would be the attractive thing for Pittsburgh. It seems like at some point they have to make a move to get a real quarterback. They have to, because the idea that, and this is why I know you guys are big, Grant and you are big Tomlin fans, and I think most people are, but at some point it's got to get back to the Steelers standard of winning Super Bowls and not just, hey guys, we didn't finish below 500 again. Hey. But by some way with Kenny Pickett, we finished above 500 or at 500. When did that become the Steelers standard? That's never been the Steelers standard. It's about championships. Right. And so at some point they have to get a real quarterback in there. They haven't had one since Ben, and they rode Ben until they possibly could, and then ever since then it's been a disaster. And Rodgers is just throwing a Band-Aid on a quick fix, and it's not going to fix anything. Like, I think it would help you in that division, obviously, having him versus whatever else you're going to roll with. But does he suddenly propel you to being a legitimate contender in the AFC, which is stacked year after year? No, it does not. You're in the same spot again. So if you want to go and say, hey, we could win 9-10 games with Rodgers, we'll sneak into the back end of the playoffs, we'll lose, we'll get the same conversation over again, but I'm going to keep my job because I never have a losing season. I'm always in the playoffs. Fine. I think that fits exactly what you're trying to do. But I just don't understand why they would entertain the idea of bringing that much drama that there is with Rodgers. To your point, I think if there's a place in the NFL right now that has that sort of opening that could find a way to maybe tame Aaron Rodgers a little bit, it is Pittsburgh. But I just don't know how it makes sense for them. For Rodgers, I think it makes sense because it's a team that could win. Because realistically, there's 3 options for him. Minnesota has kind of pulled themselves out of the fight. But I think if push came to shove, maybe they'd still consider him a little bit later in the offseason. So Minnesota is still an option, I think. The Giants, I don't understand any allure to them. Like, if I'm Aaron Rodgers and I'm about to ride off into the sunset, why the heck would I want to go play for the New York Giants so I can lose again? What the heck does that gain me? Right. I want to go win. So Pittsburgh probably makes the most sense. And so in that case, maybe they marry up perfectly. But if I'm Pittsburgh, at some point I got to look in the mirror and say, are we trying to win a Super Bowl, or are we just trying to be relevant all the time? Because it used to be that Super Bowls were the standard. Right now it seems like it's just about finishing above 500, and Rodgers can get you there. I don't think he's getting you a Lombardi, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. So two separate discussions to me. If you're the Steelers, or if I'm anybody, I don't do this. This is just not what I major in. I don't do the bridge quarterback. I think it's a bridge to more bridges. I think it's the most foolish, nonsensical thing. Every once in a while, it'll work better than maybe a team plan, and you end up lucky. I would say that was the case with Detroit, to be honest with you, right? I mean, they taking on Jared Goff's deal, it wasn't about Goff. It was about the draft picks and a bunch of the stuff they got back. And turns out that bridge quarterback, when you married him with Ben Johnson, you got beautiful music. Goff has put up great numbers since he got there to Detroit, right? So sometimes it works. But for me, for the most part, 90-some% of the time, almost without fail, that bridge quarterback thing, you are Cleveland, you are Washington, you are Chicago, and you are pre-Jared Goff, I suppose, Detroit, where you just can't get the spot right. And you're always chasing. You don't finish bad enough to get one of the top 3 or 4 in one of those years where it's worth doing. And you end up picking in the late teens or picking in the 20s. And you go, let's try Kenny Pickett. Let's try the next leftover thing. And you never bottom out because you won't do it. There's a big parallel for me between organizations. The St. Louis Cardinals in baseball and the Pittsburgh Steelers in football both believe, and I happen to know this for the Cardinals' perspective, one guy that was a huge mentor, older brother figure in our life, his family was part of the ownership group of the Cardinals. And so he worked there and, obviously follows them incredibly closely. And they don't tank.
No.
It's not in their DNA. They will not. They won't do it. And there's something to be said for it. When everybody else is going, well, we could get a little better, we're not going to, and spend a bunch of money, we're not going to do that. They go, that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll go trade for the guy. We'll let someone walk, and we'll find the cardinal way. One of these guys will come up. So every once in a while, when their next slew of prospects doesn't work out, when Jordan Walker doesn't turn out to be a star, when Lars Nootbaar is just a guy, and you go up and down the list, you end up with a team that all of a sudden is old and probably not going to be very good this year in improving NL Central. This is not a Cardinals breakdown. It's just sort of a matter of fact. And they probably would have been better off a couple times had they just been bad, thinking about St. Louis and or Pittsburgh. But they won't do it. It's not who they are. So from their perspective, you're 100% right. I would not do this. I would not be in this business. I don't do a one-year solution when I'm not one player away from winning a championship. How many cautionary tales do we need? So that's conversation one. Conversation two, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm not leaving Pittsburgh. Somebody else might offer me more. Now, it depends on what you want. If you still want to be able to do the full Aaron Rodgers 360 panoramic, where you're Pat McAfeeing, saying weird stuff and having Netflix documentaries about you,
yeah,
and trying this experimental thing where you're seeing the pyramids but on peyote, I got no idea what he wants to do. If it's just assuming it's a regular football conversation where you're interested in sort of taking back your legacy to a degree, I'm not leaving Pittsburgh, man. I'm going to stay right there. I'll sign a deal, and I'll make it so that I've got a pretty good group around me that could maybe use a playmaker or two, but Pittsburgh ain't bad, right? That might give me my chance to actually make it work. And if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm going, all right, if we're doing this, none of the bogus stuff, none of the BS. We're not indulging it for even a microsecond. That's the only way this works.
The tough part for me is I actually think there is a good fit outside of Pittsburgh, and I think Minnesota can make it work, but I just don't think that Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career is willing to fit into an offense. The problem for Rodgers is, and I got to cover him for a little bit of time, the MVP years and then kind of a little bit of fall off after that before he ultimately left for New York. I got to cover him when I was in Milwaukee, and I think the problem that Rodgers ran into as he started to decline after those MVP seasons, after they drafted Jordan Love in Green Bay, is he was trying to build an offense around Aaron Rodgers where Aaron Rodgers was still 25. And Aaron Rodgers is obviously no longer that guy. And the same stuff that I saw in a disappointing year for the Green Bay Packers his last season there is the same stuff that I saw with the Jets. Obviously, last year it was kind of a lost cause. This past season, he was just not anything that special. And I think if he were willing to fit into an offense, Danny, where if he went to Kevin O'Connell and said, I'm going to run your offense, you're in charge, then I think they can make it work. Because I think what you saw Jordan Love step in and do and play well under Matt LaFleur, that was more LaFleur's offense, not Aaron Rodgers. And I think the reason it fell off is Aaron Rodgers' offense doesn't work in the NFL anymore, where Aaron Rodgers is 40-plus and can't move like Aaron Rodgers of old and can't do the same things like he used to. if he would just play in Kevin O'Connell, or maybe even if he were to stick in Pittsburgh and Arthur Smith's offense, I think he can make it work. Because I think he's still an above-average quarterback if he were to play that way, but he doesn't do it. And so if I could get buy-in from Aaron Rodgers to say, hey, man, just trust your reads, throw it to the guy that's open, throw the ball to Jefferson, throw the ball to Addison. I actually think if I were Kevin O'Connell, I'd be interested in that because J.J. McCarthy, his rookie season, was wasted with an injury. He couldn't really develop. The only thing that you were able to do was get him mental reps. So physically, he's still got to get used to the NFL reps and going through all that. I think it'd be good for them to give him another year sitting. But I don't think that I could bring in an Aaron Rodgers, and I think he'd be a good mentor, by the way. I think you heard that from his time in New York and even with Jordan Love and Green Bay. He was never like Favre was to him. He was more than willing to help out if you ask questions. But I think if he were willing to fit into an offense and run what is asked, I think he could still be a good quarterback and maybe play a few more seasons. But I also have a hard time believing that's going to happen. And so that kind of, for me, why would I want to bring in Aaron Rodgers to run Aaron Rodgers' offense?
Yeah, do I have to get Alan Lazard and Nathaniel Hackett and everybody?
I can't do that anymore. So I don't know where the fit is. I would laugh if it ends up being the Giants. Frankly, I just it's weird where we've gotten because he's so talented. He's so good. Obviously, the last leg of his career, not the same guy he was, a decade ago. But I just don't know where he ends up. I don't know how it makes sense for a team. I don't know how it fully makes sense for Aaron Rodgers. I think he's going to play next season, but I would not be the one to pull the trigger on that.
Back-to-back MVP awards, averaging about 70% completions, 4,250 yards, 4,250 yards. This is the average of 2 years. 42 and a half touchdowns and 4.5 picks. That was his average over 2 seasons just a couple of years ago. How long ago does that seem playing-wise, though? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like forever because that last season you touched on it. You saw the beginnings of this, of the cracks at the end of that 2021 season where, go back to 2020, COVID year, he was averaging 9.1% yards per completion. Like, think about that. Or, yards per attempt. That number dropped so precipitously the following year down to 7.7, and it started to get worse from there. You could see it as it was going. It wasn't the now I know some things change, receiver personnel changes and whatever, but you could see that prolific ability to sling it with a flick of a wrist, the Hail Marys that he would get, and everything in between wasn't quite the same anymore. And then 2022, we fell off, 23, the injury, and now 24, we have all the messes. So buy or sell what I'm saying here. 800-636-1067. Forget if you would want him or not if you're Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh's the only place that might work for him. If he's willing to not do any of the bull crap, just pipe down and do what you're supposed to do and let Mike Tomlin welcome him into the fold. That's what I'm selling. 800-636-1067. Are you buying it? Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. A slow start for the Terps, but they're rolling now. They lead 36-19 with just under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Julian Reese and Jacoby Gillespie each with 11 points to lead all scorers. Other action today in college basketball, St. Mary's leading Vanderbilt right now 53-50, just over 4 minutes to go in that one. Ole Miss leading North Carolina 50-30, 16 minutes to go in the second half of that one. Duke handled business against Mount St. Mary's 93-49. Colorado State with a lone upset today, 12/5. They beat Memphis 78-70. Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55. Alabama beat Robert Morris 90-81, and Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live from Tap Sports Bar, MGM, National Harbor. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby sitting in for Jeeps. Another hour to go. Hot and heavy with the tournament action. Great foodstuffs. Hanging out with a whole bunch of fans, a bunch of listeners who come up and said hello throughout the day. People are glued to the televisions, glued to their wings, and glued to all the fun that we are having here this afternoon. It is the best. I love this. This is my favorite couple of days of the year in the sports calendar. You get lovely things like Alex Ovechkin scoring a whole bunch of goals for the best team in the NHL, possibly, in the Washington Capitals as they march toward the postseason. You get the unbelievable heat that is the NCAA tournament. I mean, the swings of emotion where St. Mary's in California was down big to Vanderbilt. Slowly but surely, they've crept back in it and have a chance to win now. They're up by, I think, 3 with a few minutes to go. These kinds of things are just awesome. It's the best thing going in terms of this tournament. Again, we talked about this yesterday, Tobes, but you start with, 68, but it's really 64 teams on Thursday. Within 96 hours, 75% of those teams are gone. They're at home, and that's it, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a good weekend, and nothing beats that Thursday and Friday when there's just wall-to-wall games, 4 on at a time. Just about there's a brief respite around 6 o'clock or so where you can maybe go grab some dinner, and then you're dialed back in until past midnight where there's hoops on. And by the way, the games last night, I don't know how late you stayed up to watch some of those. The games last night were good. The 3-14, UNCW was close there. What was the other game last night that was close? I can't remember exactly which game it was, but
yeah, I watched it. What did I say? It wasn't Purdue High Point. That was earlier in the day. Drake, Missouri was close until Drake pulled away. There, that's
UC San Diego.
There we go, San Diego.
That was a good one with Michigan, and they came away with
John Calipari won a tournament game again.
John Calipari doing his thing. Like it just you can't beat it. You really can't beat it.
You know who heckled John Calipari when he was at UMass a couple times? Do you know? It was me. The point is, I yelled at him a lot.
Okay,
and then I yelled at his replacement, Bruiser Flint. So when Calipari left for Memphis, I think. Did he go to Kentucky first or Memphis first? Memphis first, I think. Yeah, right?
Memphis first.
So he left, but they were number 1 in the country a couple years in a row with Marcus Camby and Carmelo Travieso and Edgar Padilla, a bunch of those guys. Well, they come to Foggy Bottom, Tobes, and they got beat a couple years in a row. On 7-foot Alexander Cool and Shantae Rogers gave them the business a couple of times, which was a blast. And I had some choice words for Calipari. He looked at me once.
Okay.
He acknowledged me once. Bruiser Flint looked at me a lot. I yelled a lot at Bruiser Flint.
So here's the question. This might surprise you. Have you ever been
kicked out of a game?
Kicked out of a game.
I got real close. So, and I'm not proud of this. I'm telling you what happened.
Sure.
Right? I'm very mature now. I wouldn't do this now. But this is a confession. So, okay, Tobes, I'm willing to trust you. As long as you don't tell anybody, okay? Here's what happened. I had some alcoholic beverages.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
There. All right? I did.
All right.
I imbibed. I consumed alcohols, and I went to the basketball game. I had probably more than I should. Some would say I was overserved.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know whose fault it was. I don't know if it was a Ted Curley problem. I don't know if it was a Ryan Dacey problem. Could have been a Ron Christie problem. I don't know whose fault it was specifically. Might have been a John Green problem. I don't know.
Not a Danny Rouillet problem.
No, it wasn't my fault.
No.
No. And we were playing Duquesne. Okay. Duquesne's out of Pittsburgh. They're now good, which is weird, but they were not then. They were down at the bottom of the Atlantic 10 at that point. And a bunch of my buddies, we had some Pittsburgh connections on the squad, right? So my old teammates, Matt Walker, got drafted by the Tigers. Adam Balisic was a guy that got drafted by the Orioles at various points. A couple of my teammates and a couple of the dudes, they knew some of these guys that were now on the Duquesne team. So they gave me fodder, all right? And I let these poor kids have it the entire game.
Nonstop.
It got to the point that one of the kids' dads came over.
Oh, no.
And he goes, "Why are you yelling at my kid?" And I'm like, "I don't know, man." He said, "Well, cut it out." I was like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, cut it out." I'm like, "No, I'm not going to cut it out." He's like, "Why are you yelling at him?" I was like, "Yeah, I know him." He goes, "Where do you know him from?" I was like, "Before." Like, I just going back and forth. And so security sees this dad who's coming over putting a finger in my face, and I'm like, wilting a little bit. I'm not trying to fight anybody. Like, that's not really my thing.
Sure.
My thing is to yell a lot and make these guys uncomfortable. And so eventually security steps in, and one of the guys who was a big boss is like, "What's happening?" And the dad's like, he's yelling at the players. And I was like, "Yes, I am. I'm yelling at the players and yelling at the coaches." And he's like, "All right, well, are you cursing?" I said, "No. I have not said a single curse
Nailed
word.
it.
Have I, sir?" And the guy was like, "Well, I don't think he's cursed," but I said, "There you go. I haven't cursed. I haven't used any abusive language. Now I said I will admit that I'm heckling, but there's no rule that says you can't do that. There's no part of the handbook. There's no part of the student conduct thing." Guy goes, "Okay, if you curse, you're out of here." I said, "No problem." Now I will tell you that I was so embarrassing that my girlfriend at the time left.
Oh,
she was so upset that she took off.
Yeah.
And it may have been a factor in the dumpage.
So you've known me for a little bit. What, about 2 years, I'd say?
Yeah, a couple years for Toblerone. No, yeah.
Know me a little bit?
No.
Do you think I've ever been kicked out of a basketball game before?
I'm going to say yes.
I have.
I'm going to say yes.
I have.
How'd you get kicked out?
In North Dakota. My little school, Maranatha Baptist University, proud alumni, Nate Oates and moi. Nate
How
Oates,
about
coach
that?
of Alabama.
Nate Oates.
A good win for the Tide today. So, conference regional tournament up in North Dakota. There was nowhere to eat. I was staying in South Dakota with a buddy. We would drive up. He knew someone there, so we were staying there. We'd drive up for the games. There was nowhere to eat. I think the only place you could grab food was at a random gas station. So we're middle of nowhere in North Dakota at this basketball tournament. And I'm a jersey guy in terms of wearing jerseys.
Guy, yes.
I think I'm wearing a bright yellow LeBron jersey to this game. I think that's what I was wearing. Okay. So I'm very easy to pick out. I'm sitting about the third row with about, 6 other fans that are in the stands, not many. And my team was up for a majority of the game. About 6 minutes to go, the Tide shifts.
Oh, no.
Bad foul calls, all seemingly going against the old SaberCats, which is a terrible, terrible team name, but that's what we went with. And all of a sudden, some of our players start fouling out. The lead goes to the other team. And as I'm sitting in the third row, and I rightful ejection, ref's running down the floor. I said, "This is pathetic." Finger right at him and said, "Get it together." He said, "You're gone."
What? Off of that?
I mean, look, Danny, there's like 5 fans in the stands. I'm sitting in the third row, and it's finger point right at him.
Toby, that is a soft ejection.
It's not
on you.
No,
I'm saying on him.
I understand that. It's a very soft ejection, but
you can't run a fan for saying that's pathetic. Get it together.
Yes. There was no foul language, none of that.
Wow.
But the finger pointing, look, it was a little bit of a soft league at times, Danny. I get that. But
man,
the finger pointing, and I was wrong. And then, matter of fact, our girls' team was playing afterwards, and I was trying to watch the rest of the game from behind the girls' team, and the ref kept looking at me like, "Can someone go get security? Go get that guy." I'm like, "All right, dude. Why
don't you focus on the court, Hoss?
Like, can we please?" So eventually, I went back out, and to be inconspicuous to come back in and watch our girls' team play, I went and changed jerseys.
I was going to say, did you go full mustache?
Yeah, I went and changed jerseys because it's kind of hard to hide when you're wearing a yellow Lakers jersey. You're kind of right there. So
Unreal.
Went and changed, and I was kicked out of a basketball game.
So it actually jogged my memory. I did get kicked out of the game once.
Oh.
And that's what this segment has turned into, by the way. So one of my best buddies played lacrosse at Yale. All right. So over Christmas break, we're all at home. right? And a bunch of us, I had a bunch of buddies that were college athletes, so we would get together, we'd work out, exercise, do whatever our workout program was, and then you got a lot of free time during the day. It's not enough time to get a job or anything, so it's like the best time. You're supposed to be studying, but come on, right? So his girlfriend at the time played basketball at Yale. He was dating a player on the team, and they were playing. I think it was either Towson or UMBC. I want to say UMBC. So we got together, we did our morning workout, and we started annihilating beers. These poor beers thought, I'll probably make it through the day for true. I'll get through the end of the day. You'll see. The sun will come out tomorrow. We'll have our day in the sun. You'll see. Our number will come in. We were destroying these beers. So many beers were consumed. And that was it. No. So we drove up to the game. And my buddy had enough like Yale T-shirts, so we're just putting on Yale stuff.
Sure.
And we're, it's a small gym. So like, where do you want us? Whatever. And so for some reason, they put us right behind the home team bench.
Oh.
They go, are you sure it's where you want us? Like, yeah, let's the section go right over here. And so the entire time, it's a whisper quiet gym. It's basically parents, a couple of siblings, a couple of like boyfriend, girlfriend type, whatever, and nobody else. That was it. And you could hear every word we said. And it finally got to the point where their coach complained enough, and they said, and they go, the security comes over, which ones? She goes, him, and him. Me, my friend, and my other friend. And we watched we were for a while, we're knocking on the door, going, let us back in. This is so soft, like just pounding, get back in. And then we eventually waited by the car. That was the end.
That's
so
great.
I did. I got kicked out.
There we go. We both done it.
I got kicked out of a Yale women's basketball game. Who could say that?
Well, I got kicked out of a Maranatha Baptist University men's basketball game.
What's more obscure? What's it? Amaranth? Maranatha?
Maranatha.
That sounds like an obscure liquor.
It is.
Right? It's like it's made from elderflowers and a couple. Maranatha Baptist Uni in North Dakota in a conference tournament.
Yep.
Or kicked out of a Yale women's basketball game that I think was at UMBC. I couldn't. I'm not sure.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that was not a high point for your pal. But the beers were delicious. I had so many of them.
Always good to chirp. Good to chirp.
And I was good at it. All right, so want to move on. I got a little tiny. I think it's a leak. How seriously do we take this leak? Do we think this leak is real for the jersey thing?
I'd say I'm like 80+%.
Yeah. So we've got a little sneak preview. It's an out of town preview, but it's in town. Okay, it's a little sneak preview. We'll tell you about what we saw. It involves a local team in town. And who's your low-key free agent that's going to help more than we think? Toby and I will give our answers. We'll do that here. Last couple segments. G&D on the Fan. G&D here on the Fan, Tap Sports Bar, MGM at National Harbor, watching some tournament games. St. Mary's came back and beat Vanderbilt. That was exciting. A tight one here down the stretch. Plenty more games to come this evening. Maryland's at halftime, up a bunch over Grand Canyon University. So before we get to kind of secret difference makers potentially here for Washington, upside signings from the bargain basement bin, we get a leak here, and I don't want to disparage anybody. I also don't want to prematurely credit something that may or may not be real. So I don't really know how to do this or how it works. You're a young person, Toes. Why don't you take the wheel here and sort of explain this to me? So I don't know who these accounts are. I don't know what I don't know. But do we think we've seen a preview of the National City Connect jerseys?
So from what I have seen, 47, the brand, which sells hats, T-shirts from time to time, had accidentally, I believe, put this logo that is on the sleeve out.
Yeah.
So I'm believing this is real. I would say I'm 80% sure. Usually when you get these leaks, I mean, this happens, it seems, to every team. There's like 1 or 2 days beforehand, somehow someone gets a hand on these things and they come out. But
so I always think it's on purpose to kind of build the buzz.
Perhaps.
It's provocative. It gets the people moving.
Maybe. I mean, these look like something that they would have designed to be the City Connects. And, it's something that they're not going to have the cherry blossom unis anymore, which is something that's out of the rotation, not a Nats decision, but a Nike decision, which I don't necessarily love because I like those unis. But
those are awesome. I generally, as you know, couldn't be less of a jersey guy. I don't care. Uniforms are fine. Please stop making alternates. Please stop messing with them. When you've got something that's good, just leave it alone, please. But we all know that you need to do some kind of alternate for the special day to sell more stuff. I know what it is. I eyes wide open. All of that said, those Cherry Blossom City Connect jerseys and shirts were fantastic. Fantastic. And you never know when you're going to hit one. Most of the stuff, stupid. Like the thing that Grant loves when they're like, they're going to do the ugly Capitals uniforms that they correctly changed away from. They're going to wear those. And I'm like,
wait, so you don't like the black sweaters?
Wrong. They're so stupid. The Caps wear red. The Caps wear white. Please just do that. It's not rock the black sweater.
Speaking of which, by the way, we're matching a little bit today. You're going with the jersey. I'm going with the actual jersey.
Yeah, I went to John Carlson jersey.
Little Carly. I went a little Stromer.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, look, it's handsome.
Little Stromer.
Little Stromer.
Yeah.
Shoot-cha Stromer. But, so, yeah, I mean, to me, that the fact that they can't figure out a way to have that all the time is so annoying to me.
Correct.
But whatever. It's above my pay grade. I don't know. I don't care. Fine. What do we think of these, what we've seen so far?
So just to give you a little idea of what we're looking at, it's between a powder blue and a royal blue. Like it's not full powder blue like you think Kansas City Royals. But it's closer to that. The other blue that is an accent color on the shoulders is almost denim jeans color, right? Like kind of the color of the jeans you're wearing.
It's kind of like a throwback to the grays.
Yeah.
Like Homestead Grays kind of a vibe in terms of the color in this one light. Now looking at this one of Dylan Cruz is just looking at me like his eyes are piercing. I'm like, why are you looking at me like that, Dylan? Are you mad? Like what happened, bro? That looks a little bit bluer. It depends on the light. I don't know. But what do you think?
So I don't hate them. The chest and back, the body of the jersey seemingly has a pattern of the DC streets.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily love. Sometimes it's a little bit much. I had full anticipation on this, Danny, that I was going to hate them because I liked the cherry blossom.
I just want
so
that
much.
back, yeah.
I don't hate these. They're not a 10 by any means. They're not a home run. I don't even know that they're a single. It might be like a bloop single. It might be like a swinging bunt, something of that nature. But I don't think these are a strikeout, and I don't think they're horrible. I don't love them, but they're also not the worst thing I've ever seen. I've seen some pretty bad City Connects.
Yeah.
These aren't one of those, I don't think.
So this is going to be a weird answer. One of my favorite, and I'm not a big, I don't know art like some people. I'm not some sort of genius art.
You don't run that art but sports account?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't. I'm jealous of that guy. Like I don't know how that guy does that. He's like, oh yeah, that's like Michelangelo's painting of this thing that's obscure that no one knows. And it's like, it is? This guy just took a charge. Like, how do they have that? Anyway. But one of the coolest things I remember, I used to, I was telling my friend who's really smart, I was like, I think Impressionism is so stupid. I was like, just paint what it looks like, man.
Yes.
Like I'd love to go to art gallery. I love art galleries. I'm sure like I'm always going to art galleries. But when I would go, I'd go, oh my God, that looks just like a sunset. Like, dude, that looks just like a field, man. That like how did you make it that lifelike? That's incredible. And what she explained to me, she goes, okay, come on, we're going to this impressionism. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna see that you can understand this. She goes, make that little square with your thumb and forefinger, right? So you make an L, you make another L, you turn it on its side. You make that little square, like a director looking at a shot, okay? And any place in the painting, hold it right there, look at any spot in the painting, I don't care where you paint it. Well, I said, okay, fine. And I pointed to that spot. And she goes, okay, how many colors do you see? I was like, 1, no, wait, 2, wait, 3, oh, wait, 4, 5, 6, 7, wait, 9. And I got up to like 17 in this one little tiny quadrant where you realize that like the little thing that you wouldn't notice unless you were looking at it of mustard, the little thing you wouldn't notice of that red that became kind of a pink, which bled into an orange, which gave you the sunset. And I kind of went, oh my God, I get it. I get why it's incredible. Now, it's not for me necessarily, but now I see the talent in it, right? And here's where I'm going with that. When you're far away from one of these impressionist paintings, to me, you're like, this is the reverse of that. All right, you still with me? From far away, I'm going, that looks pretty cool. This reminds me of the kick-ass gray jersey. This reminds me of the City Connect with the cherry blossom.
Sure.
But I get up close, and it's a map of the city. From far away, it looks dope, right? The helmet, the little patch on the sleeve, the Josiah Gray looking all sly, looking to the side. It looks really neat. And I get up close, and it's like, oh, that's New Jersey Avenue right next to Half Street. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like reverse impressionism. It was a long analogy for a very mediocre punchline.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hats aren't terrible. The W is a little bit different. It's the attempt at like the block W to go kind of like the hat that I'm wearing, but just, kind of broken up a little bit. It's got the Capitol Dome and the W instead has got a little cutout similar to what the Caps do with the Capitol Dome and their logo. I don't know. I don't hate it, Danny. I don't. I need to see the full reveal, which I believe comes out on Sunday. They're going to have the team store open, and everybody, I think, can go over there. Season ticket holders, I think, get in 10-1, and then after that, everyone's available to go in 1-4 or something like that. I think they're going to have a whole event or whatever. But I don't know. They're not bad, but when you have something so good, it just – I hate that it's one of those things
It's
where
not the thing that I love, yeah.
I just hate when companies do this, like Nike doing this with teams, and they do this in the NBA now every single year. It's like it's a one-size-fits-all approach. When you find one that's good, can we just stick with it? If you tried one out, like the Astros rolled out a new one. I didn't necessarily love their last one, but their last one was navy, said Space City on it, and it's like that kind of fits. You can stick with that. Some of them they roll out, and immediately the reaction is like, holy smokes, please never wear that again.
Yeah,
We'll
but
try
no.
again with them. But with the Nationals one, it was like, you know what? You found a good one, just stick with it. I hate that it has to be the same for everyone, but I guess that's a company thing.
I want to start this conversation and then take some calls on it, too. If you're out and about, you're leaving work, coming to hang out, whatever the deal is, at 800-636-1067. Give me the under-the-radar signing for the local 53 that's going to turn into this year's Dante Fowler. Last year, they paid Dante Fowler less than they paid the punter, Tress Way. And he had 10.5 sacks. So if you're thinking, oh, it's Larry Tunsil, who they traded for. Deebo Samuel, no. That's too high profile. I even think Javon Kinlaw is too high profile. I need you in the Eddie Goldman tier. I need you in the Kevon Seymour. I need you in Bobby Price territory. Will Harris is a starter. No. Give me the guy that nobody thinks is diddly or squadoosh that actually ends up being very productive for them. I'm not saying that you got to have 10.5 sacks like Dante Fowler, but something. It could be KJ Osborne. Could be Michael Gallup. Could be any of the sort of the low-key, under-the-radar signings that you think ends up showing up and outperforming their previous deals and being one of those great Adam Peters, Lance Newmark, tip your cap, take a bow type finds, a la Dante Fowler last year. I got an answer, too. Toby's got an answer. Hopefully hear from you guys as well. 800-636-1067. Last segment to close out the week. Next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Some NFL news today. Aaron Rodgers was visiting with the Steelers at their facility today for 6 hours. No deal is done or imminent, according to Tom Pelissero. Also, the Saints are signing wide receiver Brandon Cooks. College hoops. North Carolina making a bit of a comeback, currently on an 11-0 run. They're just down by 4 with just under 5 minutes to go. They've come back to make it a 63-59 game against Ole Miss. Other games in action right now. You have the Terps in their game as they take on Grand Canyon. They lead by 12, just getting underway in the second half. They lead 42-30. Some games already completed today. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama beat Robert Morris 90-81. Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55. Colorado State beat Memphis 12-5, 78-70. And Duke handled business against Mount St. Mary's 93-49. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. Continue the game right here on the Fan following Grant and Danny. In baseball, the Nationals option DJ Hurst, Shino Agasawara, Nasim Nunez, and Drew Millis to AAA. Mitchell Parker will likely get that 5th rotation spot. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Flyers last night 3-2. Alex Ovechkin with goal number 888. Caps become the first team to clinch a playoff spot and first team to get to 100 points. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Final furlong here on a busy week on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. Toby been in for Jeeps, who's had a well-earned vacation. He'll come back Monday, assuming nobody else gets sick. I mean, good heavens, the amount of illness that's going around. My 6-year-old, now 7, he was 6 when this whole thing started. Now he's 7, to give you an idea. He had the puke flu. Then my oldest had a different kind of flu. I had a flu. Then he's got, now my 7-year-old has a new flu. There's a flu B going around, a norovirus. This thing stinks. Enough already. Jeeps got sick on his vacation, Tobes. I found that out. His mother-in-law was sick. Nothing is good, but hopefully everybody's back to normal, and we'll see you guys on Monday. So final segment here. I wanted to do this with you as we go. We got to lower our sights a little bit because the thing that made this Peters group so high level and so impressive, honestly, with their first season wasn't just a selection of Jaden Daniels and a cohesive organization that everybody was on the same page and you had coach, GM, assistant GM, everybody else with a synergy that you're not used to seeing around here. It's not to say there's never a disagreement. That's not what it's about. You're allowed to disagree. You're supposed to, in fact. But everybody had the same mission. There wasn't any kind of personal agenda over what was good for the team, good for the organization. But the thing to me that was such a hallmark were these, I don't say panned industry-wide, but unsexy kind of signings. The Zach Ertzes of the world. Anybody could have signed Zach Ertz at a time. It was before free agency because he was released before the season ended. Basically out of football coming from Arizona. Had a great season, second leading receiver. A lot of teams could have paid up a little bit for Bobby Wagner, a guy that was one of the league leaders in tackles. People didn't do that. And I already mentioned someone. Cleveland Farrell, Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler. These are the low-risk, high-upside potential signings that make so much sense for a team trying to change a culture and establish some personalities to who you are. And those were the things that thrived. Again, the headline is Jaden Daniels, and it should be. But 1A or maybe 2 for that is how good were these things, right? They made so much sense, and they worked out so well. And enter our conversation here and now. Let's call our shot for this year. Who among the kind of, I don't know how to say this in a nicer way, the lower level signings, not the first tier guys, not trading for Laramie Tunsil, not trading for Deebo Samuel. Those are the headlines. Give me the lower tier guys that are going to have the Dante Fowler-like impact.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, the tier 1 guys that you acquired last year were obviously the driving force of why you did so well. But it's the guys underneath all that made it so that you could go to an NFC championship game and suddenly go from a team that had won 4 games to 12 wins. It wasn't, just a 10-win team that fizzled out. So I think looking at this year, they brought back a lot of the same guys, and this guy kind of falls into that realm, but he was with the team last year, but was he really? He played one game for them last year, had 0 catches. He came over from New England after he was released and had 7 catches for 57 yards and a touchdown. So really didn't do a whole lot, but I thought this guy, I really liked him in his time in Minnesota, and that's KJ Osborne. You know, it's interesting that he was brought in. I thought when they signed him, Danny, I thought he was going to play a decent role. I mean, at that point, they were still a revolving door of who's the number 2 receiver. Is it Noah Brown? Is it Olamide Zaccheaus? De'Ami Brown kind of emerged in the playoff, but at that point it wasn't, what was De'Ami Brown going to fit in there? Was Luke McCaffrey? It was kind of a revolving door, and they pick up KJ Osborne. I thought, okay, this guy's going to step in and play a decent role because he's been pretty good at points in his career. Not, star level, but kind of fit right into that same tier that they've been rolling out as that wide receiver too with the Zaccheaus and the like, and he really didn't do anything. He legit did nothing because he had no catches. He didn't touch the ball once in his time in Washington last year. But if you go back just 2 seasons in 2023, 2 seasons, 48 catches for 540 yards and 3 touchdowns with the Vikings. In 2022, had 90 targets, 60 catches, 650 yards, and 5 touchdowns. 7 touchdowns the year before that, and 655 yards. Danny, if someone did that for this team last year, they're like the 3rd option.
Yeah.
Like that would be a really, really nice piece. So I think this guy having a full season now, or at least half a season under his belt in this system, it's a guy that I guess kind of feels like a free agent acquisition because he didn't do anything here last year. But he was here, so there's already a half season's worth of familiarity. I don't know how much work in season he's getting with Jaden Daniels, but he at least understands the ins and outs and has seemingly at least had some conversations with Jaden. And they still need someone to step up. I mean, the guys that they have brought in this offseason, with the exception of Debo, who I don't even know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really classify him as a receiver. I classify him as just a weapon used all over the place. Who's going to step up as that legit number 2? There's plenty of opportunity for that, whether it's Brown or kind of that same cast of characters. And I think KJ Osborne could be that guy. And if he steps in and gives you 600-700 yards, that's not nothing. That's something that could be very useful for this offense.
Absolutely, because they're going to spread the wealth. And to me, he was a little bit stouter than I remembered. I feel like I always thought he was kind of that slot receiver, water bug kind of a guy. But he looks kind of like a bigger Jamison Crowder. Yeah. I mean, he did kind of earlier career Jamison Crowder, excuse me. So to me, that's a decent one, right? Where nobody's counting on that. That was as under the radar as you could possibly do for a guy there wasn't much marketplace for. And maybe it was just, as you said, opportunity, the timing he came in, offense was already humming, we didn't really need you. Well, now maybe we do and step up and step in. My guy's Dietrich Wise, and you want to chime in on this, 800-636-1067. Give me the under the radar signing that's going to have a major impact. Dietrich Wise is the example to me, and I think he's been nothing but a New England Patriot. And I think that's kind of a, hey, man, all we want you to do is get on the outside shoulder of the defense of the left tackle or the right tackle, depending where you lined up. Maintain leverage, maintain gap discipline, stay at home. And our pass rush is going to come from the Matthew Judons of the world. The pass rush is going to come for the blitzing linebacker, from the stand-up guy, from somebody else somewhere else. We don't think of you that way. I think there's more in the tank there. He's now on the bigger side, right? 6'5", 280 is what he's listed. I mean, think of last year Fowler's playing defensive end at 240, right, on first and second down, which is not a great recipe if you want to stop the run.
No.
Ever. But I think they've got him as a run stuffer, and I think he's going to have a sneakier impact than we're counting on. Again, this isn't, some defensive lineman's going to have 75 tackles or something crazy, right? I don't think he's a 12 sack. I don't think he's going to do what Dante Fowler did last year, but I do think he could be a similar player to Dorrance Armstrong. Maybe not quite as good, but I think that's exactly what they're counting on. I think that's what they want, right? If you can't go get Trey Hendrickson, which maybe you can, maybe you can't. You don't want to pay through the nose for one of those guys. Let's get solid. Let's get fundamental here. Let's get kind of the boring, unsexy Patriot way, bring a little of that down to Washington for a stay-at-home, accountable defensive end. Again, those aren't the guys that make $25, $30 million a year. That's not Myles Garrett. If you've got get up the field pass rusher, I almost don't care what else you do. Like you want to run to that side, that's fine. You're only hurting yourself. I'm going to tell that guy, for the most part, get up the field, man. Get up the field and put the fear of God in them. Force them to adjust to you. They don't have that. And there aren't that many of those guys. There's not that many of those TJ Watts out there. There aren't that many superstar pass rushers that came available. So this, to me, is kind of, I won't say the next best thing, but close to it, right? Where you've got an upgrade on first down, on running downs, typically, again, especially against Philadelphia, kind of dealing with some of their size with some of your own. And then I think there's more there in the pass rush tank. He's had a 7.5 sack season before. Again, I don't know that that's the norm. I would hope for kind of upside-wise, he's in that 7 sack range. Last year had 5 for New England, playing pretty regularly as part of rotation, pretty stout there on the defensive line. So I think Dietrich Wise is the unsung hero. Nobody's talking about that. It's obviously for obvious reasons. As you said, it's Larry Tunsil, it's Deebo Samuel, and Kinlaw's gotten headlines because the amount of money he got. But I think Wise is kind of the unsexy dude that might be better than we think.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We talked about this the other day. Sam Fortier had written an article about this saying that they're getting guys with some traits. Dietrich Wise kind of fits into that 96th percentile arms, having long arms and being able to kind of stonewall that run game. And I think that's huge. I mean, especially like we talked about before, you add people with size and various things, but having a guy that can help in an outside zone or guys trying to stretch things to the outside, I mean, you're going to play Saquon twice a year for the next couple of years. Like, it's just the reality of things, and having a guy out there that you can depend on at least being able to hold his ground, someone that's going to be solid against the run, I think is really, really big. And if you look at what he did this past season, Danny, 29 combined tackles, 5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. He's almost the exact same as what Dorrance Armstrong gave you. 5 sacks, exact same amount of sacks. Dietrich Wise gave you 29 combined tackles. Dorrance Armstrong had 10 more at 39. 7 tackles for loss, 14 quarterback hits for Armstrong. 5 tackles for loss, 8 quarterback hits for Dietrich Wise. Very similar type players. And I think Dorrance Armstrong wasn't a sexy pickup by any means last year. Like, he didn't do anything too crazy. But I think you can build a foundation on those sorts of guys where you can at least feel good about what you're going to get, where they can do a little bit of everything. They're not spectacular. I think they still need a difference-making edge rusher. They can get after the passer. But a guy that can play the run, play all 3 downs, give you a little bit in the pass rushing game, give you some solid play in the run game. He fits perfectly now that, if it's something where Johnny Newton comes on a little bit this year, Danny, and he's going to get up the field, maybe Deron Payne plays a little bit better than he did this past season. Suddenly you've got 2 ends that play the run well, and you let your guys in the middle hunt a little bit. So I think that it's a really wise, well, no pun intended.
Oh, come on. You did that on purpose.
A really wise pickup for the team.
It was a Demetric pickup for the team. A Dietrich, rather, not Demetric. There was a Demetric Evans, and this is Dietrich Wise. I'm gonna screw that up a trillion times. So are there any other guys that jump out to you just kind of in this sort of short list there? So I want to tag you on it here in a second. And Corporal Claire, you can chime in as well. This kind of under the radar idea. Because, again, I think because it's not the sexiest thing with this org, with a given player, right? We sort of overlook it. And I think somebody made the point to me on Twitter yesterday at Funny Danny, where you go, hey, man, like, these guys just did this last year. They just did this with Wagner and Eckler and a bunch of players that in Ertz that people weren't really that excited about those signings. They were getting C pluses in free agency grades, getting B minuses, where it's like, yeah, I guess they'll be better than they were, but what's the real point of all this? How about 12 regular season wins and a trip to the conference championship game? That's the point, right? It filled in perfectly. It was great chemistry. They found guys that fit what they wanted to do, fit to instill the culture, etc. They've earned the benefit of the doubt here to say, I bet you they're doing it again. I bet you these bargain signings are probably pretty shrewd.
Yeah, the other one that I was intrigued by, we were on air when they signed this guy, and I'm intrigued by what he's going to do, what kind of role he's going to play. It's Eddie Goldman.
Yep, that's another one.
Just a big body. I don't know that he's a huge difference maker, but the only other guy on the team that gives you that sort of body where he's listed at 6'3", 325 is Deron Payne, 6'3", 320. We were just talking about how Dorrance Armstrong and Dietrich Wise can play decently against the run. Imagine you throw 2 320-pounders in the middle, and you rotate through, and Johnny Newton's on the bench. He's a little undersized of a defensive tackle. You want to stop the run? There you go. There's a real shot at it. So they can run some different styles where he was truly lining up over the center as a nose guard. Do they want to try some 3-down looks where instead of their usual 4-down linemen, they've only got 3, and you can have Payne and maybe Newton, and you want to have Goldman in the middle, head up over the center. They can try some different stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they try some different alignments with him. So he's the other one that's intriguing because they just I don't know that they have a guy like that, maybe outside of Payne, but I think he's even different than Payne in that he's kind of truly just a run stuffer that at times just stands there, but it's kind of worth having a guy that can't be moved.
Yeah, that's part of the package. That was probably my 1A or my second guy that would sort of step in as part of that run stuffing rotation with the idea that Johnny Newton eventually is your disruptor, right? I think Deron Payne at one point showed it. I mean, the year he broke out, his contract season, that's what he did. He would line up on that one side of the center and do that swim move up and under, go to the opposite shoulder, ripping past people. And I thought, okay, this is something he developed. He's a star now, and he kind of reverted back to form, or who knows what happened exactly with him, but didn't do it anymore. Darius, I'll tag you in, my friend. Is there somebody they've signed where you go, this is going to be better than they think?
Whew, it's tough. You guys got the good ones pretty much. I guess for me, I'm going to go
and
with.
It could be a returning player too, by the way.
Well, returning players and just sign this.
Yes, sign back.
Right. Yeah. So the one I
chose KJ Osborne. Yeah.
The one I was going to go with is actually going to be Noah Brown coming back. Now, obviously, Noah Brown contributed pretty well last season, considering that the team didn't have a true number 2 going into the start of week 1, and he basically kind of became that. I think with him returning, coming off of the injury, clearly Jaden Daniels had a connection with him and had some trust in him because he gave him a lot of opportunities. There were weeks where he had more opportunities than Terry McLaurin, it seemed like early in the year. Him coming back and now taking that potentially taking the role, a second fiddle role to Deebo Samuel, I think might actually benefit him and get him even more opportunities to at least be the red zone threat, the touchdown maker that this offense is going to need.
I like that one. Corporate Clary, do you have somebody in mind, my friend?
Yeah, I do. And I'm going to go with cornerback Jonathan Jones. I'm not entirely sure if you guys touched on him just yet, but I am a sucker for former Patriot cornerbacks. Like, whatever it is, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, this guy he started, 14 games this past season. He's had some good seasons with them. And also only 31 years old. He's been in the league for nearly, 6-7 years at this point. He knows how to play ball, and he has been a starter. He has been on the inside. He's been on the outside, and he's also been a safety these past few seasons also. So I look at Jonathan Jones, and I think he's going to be one of those gadget guys where Ron Rivera would love him because he's got that position flex there.
That position flex, he really does.
I think Dan Quinn is also going to be in that picture, except doing a better job with it. So I love the Jonathan Jones addition. I think he could play some meaningful snaps for this team, and I'm all in on him. I really do like that signing.
So I do too, and I kind of had him too high profile to fit this bill, but I think you're probably right. It was important that we brought him up. I think he's your day one starter opposite Marshawn Lattimore. So I think that's as good a one as any. The last person I would mention, and this is me shoehorning this, what about John Bates?
Yeah.
So here's why I bring that up. They signed him to a 3-year deal, which right away tells you, like Tim Allen sounded like, wait a minute, there's something else going on here, right? A blocking tight end isn't just somebody that you go, we can't live without him. Apparently there was some demand. They had to up their offers a little bit. They signed him for 3 years. Here's why I bring him up. Not as necessarily a prodigious pass catcher, but the main reason I said last year that I didn't, let me rephrase, I like the Zach Ertz signing a lot because my point was there's no downside to this. Who cares? Great in the room. Good security blanket for Jaden Daniels. They'll be good for their rookie tight end Ben Simmons, who we didn't know they were going to draft, but then they did. I got to win that. There's no downside to that signing. The reason I said, hey, let's be careful is when's the last time that guy was healthy for an extended period of time? Well, he was healthy all season long, or as healthy as you're going to be in your 30s with that kind of wear and tear. And he was better in the second half than he was in the first. I'm not counting on that again. I don't think that's going to happen again. And it's not a knock on Zach Ertz. He's done everything correct. He's really good. So to me, that second tight end role, we're going to see him a lot, I think.
Well, and what if part of the reason that he was able to stay healthy, Danny, is the fact that he's not asked to dig out blocks and do all these different things because that's John Bates' job.
Yep.
So, I think having a guy like that, first of all, you have to have the right mentality. He's not complaining he's not getting the football. He's not. He just goes out there and does his job, does the gritty work. So I think that's a good one because they really like him. The words that Zach Ertz had to say about him, saying he's one of the most dominant blocking tight ends you've ever seen in his career. Like, he clearly thinks high of him, and I think the team really respects him for that. Having a guy that can do all those things is huge. So, yeah, I think that's a sneaky one that maybe you won't see in the box score a whole lot, but he'll actually have a pretty big impact.
Yeah, he had that huge catch against Detroit too. Was that a fourth down play kind of the action was going the other direction. Maybe the deep third down. You know what I'm talking about.
They love that bit where they don't throw him the ball for the first 4 or 3.5 quarters.
And then deep in the fourth quarter.
Here he comes on a little sneak across the formation. Here he comes.
Now's the time to go to John Bates. This was a blast, my friend. Tobe, great to hang out with you. Appreciate Money Metal Chris here on site. Appreciate Jeff Walker on site. Appreciate especially a huge special thank you for allowing us to have a field trip like this. Corporate Ryan Clary. Corporate Clary, everybody. It was big. It was really, really nice of him to let us do this. Appreciate everybody that made this happen. Folks that came out here and checked us out. This is an awesome couple of my favorite days of the year. Super, super cool. Thanks to Darius, Anthony, everybody else that made the show go today. We'll be back at it on Monday after a busy weekend of tournament action. Until then, enjoy yourself. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.